Path of the Autarch. 1. Iradan, 5 years later. At the center of the altar of bones, Iradan placed a skull engraved with the name of the man he would kill, Marak. In truth, Iradan knew little about the man, except that he was a usurper, a heretic, a practitioner of forbidden arts, and an enemy of the ascendancy. Any one of those things was enough to seal his fate. Because he was all of those things, they had summoned Iradan Aman Cestus, Saint of the Green Star. The cleric, face hidden behind a mask of green-tinted bronze, touched Iradan's brow with 2 blood-drenched fingers. He began to paint the mark of the Green Star. The temple, filled with the throat-singing of masked acolytes, seemed to grow suddenly colder. Iradan closed his eyes. He was naked from the waist up, pale, scarred, and tattooed body on full display. His chest and back had already been painted with blood, now dried and crusty. The ritual was almost complete, and then the hunt would be on. "Blessed child of the star," murmured the cleric, "speak to me the name carved into that skull." Iradan had carved the name more than once. He'd carved it a dozen times across the crown of the skull. He'd cut the letters into the hollowed-out eye sockets, into the few teeth that remained, into the length of jawbone. The skull belonged to his grandfather, who had also been a saint, who had died by Iradan's own hand. It was, as such, a holy and venerated artifact. Iradan said, in a whisper, "Marak. And when you come upon the one named Marak," said the cleric, "what will you do?" "In the name of the Green Star, I will bleed him. I will pull his bones apart. I will bring his desecrated remains back here to this temple, so that they may be dedicated to the ascended Lord above." "Open your eyes, Saint." Iradan opened them. The leering mask came into focus, the metallic surface gleaming with warm light from the candles burning around them. "And what will be the consequence of failure?" "Death," Iradan said simply. "But I will not fail." The cleric nodded, satisfied. "Then you may rise, blessed, and with the knowledge that the Green Star guides you." Blood dripped into Iradan's eyes. He let it. Above the altar of bones, above the corpses of sacrificed men and women pinned to the dark stone wall, freshly bled, was the glowing and jagged sigil of the star. It seemed to squirm beneath his gaze. It whispered into his head. Iradan bowed his head. "Thy will be done." Iradan rode out from the Ascendant City at the head of a crusading host at dawn, 500 heavily armored beetle knights, so called because their armor, fashioned by the master craftsmen of the city, was an iridescent green, so that these men and women appeared to be clad in shimmering carapace, not dissimilar to the beetles that were so populous in the southern reaches of their country. Each beetle knight had with them a slave. Many had 2 or even 3, and some, those who were wealthier or were veterans, had up to a dozen each. These slaves formed up in disciplined lines behind the knights, who all rode tall, heavy war horses. To see so many beetle knights in motion, armor bright and alien beneath the sun, was not something a person ever got used to. Iradan was 24 years old. He was the youngest saint in over a century. He had campaigned against the rising dominion for 4 years without rest, leading troops into battle and fighting wherever conditions were the bloodiest. All of that, he now felt, had been mere preparation for this. This which would guarantee his own ascension, which would topple the kingdom of Ostromir, which was no longer even really a kingdom, which would bring about the conversion or slaughter of untold heretics, including the one named Marak, who some had begun to call the arch-heretic. "I cannot fail." Beside Iradan rode his older sister, tall, with long red hair artfully braided, and wearing her own suit of green armor. Ascala sat casually in her saddle, perfectly relaxed, as though what they now did was nothing more than an ordinary outing. She had an axe strapped to either side of her hips, and resting upon her left forearm was a bone hawk, specifically bred to be larger than any other bird of prey, its feathers the bleached, off-white color of dried bones. Its talons were akin to small knives, and even sharper. Its eyes were puddles of molten gold, forever flickering about in search of victims. Its name was Malaxis, meaning vicious one, and Ascala was very fond of it. Iradan was far less fond. Ascala had had the bird since she was a child. Iradan had grown up with the thing in their household. He had not forgotten the day it had taken those long, curved talons to his face, and when he tried to cover his face, his hands and arms. He still had the scars. They would never fade. Ascala glanced at him, eyes mischievous. "Are you nervous, brother?" "Not at all," he said, and that was true. He wasn't nervous. He had been only 10 when the bird had attacked and nearly killed him. There had been nothing he could do to stop it then. It had taken several household slaves rushing into the room and pulling it off of him to save his life. But much had changed since he was 10. The Ascendant City, which was said to be the largest and most populous city in the world, began to fade into the distance behind them, its vast black walls becoming a vague, shadowy impression. He was glad to see it dwindle. He'd been back for 6 months, but had grown sick of the place already. The Ascendant City was diseased with endless politicking, petty power struggles, and senseless violence. The god above was not best served at the heart of the city. The Dagger's road stretched ahead as far as he could see, wide and paved. It would deliver them all to the way of Atomir, the closest Ascendant City to the constantly shifting border they shared with Ostromir. From there it would not take them long to cross over into enemy territory, but until then they were looking at 2 months of travel by road. 2 long, dull months. Iradan was not a patient man. In fact, patience was not a common virtue amongst his people. He shifted in his saddle. "This man, Marak, tell me about him." Again Ascala glanced at him. "I was wondering when you'd ask." "Wonder no longer." Ascala pursed her lips. "He is like no other man I've ever met. He is single-minded in a way I haven't encountered before. If there was only one path he could follow in order to get what he wanted, and there was a great mountain placed directly along that path, he would dig his way through it, no matter how long it took, even if it meant using his own bare hands." "Is that admiration I hear, sister?" "He has qualities that ought to be admired." And what else?" "He is a fine fighter, capable with the blade. I've seen him slay Ascendant warriors and Ostromiran knights alike." A shrug. "Although he is no great prodigy. Before you ask, he would not best you. He would not even come close to doing so. In that regard, you have the advantage." Iradan nodded slowly. "Good to know, but then it never really been in doubt." "Continue." Ascala scowled. "He is ruthless. His heart is cold and strong, and he would not hesitate to destroy any enemy, given the chance." "What about weaknesses?" "He is not particularly personable. People follow him because he radiates power and purpose and confidence, but when it comes to understandable morale and other traditional leadership qualities, he is poorly versed. I always sensed that he did not understand people anywhere near as much as he would have liked. He was often aloof and stuck in his own head. Also, he is arrogant." A grin. "Much like yourself, but somehow even more so. He is, I think, prone to underestimating his foes, and believes that he is destined to succeed, that he does not expect the worst when a more pragmatic person would be well advised to do so." Iradan absorbed this silently. "And then," Ascala said, "there is the matter of his sorcery." And here was the part Iradan was most curious about. He had witnessed sorcerers at work during his years fighting the Dominion. Dominion mages had caused them a great deal of trouble. It only took a few of them to change the course of a battle. The Ascendancy, meanwhile, did not utilize such arcane arts. The knowledge was not known to them, and they did not want to know it. They didn't need it. They had the Green Star. Even still, he had heard rumors of Marak's power, and though he was not afraid, it was nonetheless something that he would need to be cautious of. Any practitioner of the forbidden arts was a dangerous foe. In Ostromir they called them shapers, said a scholar. They have few of them left. Marak killed most during the battle for Aemon. I am given to understand that he is uniquely powerful among shapers. For instance, he does not need to close his eyes while channeling power, as some others do. Iradan kept his eyes on the road ahead. Is that it? He also has a special sword. A special sword, Iradan echoed. He had, of course, heard of sunlight. There were many stories told about Marak and his infamous blade that could supposedly cut through men in steel plate as though they were made of parchment. I have seen it in action, brother. It is a formidable thing. I'm sure, said Iradan. In truth, he was already bored of hearing about the man. Despite all the tales and exploits, Marak was just that, a man. He was a faithless tyrant, a mortal who had stolen a crown through what amounted to little more than thuggery on a large scale. He would bleed and die like any other man. Iradan would be the one to make him do so. He had seen this in a dream. The green star had shown it to him. 2. Davina. From on top of the walls of Althera, Davina watched Marak's approach. It was incredible, the amount of dust kicked up by an army. It discolored the sky, clouds of the stuff hanging above the marching formations. It didn't look real. To Davina it was proof that armies were unnatural. She suspected that humans were not supposed to gather together in such large numbers, and especially not all under the command of a single individual, an individual who so happened to be her brother. Amara leaned up against the wall. She wore a dress of expensive white silk, contrasted with the belt and jeweling sword at her waist. "Oh dear," Amara murmured. "I can just feel my pockets emptying themselves of coin the closer this army gets." "It's Marak's coin," Davina said, a little sharper than she'd intended. Amara waved a hand. Of course, I know that." She paused. "Although since I manage it all—" Davina kept her eyes on the approaching force. Most of them would camp outside of Althera until they could be adequately garrisoned. Marak, his inner circle, and those companies that had suffered the most during his campaign would enter the city today. Amara, with her help, had spent the last month preparing the city for their arrival. In that time, Davina had learned just how logistically difficult armies were. Difficult at first, anyway. It hadn't taken Davina long to figure out solutions to all the various problems that had been giving Amara headaches. Then, at a certain point, it simply became a matter of manual labor, of writing endless documents and letters, meeting with this person and that one, and ensuring they were all coordinating with one another. But all of that was trivial when you threw enough bodies at the problems. It took an army of clerks to support an army of soldiers. "Ah, there he is," Amara said, and pointed. There indeed, rapidly separating from the host of troops, was a small group of people on horseback, making for the Ashen Gates. The group was formed around an individual, figures gleaming silver and gold armor, the Sun Knights, collecting protectively around a man. Marak. Davina's mouth went dry. Her stomach twisted. It had been 3 years since they'd last seen each other. That had been directly after the second siege of Althera, as it was plainly known, a short, brutal affair that ended when the Loyalists, led by Malatax, the oldest nephew of Kalazar, were broken by the arrival of Lord Izemir Vax. Izemir, with Maya at his side, and at the head of a large force of knights on horseback, crashed into Malatax's army. There had been nowhere for them to run. Marak had led a counterattack from Althera, and, along with Izemir, they'd crushed the enemy between them. Afterward, Marak had promised that the war would be over within a month or two, that there was no one left to oppose him. 3 years later, and Davina could barely remember what he even looked like. The amount of time they'd spent together since he'd first run away from their family home was sorrowfully small. Still, he was here now, having just crushed another rebel army only a 2-week ride out of Althera. Nearly all of Ostromir was united under his rule. The vast majority of citizens considered him the true king. All the loyalist commanders were dead, with the exception of Lord Haramas, who had fled across the border they shared with the Dominion, seeking asylum. "Nervous?" Amara was watching her. "Nervous isn't the word I'd use," Davina said slowly. "Then what word would you use?" "In all honesty, I actually don't know." A part of her was beyond excited to have Marak back. This time he would likely spend some time in Althera. There was much for him to do here, after all, and so they would at last be together. At the same time, Davina was angry that he'd been gone for so long, that for the third time he had abandoned her. It's not his fault, she told herself. He's been tending to matters of the most extreme importance. But no matter how much she tried to justify his actions to herself, the anger, and perhaps even resentment, remained. "And what about you?" Davina asked. "How are you feeling about the return of our king?" Amara kept her face perfectly neutral. She was good at that. She could have easily been a master card player, or even an actor. If all the gods weren't long dead, she could have brazenly lied right to their faces, and they'd never have known. Which of course made her a very dangerous woman to have as an enemy. "Well," Amara said, "we have a lot to discuss. Letters, I'm afraid, simply aren't quite good enough. And of course 3 years is a long time to go without seeing an old friend." "I wonder," Davina said, more to herself than anything, "how is he feeling about his return?" "How do you want him to be feeling about it?" Davina pursed her lips. No way was she going to answer that. In the nearly 6 years she'd lived in Althera, she and Amara had become very close, and she often thought of the woman as being a sort of older sister. Even still, there were some things Davina didn't feel comfortable sharing with her, or with anyone, for that matter. She did not like to talk about Marak with anyone else. It was simply too complicated. "Well," Amara said again, "it's good timing is all I'll say. He's needed here." The sun was setting, smears of mandarin and lavender light coloring the horizon. Clouds, appearing so soft that she wished she could touch them, were pulled apart by the gentle wind. Stars were starting to poke through, bright and pretty. And there, in the midst, one particular star, brighter than all the others, and tinged green. Davina waited for Marak in Malor's courtyard, the vast open space just beyond the ashen gates, which were now wide open in anticipation of the king's arrival. Davina didn't like the courtyard much. During the siege, the enemy had broken through the gates on 3 separate occasions, and following each breach, a brutal battle had taken place in Malor's courtyard. Thankfully, the enemy had never been able to advance any further. The courtyard was simply too easily defensible, with all sorts of raised, fortified sections, where archers could cut down soldiers as they came forward, and with plenty of choke points where a dozen men could fend off 100. Davina had been here, at the courtyard, during 2 of those breaches. She'd been so desperate to help during the siege, to be of use, that she'd volunteered as a surgeon's assistant. And the things she'd seen. It was remarkable, really, just how much blood there was in a human body, and how quickly it could all come rushing out. Perhaps even more amazing was just how simultaneously durable and fragile people were. During those long and terrible weeks, she'd seen soldiers who died as a result of slipping in a puddle of blood and cracking their skulls against the grey courtyard stones. At the same time, she'd helped tend to a woman who'd had a hand cut off, a sword thrust through her stomach, which had resulted in her intestines partially falling out, and half her face crushed by a mace. Somehow she'd survived, and was, in fact, still alive. Davina had gone to visit her just last month. They shared a very nice cake. Someone started to sound a trumpet. A ripple of what she assumed was excitement went through the courtyard. In attendance were several thousand people, consisting of soldiers, lords and ladies, merchants, knights, clerks, servants, and citizens, who'd come to see what all the fuss was about. Now the first sun knights were passing through the Ashen Gates tunnel. They entered Malor's courtyard, their brilliant armor catching the light of the setting sun, their white cloaks muddied and bloodied but somehow still resplendent. One carried a banner displaying Marak's sigil, or, she corrected herself, the sigil that now belonged to all of them, a red fist grasping a white star set against a field of black. 24 sun knights came to a stop in the courtyard, fanning out and leaving room between them. Then came Marak, flanked not by his knights, but by Haron on one side and Maya on the other. Marak wore his now infamous helmet, golden like the rest of his armor, with a plume of white horsehair to match his cloak. Across his breastplate a radiant sun had been engraved into the metal, and elsewhere, along his greaves, his vambraces, his shield, were elegant, swirling patterns. And there, at his hip, sunlight. A cheer went up from the thousands gathered. Someone started to chant, "King Marak!" And soon enough all around them had taken up the chant. Davina found that she too had joined in, without consciously thinking to do so. Marak held up his right hand in acknowledgement of the crowd. The cheers grew louder. Haron leaned forward and said something in a low voice, causing the king to laugh, and Maya to scowl. "Make way for the king!" A Sun Knight boomed. Several of them rode forward, clearing a path through the crowd. Marak's head turned. Davina felt his gaze settle upon her. She tried on a smile. And Marak dismounted and pushed a Sun Knight back when the man moved a step in the way and ran toward Davina. Davina darted forward to meet him. She threw her arms around him, body pressed up against the cold metal of his armor. He was a head taller than her, and had grown broader and more muscular since she'd last seen him. She could feel his strength in the way he was holding her. "Sister," he murmured, voice muffled by the helmet. She'd forgotten what his voice sounded like. "Welcome back," she said, pulling away just a little. "Take that helmet off, Marak. I want to see you." With both hands she reached for the edges of the helm, but Marak slid slightly out of range, shook his head. "Later. We need to talk, Dev, and catch up. Go to the palace. Make sure they're preparing the ultimate feast. I'm going to eat everything there is to eat. And wait for me there, yes? I shan't be long." Davina tried to find his eyes behind the narrow slit of his visor. What color were they? What emotion did they hold? But all she could see was darkness. She said without thinking, "Is it over? The war?" She regretted the question immediately. How childish it sounded. It took Marak a moment to answer. When he did, she could tell that he was trying to sound comforting. It didn't work. He said, "I think so, sister. I hope so." Many hours passed before Davina saw her brother again. The feast had already begun. In fact, it had been going on for an hour or so. They simply hadn't been able to wait for the king any longer, and at some point a message had come from Marak to tell them not to wait. He would, he said, be there very soon, once he'd dealt with a minor issue. Now in the antechamber before the king's dining hall, Marak gingerly closed the door behind him, an action laden with guilt. He'd changed out of his armor, and now wore fine cloth dyed in a rich dark red. He had on a pair of leather boots, a belt, attached to which was, as always, sunlight, and atop his head, the crown he'd had fashioned in Amen over 5 years ago. Davina didn't care for any of that. Her attention was reserved solely for his face, which she studied as he turned fully to face her. Marak had changed a lot in 3 years. His hair was long and untamed, falling in dark curls about his head, a loose strand decorating his brow. His eyes were cold and hard. Had they always been so? They were like glittering gemstones set into his skull. His face seemed a little fuller, to match the weight, mostly muscle, that he'd gained. A new scar traveled along his jawline, another passed horizontally below his left eye. But all of that was superficial. What Davina noticed the most was the way he was twitching. The twitches were small, subtle, but for her, impossible to miss. Intermittently, the muscles in his face spasmed, flickers of indescribable agony twisting his expression for a mere heartbeat before he reset to the cool, commanding demeanor of a king. He had experienced similar twitches when she had last seen him 3 years ago, but they had been much more infrequent, much less noticeable. When she'd asked him about them, he had explained quite hesitantly there was something inside his head. He called it the tormentor. Evidently, things had gotten worse. "Brother!" Davina stepped forward. Marak tried on a smile. It didn't quite reach his eyes. "Apologies for my lateness, sister. I desperately need to bathe and get changed. I've been on the road for so long that I swear I had 100 layers of filth built up underneath my armor." He winced. "Disgusting, I know, but I'm here now." Yes, she thought. But for how long? I'm just glad you're here, she said smoothly. I've never seen such a grand feast. I'm sorry to say that it started some time ago, but there was so much food that I'm sure there's plenty left for you. Marak leaned forward and kissed her cheek. His lips were cold. Years of campaigning have made me a particularly non-fussy eater. Once, did you know, at the siege of Imus, we were forced to eat our own horses, as well as plenty of rats. I must have had 100 of them in total, just on my own. He grimaced. You wouldn't believe how many rats there are during sieges. It's truly astounding, and trust me, they don't taste all that appealing. Davina stared at him as her heart broke. Just how much had he been forced to see and endure? And the way he spoke of such things now, with almost a smile on his face, as though he were telling funny stories rather than relaying grim anecdotes. Just how much had the last 3 years changed him? They linked arms and walked together into the dining hall. Heads turned. Silence rippled outward as first one conversation, then the next died out, until the only sound was that of their soft footfalls. The royal dining hall of the godless palace, which had been the seat of the King of Ostromir for centuries, was truly cavernous. Although Davina had dined here more times than she could even count, its splendor hadn't yet worn off on her. You could muster a small army inside the dining hall, which in fact was what had been in mind when it was designed. In the event that enemies ever reached the godless palace, it was here, in the dining hall, that a counter-offensive could be organized. The ceiling was vaulted and painted by the master artist, Kaizen Moore. It had taken him 38 years to complete the mural that depicted the unshackling, the catastrophic wars that eventually resulted in Ostromir and several other nations declaring themselves godless. The result of Kaizen's work was a sprawling display of vivid reds, golds, and blue. The ceiling was so immense and so high up that she could scarcely imagine the amount of detail one could find throughout. So much of it wasn't even perceptible from where the diners sat. The dining table itself was an impressive feat, long enough to seat hundreds, carved of dark, solid oak from across the northern sea. 1,000 candles offered their soft, warm glow. Every inch of the table was covered by a chalice, plate, or bowl. If the hall could fit an army, this table could feed one. Marak made his way to his rightful spot at the end of the table, a spot that hadn't been taken for years now. His chair creaked beneath him as he lowered himself into it. Davina took the spare chair next to him. Marak offered those seated at the table a benevolent smile, ruined a moment later by a twitch that briefly closed his left eye. "It's good to be back," Marak said. His voice was loud and strong. Years of command had shaped it so. Davina found herself captivated by his easy aura of authority. It was Amara, her hair elegantly done up, wearing makeup that exaggerated the contours of her face, who took the initiative. "I think I speak for everyone, my lord, when I say that we are all incredibly glad to have you back. And let me be the first to congratulate you on your ultimate victory. We are, I think, all quite aware of just how much you've had to sacrifice these past few years." Marak looked at her for a long moment. What was that in his eyes? Davina knew that her brother was very fond of the woman who had become like a sister to her. She had been with him since nearly the beginning. "Thank you," Marak said softly. "Everything I've done has been for everyone at this table. I would go so far as to say it's been for every man, woman, and child drawing breath right now, and who are yet to draw breath. Because that, my friends, is the true scope of my work. I have not done all of this just so I can wear a crown. I do it for the future of the species." Enthusiastic applause from all around the table. A thrill went through her. She had never ceased believing in her brother's grand vision, the one he'd explained to her the last time they'd seen each other. But she'd be lying if, in his absence, the sheer excitement he'd first roused in her hadn't faded a little. 3 years was a long time after all. "And now," Marak said, "before I eat, I have an announcement or two to make. Don't worry, I'll try to make it brief." And here he gave a little smile that suggested mild laughter would be appropriate. Obediently, mild laughter followed. "The kingdom of Ostromir has stood for centuries," Marak boomed out, "and for centuries it has failed its people. Things are much the same as they've ever been. Change, my friends, is desperately needed. And as you all know, I intend on creating it. Yet names are powerful things. The ghosts of the past live on in the names we continue to use. We sit beneath a depiction of the unshackling. And so now I want to bring about an unshackling of my own. Henceforth, the kingdom of Ostromir is no more. It dies here, today. From its ashes will rise the Tyran autarchy. A faint smile touched his lips. For those perhaps less versed in history, I won't shame you. Tyran is a name with great weight. There was once the Tyran Empire, which ruled all of Telemir. They derived the name from a word that roughly meant progress, and their empire was built with progress as their heart. They were wise and noble and powerful, and I intend on continuing their legacy. Fittingly, I will no longer be king. Rather, I will be the first autarch of our great nation. Marak stopped talking. Silence filled the great dining hall. Davina remained perfectly still, keeping her eyes on her brother. She didn't know what she'd been expecting. Certainly not this. But then it was exactly the sort of thing he would do. It was, in fact, so much like Marak that she suddenly wanted to laugh. But no one else was laughing. Instead, they were silently absorbing the news. Davina had long since decided that her great gift was her ability to read people, and right now she sensed that most within the dining hall had been thrown entirely off balance. A few, however, were nodding along, determined expressions painted across their faces, Marak's words having seemingly roused them. There were a few, however, who she sensed were not particularly happy about the announcement. That made Davina nervous. Her brother had a habit of doing exactly what he wanted to do, without necessarily thinking too much about how others might feel about it. One day, she feared, it would go badly for him. Davina caught Amara's eye. Amara shot her a pleasant smile. She didn't look at all surprised. Had she already talked to Marak? Had Marak revealed to her what he planned on doing? A stab of jealousy in her guts. The thought that Amara might be a closer confidant than herself. It's a lot to reckon with, I realize, Marak said smoothly. There will be much more to talk about in the coming weeks. Plans to make and finalize. Now, all of you, let us eat and celebrate. Enjoy yourselves. He waved a hand. There will be no more serious talk for the rest of the night. Marak leaned back in his chair, lifted a chalice full of wine, and drank deeply. Just like that, the kingdom of Ostromir was no more, and the Tyran autarchy was born. 3. Marak. A whore was waiting for him in his bedchambers. Seeing her, Marak paused in the doorway, hesitating only for a moment, before closing the door behind him and kicking off his boots, which was an immense pleasure. His feet had had a bad few years. He rolled his shoulders and cracked his neck from side to side. Years of constantly wearing armor, of marching and fighting, had worn his body down. He was still young, but he didn't feel it. But he was back at Othira, and this time it wasn't under siege. This time he could actually relax, assuming he could figure out how one was supposed to do such a thing. The whore was young, pale and blonde. She sat on the edge of his massive silken bed, wearing a loose dress and an accompanying pair of delicate slippers. She met his eyes and bit her lip. Maybe it was supposed to excite him. Aaron's doing, of course. Marak let out a breath. He'd been with many such women during the past few years. So much time soldiering had resulted in the accumulation of opportunities, and with Aaron by his side for most of that time, inevitably, he had been pushed into the act. It had never been unpleasant. A part of him had found immense relief in women, in fact. It was a way of venting certain feelings he otherwise found difficult to express, or even to understand. They asked nothing from him, except for his coin, of which he had plenty. Often he had laid with them simply so that afterward he could speak to them privately, in ways he couldn't speak to anyone else. But the effect had worn off, soon enough. Horrors had begun to make him sorrowful. He yearned for something else, for something more. Sometimes certain faces coalesced in his mind. Maya, Amara, but he found it impossible to untangle specific feelings. Easier not to think about it at all. Easier to focus on what really mattered. There was, after all, so much to do. "You can go," Marak said tiredly, moving toward the bed. The woman frowned. "My lord?" Marak froze. A small fire ignited inside his head. He felt his face twitch. He licked his dry lips. "You can go," I said. "Your services aren't needed." "My lord, I can help," she purred, rising to her feet, coming closer. "You ought to relax. You've been hard at work for so long." Marak grimaced. He'd bet 100 full crescents that Haron had instructed her to persist, that he'd warned her that Marak might attempt to brush her off. The bastard. He'd always been a little too comfortable, but a position at Marak's right hand for such a long stretch of time had boosted his confidence to unprecedented levels. The man felt as though he could do whatever he pleased. "Really?" Marak said. "I'd like for you to leave. That's an order. I need to sleep." Again a burst of pain. Another spasm. Even after all these years, the tormentor found a way to hurt him in new and ever worse ways. It was almost impressive. Marak's hands curled into fists. He closed his eyes. "Please," he murmured. "Please leave, before—" His brain was set alight. A soft groan escaped his lips, and he took an unsteady step toward the bed, almost lost his balance and fell. When he opened his eyes, the edges of his vision had darkened, and everything was tinted red. He could make the pain relent. All he had to do was, "No, control thyself. I am my own master. I am in control. Get out of here," Marak hissed to the woman. Only the woman was already gone, had already closed the door behind her, leaving him alone. A dreamless and deep sleep. When he woke up, he studied the rays of light pouring in through the wide glass window, aligned with his bed, and determined that it was late in the morning, perhaps even early in the afternoon. It was the latest he'd woken up in, he didn't even know how long. A soldier, and especially a general, had to be up before the sun was. Marak sat up. He hadn't even bothered to undress last night, and now he was all tangled up in his nice silk clothes. He ought to get out of bed. There was so much to do that when he tried to make a mental list of it all, he found himself greatly exhausted. Truth was, he didn't want to get out of bed. Marak took a deep breath. Didn't feel real being back, being in a soft bed. No mustering horns sounding, no screaming and shouting from the tents packed full of the wounded, no cawing of crows or bleating of animals in the process of being slaughtered. And yet still there was no shortage of battles to be fought, both on the battlefield and in the minds of his friends and allies and citizens. Marak rose from the bed. His quarters, which were expansive and included over a dozen separate rooms, were eerily silent. No servants moved about. Someone, maybe Amara, must have instructed them to leave him alone, at least for the first night. For that, Marak was grateful. He changed into clothes much the same as those he was already wearing. His crown sat on the bedside table where he'd left it, and now he carefully placed it on top of his head. It was as cold and heavy as ever. As a child, he'd dreamed of wearing a crown. It had been such an appealing prospect. Really, though, it was terribly uncomfortable. He considered making a royal decree outlawing crowns. Anyway, now that he was autarch rather than king, he could create his own rules and customs. Perhaps autarchs didn't wear crowns. After all, for many, crowns were a symbol of oppression. Marak took the crown off. He admired the metalwork for a moment. It was, to be fair, a beautiful crown. He threw it across the room. It bounced off the far wall. His sun knights were, as always, waiting for him. 4 stood outside his bedroom door. Although he couldn't see any of their faces, he immediately knew which 4 these were. Knew their names, how long they'd been serving him for, and which battles they'd fought in. He spent so much time with his sun knights that even just their height and the way they stood was enough for him to identify them. These 4 had been with him a long time. He felt sorry that, instead of resting after so many years of hard service, here they remained, waiting in a cold hallway, too disciplined and proud even to make idle conversation. Sometimes they didn't seem human. Sometimes it seemed as though he'd stolen their humanity. "Today," Marak said, "I don't want to be guarded. I just want to walk through the palace on my own. The four of you ought to take the week off. Just do whatever you please. If you want more coin, I'll give it to you." The closest, Sir Dallas, shook his head. "My lord, it's our pleasure to simply do our duty." "I won't be argued with," Marak said. "Not right now. Go. Leave me." He smiled thinly, tapped the hilt of sunlight at his waist. "You should all know that I can handle myself, eh? I doubt there's anyone in this palace who I should be concerned about. Go." Reluctantly, they trudged off down the hallway, two of them removing their helmets, one looking back as if to make sure he wasn't already in some kind of danger. Loyalty was a funny thing. There were many ways to cultivate it, even more ways to break it. But he'd be lying if he said he fully understood his Sun Knights. They had, in a very short amount of time, created their fraternal culture. They were brothers to each other, and like sons to him. He had actively encouraged parts of this, but their fraternity had largely sprung up organically. Although it existed because of him, he was not a part of it. Sometimes he discovered a small, shameful spark of envy hidden away inside of him. It did not take him long to find the one person he'd missed the most, the one person he was desperate to speak to. Amara didn't live inside the godless palace, though she did have an office here, and it was inside her office, sitting behind a glass table, that he found her. She looked up as he entered without even an inkling of surprise, as though she'd been waiting all day for his arrival. Marak studied the table. Perhaps it wasn't glass after all, but some kind of crystal. He'd wager it was worth more than any 100 ordinary people would ever see combined. The rest of Amara's office was similarly excessive, the vaulted ceiling leafed with gold, the walls brightly painted with various murals, one depicting two lovers sharing a kiss, another displaying a golden knight, face hidden in shadow. Behind where Amara sat, there were enough bookshelves to make even Iadis blush. Her crystalline table was covered in papers, inkpots, quills, and ledgers. Near her slender left hand was a smoking pipe and fire stick. "It's very fashionable now," Amara explained. "What?" "Smoking, I mean." "Ah," Marak frowned. "I see." He sat in one of the chairs opposite her, carved from an exotic black wood he hadn't seen before. "I see your taste for luxury has only expanded." Amara smiled in that indulgent, confident way of hers. She wore her hair down today, which he preferred, and wore a corset over her white dress, making her waist appear frighteningly narrow. She sat back in her chair and kicked her legs up onto the table, black polished boots resting upon the glass-like surface. It was such a relaxed, self-assured thing to do, that for a moment, Marak forgot he was the most powerful man in the autarky, that he was, in essence, the autarky. "And that thing around your waist," he said, "that's fashionable as well, I take it?" "Very fashionable. It was very popular amongst royalty a little over a century ago, and then, for some reason, it fell out of fashion." That smile again. "But I intend on bringing it back." "Why?" he asked, self-conscious of the fact that he didn't sound like the ruler he styled himself as. Amara had that effect on him, made him feel as though he were still young and clueless, and out of place. Amara swung her legs off of the table and stood straight. She turned so that she was side onto him. "The side profile," she said. "Aesthetic, isn't it? The way it emphasizes both the breasts and hips. The curvature." Another smile. "I rather like the look of it." "It looks very tight." "Oh, it is, of course. I'll be honest, it's a real bastard to put on and take off. I have 2 serving girls who help me with it every day, a hassle, but well worth it. Beautiful things often are." "And you," he thought, "are quite beautiful." Marak cleared his throat. "I'll confess, Amara, I've missed you." She arched a perfect brow. "No need to confess it. It's plain to see, and I'd be upset if you hadn't." And did you? Amara grinned broadly.
Miss you?
Marak said nothing.
Of course I did, she said softly. But I knew you'd be back soon. And now here you are.
Soon? It didn't feel soon to Marak. It felt as though he'd been gone for a lifetime. I suspect I've missed a lot, he said.
You certainly have.
Care to fill me in? Amara kicked her boots back up onto the table.
I'm not sure you realize just how broad that is. What do you want to know specifically?
What's the situation of the city?
Still too broad, but in brief, Althera is in fine spirits. The people are wealthy thanks to our new lucrative trade agreements. Although I will have to raise taxes soon, I've kept them nice and low for a good 2 years now, and everyone loves me for it, but nothing good lasts, as people like to say, and these wars of yours are terribly expensive. So that'll upset a few people, of that I have no doubt.
She pursed her lips.
What else? We've been dealing with cults lately, the usual, worshippers of the old dead gods, who are supposedly not as dead as we've been led to believe. I've been trying to shut them down as carefully and delicately as possible, but it's been getting violent.
Marak clenched his jaw. He was willing to make many concessions in service of a peaceful and prosperous empire, but he would not allow religion to infect the Tyrant autarky. Religion had been the downfall of the original Tyrant Empire, after all. He would not repeat history. How violent? He asked.
They refuse to allow themselves to be arrested. When we come for them, intending on breaking up a meeting, they're always ready with weapons and prepared to fight to the death.
And how many cultists are in my city? A shrug.
Impossible to say. Thousands?
Marak's eyes widened. Thousands? You said just a moment ago that things were going well here. This does not sound like my idea of well.
Aside from this, she conceded.
It's a big problem, Amara.
Well, now that you're back, why don't you deal with it?
The way she talked to him, as though he wasn't a king, or he corrected, an autarch, as though they were equals. From someone else he might have found it grating or disrespectful. From Amara, it was different. I'll deal with it, Marak said. Of that you can be sure.
Or so, Amara said slowly. The last harvest wasn't particularly fruitful. So much farmland has been burned.
I know.
Our stockpiles aren't great.
I know, Amara.
And so many peasants have been displaced.
She shook her head.
There are so many of them in the streets, you know. People who had their farms burned, or were conscripted and then injured, and now they're unable to serve or work. A lot of veterans here in Althera, and they're not very happy with us.
No, Marak said. I should think not. He'd also seen these things. Not yet in Althera, but in other autarky cities he'd passed through, or defended during the last few years. Many of the loyalists had resorted to hit-and-run tactics, setting fire to farmsteads, crippling peasants, salting fields, hoping to cause such irreversible damage to Marak's war effort that he had no choice but to capitulate. Only he hadn't, and their actions had only worked to turn the peasant class against them. Although at this point the peasants were mad at everyone involved. He couldn't blame them. He imagined himself as a child back on the farm, with Davina and his parents. He imagined them in the middle of a war, helpless, not even understanding what everyone was fighting over. He imagined watching the farm burn down, watching his sister raped by soldiers, his father's hamstrings cut so that he'd never toil in the fields again, would never be able to do much of anything. Yes, if he were them, he would be angry. He would, in fact, be wrathful. How many young people out there, with the burning fire of ambition deep inside of them, would seek his destruction because of this war? It's what he would have done. Marak sighed deeply. We'll figure out a way to help all of these people, he said. I want every single person who has been negatively impacted by the war reimbursed, I want farms rebuilt with my own coin. I want anyone who is too badly hurt to work, given at least a roof and enough food.
And I want to fucking fly, Amara said. But it's not happening anytime soon. Listen, Marak, I appreciate the gesture, and we can certainly help a little, but to be frank, it's not a priority. Her gaze was unwavering. Do you want to know what your sister's been up to these past few years?
Of course I do, Marak said. Indeed, he thought about his sister a lot, about all the things he wanted to say to her. Things that, for some reason, dripped out of his head the moment he'd seen her.
Firstly, you know that she and Aristea are quite close, yes?
I heard, Marak said hesitantly. Many of Davina's letters to him spoke of Aristea, the assassin who'd been critical in defeating Kalazar and his shapers 5 years ago. He'd liked Aristea, was grateful for everything she'd done for him, but he'd be lying if he'd said he was pleased about her friendship with Davina.
Davina's been building I suppose you could call it a network of spies. I hear she's very good at it. Contacts everywhere, eyes even within this very palace, and according to her, there's a new wave of Ascendancy Knights on their way.
Isn't there always? Marak said warily.
This time they're bringing a saint.
Marak's eyes narrowed. For a while now he'd been fighting a sort of three-way war, first against the Ostramiran loyalists, then against both the rising Dominion and the Ascendancy, each of whom had decided to take advantage of the civil war by snatching up land for themselves. Thankfully, these two nations also happened to be at war with each other, meaning that they were unable to direct their full force in his direction. Still, he had battled against both nations, usually with great success, and had learned much about the Ascendancy. Thus, he knew a little about these saints. Sainthood was the highest honor that could be bestowed upon a person in their fanatical society, and a saint was supposed to be the closest contact humanity had to the ever-approaching Green Star, their twisted god that would supposedly soon arrive in order to deliver a paradise onto mankind. Saints were blessed with the Green Star's power that Marak had, more than once, seen in action. Whether or not their god truly existed, he didn't know, but he knew for a fact that an Ascendancy warrior who had received a gift from the Green Star was no joking matter, and saints were the most gifted of all, forever chasing the favor of their deity. Marak let out a breath. How many knights?
At least 500.
Marak winced. There'd be hundreds, maybe even thousands of slaves accompanying them, slaves that were trained to fight, and all of them led by a saint.
They'll most likely connect with the Ascendancy forces already in our territory, Amara said casually. Possibly that they'll make a push for Kallisberg.
Kallisberg, their city closest to the contested zone, where 3 nations fought for dominance. Wedged between mountains, it was a choke point that controlled access to the lowlands, the breadbasket of the autarky, without which they'd all starve. The tormentor dug its claws into him. Marak's left eye twitched. He'd been hoping for respite, hoping that Brizengant could handle military matters for a few months, while he tended to more civil pursuits. That was the problem with hope. 4. Iradan. Iradan crouched down beside the deer corpse, a beautiful animal, fur black with blood beneath the full moon, lithe, powerful legs folded beneath his body. His arrow had taken it through the heart, delivering instant death. Iradan would not permit an animal to suffer needlessly. He placed a hand on its flank, closed his eyes. Apologies, little lord of the woods. The amulet around his throat, 2 entwined serpents of matte black metal, throbbed against his flesh. Patience, he murmured. But they were not patient, not ever, and he'd learned that it was best not to keep them waiting. Iradan stood. Autumn had begun, and the air had adopted a chill crispness. Each breath of air felt fresher, purer. Autumn had always been his favorite time of year. His pleasure was slightly lessened now with the knowledge that he only had a handful of months to break through Kallisberg before winter descended, and his path was impeded by snowfall. But then Iradan was not all that concerned. He'd never had trouble breaking through anything, least of all cities and people. He touched the amulet and whispered, "Valis." At once the amulet became red-hot, but he was used to this, and the pain no longer bothered him. The burning metal pulsated rapidly against his skin, like a beating heart, or like two beating hearts in competition with one another. And then there was an immense weight, a blur of motion, and in front of him, pouring out of the amulet, two great serpents coalesced. Each snake was immense, jaws that could easily swallow up a man's head, long, powerful bodies, strong enough to squeeze and shatter bone with ease, fangs like knives. Their scales shone in the moonlight. One was red as a ruby, the other white as snow. Asvar and Sion, ruin and redemption, sister serpents, and his constant companion since he'd found the amulet in an ancient ruined lighthouse on a small island in the fallen star archipelago. At once the great snake slithered toward the deer. The sisters were large enough that between them a single deer wasn't much. They wouldn't be content, especially when afterward he forced them back into the amulet. But for now, it would have to do. They would have plenty more to eat soon enough. Anyway, venison was not their preferred meat. Atimir, the most northern city in the Ascendancy, sat so close to the contested zone that from its walls one could see immense pillars of smoke rising in the distance. Iradan watched the smoke, breathed it in. They were close now. Long weeks on the road had made him impatient, a flaw he shared with his snakes and that he tried to temper but could never quite control. It was in his blood. Ascala made this particularly evident. She'd developed a new tic, often drawing a knife from its sheath at her hip and then ramming it back in, over and over again. He wouldn't have been surprised to learn that each time she did it, she was imagining herself thrusting the blade into an enemy's body. She was infected with the same bloodlust that haunted their family line, a lust that Iradan told himself he did not possess, although he knew that was a lie. Atimir, a city that had been built in the shape of a six-pointed star. There was a type of stone, God's stone, they called it, that could only be quarried at the very southern reaches of their nation. In most ways it resembled and acted like granite, only was tinged green so that it resembled verdigris, and was even a little stronger, so that it was widely believed that the stone had holy properties. It was thus very valuable, very expensive. Here, in Atimir, they had built their walls from God's stone. The sight of its verdigris walls forming in the distance, Iradan had seen nothing like it. It stole his breath. He and all his beetle knights and all their slaves were forced to stop as they approached, to simply admire it from a distance. Prayers ran down the length of their line, whispered at first, then louder, until it became a deafening chant. Iradan hefted his glaive, held it up in the air so that all could see it. The shaft, 6 feet long and carved of wraithwood, was the discolored off-white of bleached bone. Prayers had been carved into the wood and filled with gold. The single-edged, slightly curved blade attached to the end was green-hued, just like the godstone. It was crafted from no metal known to man. The green star had gifted it to him. His glaive was called Deliverance, and all his company knew the deeds he'd used it to accomplish. The chanting became frenzied. The people of Atimir welcomed them with open arms. As Iradan led his beetle knights through the wide, sweeping streets, its destination, the celestial citadel at its center, citizens lined up along the roads and cheered them as they went. Many threw flowers ahead of them, asters, cornflowers, carnations, lavender. A young girl, no more than 16, reached into a basket of pink lilies and scattered a fistful in front of Iradan. Iradan plucked one gently from the air. Lilies were his favorite. He caught the girl's eye and as he passed, offered her a smile. She blushed and waved. They passed through a vast courtyard where a duel was taking place. 2 young men fancying themselves champions of the star, stripped to the waist and dancing around each other with knives. They paused their duel to salute him, and Iradan saluted them in return. They resumed their fight, and seconds later one was bleeding out on the ground. Iradan's own dueling scars, so plentiful he could scarcely count them, began to itch. The celestial citadel, the highest point of the city, had 6 separate gates, each with a road that led all the way to one of the 6 exterior city gates. Atamir was governed by Myron Talak Aran, who in his youth had been a champion, and now in his old age served the ascendancy in a different capacity. Beetle Knights loyal to Myron stopped Iradan before one of the citadel gates, instructing him that the bulk of his forces were to take up at a nearby garrison that had been prepared for their arrival. He was allowed to proceed into the citadel with only a Scala and his first captain, Lakathir Myas, and their slaves, 3 dozen in total. Iradan was shown to his quarters. A hot bath was drawn for him. Fresh clothes were left out. He bathed gratefully, watching as the water turned black with the accumulated filth of weeks on the road, and sighed as he slipped into the soft, comfortable garments. He was no fiend for luxury, wasn't spoiled, didn't need any of these comforts. But Iradan still appreciated them. He liked to be clean when the option was given to him, liked to look and feel good. It was important, after all, to maintain a sense of dignity and nobility, as one of the highest representatives of the Green Star. He, First Captain Lakathir, and Ascala were summoned to dine with Myron Aran and his household. A dining table had been set up outside, on a large stony balcony overlooking the city. A legion of candles illuminated the scene, and in a corner, several young, beautiful women played string instruments. They were very good. Iradan sat at his reserved seat and closed his eyes, listening to the music. He had always wanted to learn to play an instrument. His old tutor had said he had the dexterity for it, that he could be great, if only he dedicated the time to it. But Iradan had walked the path of sainthood from a young age, and time had not been a currency he could spend on a whim. Lakathir sat on his left, only a year older than Iradan, and one of the most beautiful men ever to walk the earth. His hair was a tangle of golden curls, perfectly framing an aquiline face. His eyes were a soft pale blue, his lashes thick and dark, his lips full and often curved upward in a playful smile. He was tall, strong, and likable. And to his right was Ascala, beautiful in her own savage way, her red hair done up in a messy bun, her eyes hard and frequently narrowed. Her cheeks were freckled and scarred. While she had inherited their mother's hair and eyes, they both shared their father's strong chin and jaw. Iradan had been told by many that he, too, was beautiful, and so he imagined that the 3 of them, sitting together at the end of the table, must have made for quite a sight. Especially when he saw Myron and his household file out and take their seats. They, by contrast, all ranged from average to hideous. Many had pockmarked skin, beady eyes, weak chins, an excess of fat, and thinning hair. With one exception, a woman sat next to Myron, probably his wife, wearing a gown of black satin, sandals, and a golden necklace. Her head was shaved down to a layer of black stubble. Her eyes were almond-shaped and dark enough to appear black, and her features strong yet womanly. There was something about her, about the way she moved, all confidence and edge. She was not intimidating, because Iradan didn't find anyone intimidating, but she had an aura. And now her eyes met his, and she smiled salaciously. Iradan let out a breath. His heart fluttered. Myron, who had to be at least 3 times her age, who was grey and old and withered, kissed the woman on her cheek. Iradan felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. "Saint Aman Cestus," Myron said, bowing his head in his direction. "It is the greatest possible honor to receive you here at the celestial citadel, beneath the stars, and beneath our Lord." And at this everyone looked up at the night sky, underneath which they were seated. Their eyes found one particular star, the one that glittered with a sickly green light. Everyone except for Iradan, anyway. He just looked at the woman, his mouth dry, and he thought, "Tonight, I'm going to do something I really shouldn't do." 5. Iradan. At some point while Myron was rambling on about his past glory, Lakathir nudged Iradan in the ribs, whispered, "You really ought to stop staring at his wife." Iradan glanced at him. "I wasn't staring." "Oh, weren't you?" Pretty sure your gaze was about to burn a hole through the poor woman. Ascala leaned in, eyes glittering.
Oh, my little brother has a terrible habit of falling in love at first sight. I do often find the consequences to be highly amusing, however.
Iradan ignored that. He leaned back in his chair. It creaked obnoxiously. His eyes drifted lazily around the table. 24 of Myron's household in total. Their bored expressions told him that Myron was often prone to speaking endlessly about things no one else cared about. One man even had his eyes closed. Was the bastard asleep? Behind where Myron was seated were several of his beetle knights, standing perfectly at attention, hands never far from the hilts of their swords. It depressed him to imagine being one of them, a well-trained and honorable knight of the Ascendancy, forced to preside over this drudgery day after day. Next to him, Lakathir dug into his food. No one else had started eating yet. The expectation seemed to be that they would eat when the old man permitted them. The first captain, however, seemed heedless to this fact, and began to tear into the roast lamb with his bare hands. Myron cleared his throat, eyeing them across the table. I'm sorry. Am I boring the three of you? Not at all, Iradan said easily, not bothering to add, my lord. It would have been the polite thing to do, but it was written that saints were not obliged to bow down before anyone. They were as far above ordinary mortals as it was possible to be. Myron cleared his throat. Well, anyway, I suppose I'll stop rambling now. He winced. Did I forget to introduce my wife? I think I did. This is Syra, my wife, and daughter of a great champion of the star. She is, as you can see, very beautiful. And now he reached for her and grabbed her hand, and held it in his own, which appeared clammy and bloodless. Iradan wanted to separate it from his body. Again his eyes met Syra's. Syra. He tasted the name, repeated it twice more. It meant fallen lily. Iradan did not believe in coincidence. Reality had been shaped in accordance with the green star's will, and so this was meant to be. She is indeed very beautiful, Iradan said, refusing to break eye contact with the woman, who was also refusing to do the same. Her skin was so smooth, so pristine, unlike her husband's, which was mottled. Myron frowned deeply, didn't seem pleased. Yes, she... Again he cleared his throat, and now gestured to a young, ugly man sitting next to him. This is my son? From my boss wife, I should say. My second one. Syra is my third. Hopefully the last, but, well, anyway. My son. His name is...
Niharan says, the lordling said serenely. He had a very hittable face, and his high and reedy voice did not help matters. This family, Iradan decided, had been cursed. Only child? Ascala asked politely, although it wasn't a very polite question.
Yes, only child. Myron shifted uncomfortably in his seat. My boss wives, they disappointed me. I'm hoping that Syra will be better, that she will bear me many more sons. And again he reached for his wife's hand, and Iradan simply couldn't take it anymore. He shot to his feet, knocking his chair over. Sudden silence around the table. Everyone was looking at him. Myron, in horror. Syra, with curiosity. Ascala with sheer, unadulterated amusement. Lakathir just continued to eat the lamb. Lord Myronaran, he said, pointing at the stunned old man. In the name of the star, who shines above us now, I demand the right to duel you not only for ownership over all of Atamir, but for your wife's hand in marriage. The silence flooded back in. Jaws dropped. Myron spluttered. Even Syra looked more than a little surprised. Eyebrows arching. Mouth forming a little O. Ascala whistled. The seconds dragged on until, at last, Myron regained enough composure to force out his next words. A good jest, Lord Saint, a very good one indeed. I applaud you. And he began to clap. Iradan didn't move. He kept his gaze fixed on the old man. I am not jesting. I will duel you, Of course, as is your right, you may allow a champion to fight in your stead. Myron worked his jaw, realization settling in. You disgrace yourself. Iradan shook his head. That depends entirely on whether or not I win, and I do not lose. Myron slowly stood. You realize, yes, that as Lord of Atomir, as a man of high birth and power, that I am allowed to choose up to 6 champions to fight for me? Of course, Iradan said smoothly. Pick your 6, if that is what you want. But if I win, I get this city, and I get Syra, and I get your life. Myron's face contorted. Rage, frustration. In ascendancy law, anyone could challenge anyone else to a duel. It was through dueling that one began to accumulate the favor of the Green Star. Yet in cases such as this, a saint and a lord, while it was technically allowed, it was also frowned upon. There was an understanding that certain people, the ruler of a city, for example, were safe from the custom. When? Myron said through gritted teeth. Tonight, of course. Iradan said, while the star is out, we shall bleed beneath his light. The night is young. Take an hour, take 2. Find your champions. Pick a place. I'll be there. Myron wasted no time. He waved to his beetle knights, stormed back into the citadel with his household trailing behind him, his son, Niharan, looking truly flabbergasted by everything that had just happened. Syra, before she departed, turned and gave him one last look. Iradan found that he didn't know how to interpret it. He smiled at her. She turned away and was gone. It was just the 3 of them now, alone with a table of food getting cold. Ascala burst out into laughter. Lacathir said while chewing, And this, my saint, is why I so enjoy traveling with you. It's never dull. Ascala, holding her stomach and howling, fell out of her chair. Iradan frowned down at her. Surely it isn't that amusing. Ascala wiped tears from her eyes, sat up breathing heavily. Her grin was wide and wild. Their faces! Their fucking faces! I've never seen anything like that. And best be sure, brother, that he'll find the 6 toughest, best knights in this whole city. Iradan shrugged. No doubt. You're that confident? Ascala squinted. He could tell what she was thinking. They'd been apart for years. She'd been wandering around Ostromir causing havoc, while he'd been fighting the Dominion. And now, in her head, she was asking herself, just how much have I missed? Just how good exactly has my brother become? She would find out the answer soon enough. 6. Iradan. It took Myron perhaps 2 hours to gather his 6 champions and send a message bearing the location of the duel. He'd chosen the top floor of the celestial citadel, which had no ceiling, so that it was entirely exposed to the cool night air and the glow of the stars. Directly above them was the Green Star, brighter and larger than ever, bruising the darkness around it with its emerald radiance. Regardless of the outcome of the fight, that Iradan could do it here, underneath the stars, in this holy city, was a delight. And this was how a man distinguished himself, set him apart from the rest of the pack. Honor and glory needed to be grasped. The Green Star favored the bold, the dedicated, the hungry. Many would-be champions of the Star understood that on an abstract level, but failed to actually be the person they needed to be. There was a reason why Iradan was the youngest saint in centuries. Myron had brought a large audience with him. He stood at the far end of the wall with his wife on one side and his son on the other. Around them milled dozens of slaves, beetle knights, household members, and powerful men and women of the city. At the very center of the open hall, standing in a line, were his 6 champions. Predictably, they were all themselves beetle knights. Iradan had expected exactly that. The best fighters tended to take up the green armor, and it was from the ranks of the knights that many champions, and even saints, emerged. It was how Iradan himself had started. Myron had seemingly chosen the very largest, most intimidating men at his disposal. except that, after a moment, Iradan saw that one was not a man at all, but rather a giant of a woman, barely any smaller than her 5 companions. She was maybe 6 foot, and the others ranged between 6 and 7. Iradan, at 6.5, could match them there, but while he was leaner, these 6 were heavily muscled brutes. Right now they had their helmets off and held underneath their arms. They stared at him with hard eyes. Hard, but betraying just enough concern for Iradan to notice. He smiled easily at them. Aside from Ascala and Lakathir, he'd brought 2 of his slaves along, his favorites, Jareth and Slan. To them he said, "Remove my armor." Jareth, only 16, frowned up at him. "Lord Saint," I said, "remove my armor." They bowed their heads and got to work. Lakathir smirked. "Eager to show off, eh?" "Of course," Iradan said. That, in essence, was the point of duels. It was a display. It was them proving, in the eyes of the star, that they were worthy of favor. Why not make it as impressive as possible? Jareth and Slan were good at their jobs, and soon enough they had him free of his heavy beetle armor, which he'd only worn here so that he could make a show out of removing. The 6 champions were watching him with puzzled looks. Saira leaned in close to her husband and whispered something in his ear, to which he nodded. Iradan felt a spark of, not quite envy, but he certainly wished it was his ear that she was whispering into. It would be soon, he hoped. But first, the violence. Iradan stripped down to the waist, scarred, tattooed torso exposed to the chill air. He wore plain, tight pants of soft black fabric. He kept his boots on. Deftly with a length of twine he tied his long dark hair up in a topknot, and then he held his hand out. Slan, older than Jareth by a handful of years, and missing an eye, pushed deliverance into Iradan's palm. He closed his fist around the glaive shaft, twirled it around. Myron waved his hands. A priest came forward, armored in black steel, head shaven, face anointed with dried blood turned dark brown. The priest positioned himself between Iradan and the 6. He looked as fearsome as the champions themselves. "Before our lord, the Green Star, I sanction this duel," the priest rasped. "On one side, Iradan Amancystus, saint of the star, and on the other, the knights Estel, Minnow, Tazin, Laxom, Nogus, and Rival, representing Lord Myron Aran, who is master of Atamir. As to the stakes," and he pointed at Ataran, "what do you stand to gain?" "This city," he said, "and the Lady Saira, and Lord Myron's life." Now the priest looked at Myron. "And are you willing to put such prizes on the line?" The question was more ceremonial than anything. To deny the opposition's claims once a duel had been set up was so dishonorable as to be worse than death. "Yes," Myron spat out. "And Lord Myron, what do you stand to gain?" "This fucker's head," he growled, "and the heads of his 2 companions here, and his sainthood." The priest stiffened. "You cannot take his sainthood for yourself. That is against our God." Myron was nearly convulsing with rage, with indignity. "Then their lives will have to do." Ascala wasn't laughing quite so much now, no longer seemed amused at all. She was looking at Iradan with a deeply concerned, dubious expression. Her eyes flickered about the hall, finding the exits, just in case. His sister had such little faith. Lakathir, on the other hand, had been fighting by Iradan's side for nearly a decade. They had grown up on the battlefield together. The first captain said, "Make this quick, Iradan. I'm very sleepy." Iradan hefted his glaive. "Count on it." The priest retreated, his job done. Ascala hissed, "Do not disappoint me, brother." Iradan looked up. He stared at the green star. "Bear witness, and when these 6 are dead, reward me." "Kill this fool!" Myron roared. The 6 champions advanced. 20 paces between him and them. Iradan took 2 steps forward, stance casual. His opponents twisted their helmets on. They all wore a style that covered the entirety of their face, save for the visor and a narrow vertical slit through which to breathe. They would thus have limited peripheral vision. They fanned out 2 coming straight on, 2 on both flanks. It was the obvious thing to do. Mind racing, he determined that the left flank was the weakest pair, Rival and Tazan. They were much too close together. They both wielded swords and shields. Iradan ran at them. To their credit, they reacted with the swiftness of men who'd dedicated their life to martial training and combat. Rizal rushed him, intending to close the distance. Iradan swung his glaive. His speed took Rizal by surprise. It took everyone by surprise, a fact he'd been counting on. The sharp, heavy edge of the glaive smashed into the side of Rizal's helmet, denting metal, transferring enough force that Rizal went limp and collapsed in a boneless pile. He'd be up again soon, but by then it'd be too late. Tazan thrust his blade at Iradan's stomach, hoping to run him through. Iradan twisted out of the way, felt a sharp sting as steel nonetheless grazed him. He slammed the butt of the glaive into the front of Tazan's helm, snapping his head back, slid off to the side, and knocked the man off his feet. The sound of all that armor hitting the stone floor was like a sudden burst of thunder. A gasp from the crowd. Iradan smiled. Now the giant woman, Estelle, and the knight, Minnow, came at Iradan from behind. They closed in, as did the 2 remaining knights on the right flank. Soon all 4 of them were pressing Iradan hard, while the pair he'd sent to the ground picked themselves up, recovering. A storm of steel came his way, sharpened edges whistling through the air. Honorigus, the largest of the 6, was armed with a great warhammer, and this he flung around as though it weighed a little more than a feather. Iradan very much did not want to be hit by that hammer. Iradan danced around the 6 knights, taking full advantage of the glaive's length. He backed away toward where Myron and his wife were spectating, wanted to give them a better view. He and Syra locked eyes for just a moment, and Iradan felt himself flush. He feinted a swing off his glaive at Rizal's head. He's got him back up surprisingly quickly, and when the man went to raise his shield, Iradan instead reversed the glaive's motion and chopped through the exposed joint of Rizal's knee. His legs separated from his body. Blood squirted. He hit the ground for the 2nd time. This time he began to scream. 1 down. But now the other 5 were coming at him hard and from all angles. Estelle's sword sank 3 inches deep into Iradan's bare shoulder. Now a cheer erupted all throughout the open hall. A Scala's curse, audible through the jeers. Fuck! And now, Iradan thought, my gift will be revealed. Iradan swung his glaive around in wild arcs, keeping the knights at bay. They contented themselves with circling him, eyes narrowed behind their helmets, watching as blood leaked out of his shoulder. Yet already the bleeding was slowing. Iradan ignored the wound, the pain. It was nothing to him. And now the wound, a ragged hole in his flesh, began to seal itself up. The bleeding ceased, the skin knitted itself back together, and within moments the wound was gone. The knights all hesitated. A pair of them exchanged glances. They hadn't been expecting this. They should have. Iradan was, after all, a saint, and saints, like champions, received blessings from the star. There was no telling what gifts a person had received. This was his gift, the one the star had seen fit to grant him 2 years past, when he'd first acquired his sainthood. After tonight, he hoped he would receive his 2nd gift. "Take his head!" Lord Myron bellowed. The Beetle Knights hefted their weapons, prepared for their next assault. Rizal's screams had died down to an infrequent whimper. He was trying to crawl away. His sounds were not befitting a champion of the star, and Iradan resolved to silence the man for good as soon as he could. This time when they came for him, Iradan didn't hold back. Deliverance smashed into the very center of Minnow's helmet, the green-hued blade pulverizing his face. Minnow's head seemed to weirdly expand as the head of the glaive occupied space within his skull. His body went limp, threatened to drag Iradan's weapon down, but with a savage wrench he freed the glaive in a shower of blood and brain matter. Estelle stabbed him in the thigh. The woman was surprisingly fast. Her speed didn't save her. With her blade still in his leg, Iradan swung the glaive at a perfect angle, his edge finding the tiny separation between mail and helm, and entering her throat. Her body twisted at a weird angle with the force of the stroke, and tottered off to one side. Iradan withdrew deliverance. Although Estelle's head was half severed, she remained somewhat alive, legs spasming, turning inward, stumbling around as though she were slipping on ice. At last, she collapsed. Groans from all around the hall. A brief glance at Myron, who'd gone sheet white. Syra remained impossible to read. Now Escala was grinning, perhaps sensing that his triumph was guaranteed. But then Ornogus came out of nowhere, hammer swinging through the air. Iradan had a second to curse his momentary lapse in concentration before the warhammer connected with the side of his head. Darkness. A ringing in his ears. Eyes opening, lines of white radiance streaming in, blurry silhouettes slowly, too slowly, coming into focus. A sense of wrongness permeated through him. His face. Something was wrong with his face. He raised a trembling hand, touched his cheek. Pain stabbed through him. His fingers came into contact with splintered bone. They trailed up. An eye, except it wasn't where it was meant to be. It was hanging out of its socket by a length of pink connective tissue. Blood. Numbness. The ringing in his ears giving way to a roar from the audience. Ornogus was standing over him, warhammer raised, about to bring it down and crush Iradan's head. And he did not think he could come back from that. His gift had its limits. He could, he suspected, still die. Certainly he didn't want to test it out. And how the hammer blotted out the light of the green star, and descended. It was all Iradan could do to roll desperately to the side, hands up and covering his head, as though they were any protection at all. He didn't know where deliverance was, could barely see anything out of his one remaining eye, vision as blurry as it was, the world spinning madly around him. A hard boot crashed into his ribs. The edge of a sword cut at his back as he once again rolled away from the warhammer. They were going to surround him, the 5 remaining knights, and reduce him to scraps of meat and bone while he was helpless on the ground. Couldn't let that happen. Couldn't let this be the way he ended. Embarrassment flooded him. What must Syra be thinking? This was no way for a woman to see her future husband. Iradan tried to shoot up to his feet, only managed to get to a knee instead. 2 swords pierced him at the exact same time. He didn't even feel them. He reached for the sword hand of the closest knight, grabbed it, wrenched it violently to the side, managed to make the man drop his sword, and caught it in his own hands, slick with his own blood as they were. All of this while Ornogus swung that damned hammer of his again. No avoiding it this time. It slammed into Iradan's side. He felt his ribs give way and shatter. He flew through the air, thinking, just don't let go of the fucking sword. He didn't. On the ground, panting, wincing as his ribs started to crack and snap their way back into their rightful positions, each internal adjustment causing a fresh, bright wave of agony to wash over him. His right eye was also back in place, had sucked its way into its socket. His vision had cleared. The ringing in his ears had been replaced by the noises of the crowd, their groans of disgust, cries of outrage whenever he had any success, their bloodthirsty cheers whenever he was hurt in any way. The bastards had to win, if only to spite them, and to win Syra's hand. The 5 knights chased him, eager to finally put him down. Iradan spotted the opening immediately, lunged forward and skewered Estelle through her right eye. The woman cried out, hands slapping at her faceplate as though she'd been stung by some vicious insect, rather than 7 inches of sharpened steel. Someone in the crowd started screaming, "Estelle! No!" over and over again as though it'd make any difference. It didn't. Estelle fell and stopped moving. And now a frantic flurry ensued as the remaining knights attempted to finish what they'd started. Iradan might have preferred his glaive, but he was just as good with a sword. His stolen blade became little more than a blur. His confidence started to mount as he fended the 4 off. The crowd was becoming increasingly quiet, and he relished in their silence, and wondered what thoughts were at that moment surging through Myron's tiny mind. Iradan received a sword thrust through his belly that made him cringe. 3 fingers from his left hand were sheared off and immediately began to regrow, which was not comfortable. He received a dozen more wounds that would have stopped any normal man. They did not stop Iradan. In exchange for these temporary wounds, Iradan stabbed Ornogus through his visor, sharpened steel smashing through his teeth, puncturing his gums, and burying itself somewhere near the base of his brainstem. Ornogus flopped around like a dying fish, great metal limbs beating against the floor in a display so terrible that even Iradan felt the faintest degree of horror. And then there were 3. At that point, Iradan knew it was only a matter of time. So too, it seemed, did the audience. He fought them back and repositioned himself so that he was close to where Deliverance lay on the ground. He kicked it up with one foot, caught it in his free hand, threw the stolen sword end over end with the other hand, grasped the glaive in a tight grip, and swung it at the closest knight a moment after the sword bounced off his helmet with a clang, disorientating him. The glaive smashed his face and finished the job. Blood and teeth went flying. The last two did not last long. The knight's severed head flew through the air, trailing a spray of blood, and struck one of the spectating servants in the face so hard that the poor boy was knocked unconscious. The crowd didn't even have it in them to sound outraged. At that point they were too stunned and horrified by what they were seeing to do anything other than mutely observe. Iradan made a show of picking apart the last two knights. He took his time, dissecting them piece by piece, cutting the hand off of one, maiming the leg of the other, and smashing their armor over and over again until he was sure that, beneath their steel, they were each boasting a multitude of shattered bones. Someone in the audience started to shout for mercy, for a swift end to the duel, but by that point Iradan had slipped away into a flow state where nothing and no one could reach him. Words drifted through the air as though in an entirely unfamiliar language. He was aware only of his own movements. Step, pivot, twist, swing, stab, backstep, jab, swing, and on, a chain of motion resulting in a path of devastation. One knight stumbled, fell, and was too injured to get back up. The other tottered backward, moving like a man who'd just staggered his way out of a bar after a long night of drinking. His helmet was askew, his face a mask of blood beneath the steel. He was so exhausted, so battered, that he couldn't even raise his sword or shield to defend himself. Finally bored, and wanting it all to come to an end, Iradan split the man's head in half like a piece of wood beneath a falling axe. And then it was done, and he stood amidst the corpses of 6 of the finest knights in Atimir. Iradan was breathing hard, sheened in sweat but also in his blood. He'd taken so many wounds that the sheer quantity of blood decorating the floor of the open hall was astounding, as though a large battle between 2 sides had taken place, rather than a duel between 7 individuals. When he looked down at his own body, he saw that he was nearly black with the stuff, most of which had dried and become crusty. His eyes first landed on Escala, who was staring back at him with something like amazement, pride, awe. He'd always found his sister difficult to read. Blackathir, though, there was no disputing the glee on his face. He alone in the hall had been utterly confident regarding the outcome of the fight. But in that moment, there was only one face that Iradan cared about. He turned slowly in place until his gaze settled on Syra. Why did she look so displeased? The color had drained from Myron's face so dramatically that it was as though the old bastard had already died. His hands were trembling by his sides. Iradan bowed low. "I win," he said, voice slurring a little. "Bow down before the new lord of Atimir!" Blackathir cried, and all around Myron, people started to fall to their knees. Iradan sauntered towards Syra. "I have freed you," he said. "You need not to be with this disgusting old man any longer. You're mine now." And still Syra did not at all look happy, but perhaps she was in fact so happy that she was beyond words and simply didn't know what to do with herself. Iradan stopped in front of Syra and Myron. Gently he reached for Syra's wrist and pulled her toward him, away from her husband. And when she was far enough away that Iradan thought she'd be safe from the splatter, he whipped out his glaive and took Myron's head, which failed to come off entirely, on account of the thickness of his neck, and instead hung by several disgusting threads, while his severed arteries pumped fresh hot blood all across the floor. What an absolute nightmare this hall would be to clean. Woe unto the servants who'd have to fight the real battle with mops, water, and lye. "I have done this for you," Iradan said to the woman who would be his wife. "All for you, and tomorrow we will be wed, and they will be happy together. True, he had a war against the tyrant Marak to fight, but she would come along. He would need the power of love on his side. Syra looked at him for a long moment, eyes narrowed, and then she spat in his face. 7. Davina. Davina was drunk. Drunk, in fact, seemed like an understatement. She was finding it difficult to make out her cards. That was a problem, on account of the fact that she'd just bet 50 full crescents, which she knew she'd done, because there the money was, piled up in front of her, but she couldn't actually remember having done it. The 4 Sun Knights seated around the table examined their own cards. Although they'd each had even more to drink than she had, they seemed mostly unaffected by the alcohol. She had been warned that soldiers possessed a tolerance for drink that regular mortals could scarcely comprehend. But she had dismissed this, assuming that her own drinking experience, developed over the course of the last few years, would be more than enough for her to stay competitive. That had been a mistake. And if the tolerance of the Sun Knights was impressive, then the constitution on display by the 6th member of the table, the commander of the infamous Gorehounds, who had lately come to be known as Haron the Hammer, was downright godly. Haron, who was nearly 60, his skin weathered and leathery, his hair thinning and grey, grinned down at his cards with absolute malice. His hands, badly burned and scarred, the knuckles swollen, 2 fingers missing from the left one, caressed the cards as though he'd taken them as a lover. It was obvious he was trying very hard to convey to them all that he had a winning hand. Davina did not find the act particularly convincing. The knights had stripped out of their armor and now wore white shirts tucked into their breeches. Sir Deimos Caridon, the first Sun Knight, wore an expression of such absolute focus and determination that Davina couldn't help but laugh. He looked up at her, frowned. Famous knight he might have been, but a good card player he was not. "Well," Davina asked, "do you fold?" Deimos's frown deepened. He had a handsome, blocky face. It might have been attractive beyond reproach if it weren't for all of the accumulated damage of his profession. His nose had been badly broken, so many times that it was twisted all the way to the side. When he smiled or spoke, he revealed the gaps in his teeth. His left eye was perpetually more open than the other, and his ears were so badly cauliflowered that she felt a little squeamish when she looked at them. There was, of course, also the fact that he was a man, which, as far as being attractive was concerned, was not an ideal state of existence. "No," Deimos slid a fistful of crescents to the center of the table. "I've had enough of your trickery, woman. I'm in." "I fold," said Sir Trazaith. "Fold," spat Sir Carrier, who reached for her cup of wine and brought it to her pretty lips. "I'll die before I fold," Haron declared, and slid forward a pile of money, no doubt taken from the coffers of his company rather than from his own pockets. Sir Mizan considered everyone else at the table, bit his lip, sighed, and then folded. Time for the grand reveal. Davina played her hand. The groans that followed brought her immense satisfaction. There was nothing quite like outsmarting others. The slow, subtle acts of deception, the bluff, the tactical passing of cards, the building tension, all of it culminating in this, the moment when everyone else got to see her trap sprung, their eyes widening as they realized she'd played them like fiddles. Or no, not like fiddles, since Davina didn't know how to play a fiddle, or any instrument for that matter, but that wasn't the point. Haron threw his own cards down at the table in disgust, said, "I much prefer to play with your brother." "Why?" Davina asked as she scooped the pile of money toward her, as though she needed any of it. "Because he's terrible at it." "Oddly, yes. You'd think he'd be good at the game, considering his ability to lie." Haron winced. "But then at least you know how to have fun, even if you do rob me blind just about every time. With, I should add, suspicious consistency." "What's that? The notorious mercenary accusing me, the sister of the autarch, of... what? Cheating?" Haron scowled. "Another hand. I'll win this one of that, I assure you." Sir Deimos Caridon shook his head. "Have to learn when to give up." Haron refilled his own cup, then Davina's. She stared down into the dark red liquid. Probably she'd had enough. Probably she ought to stop. But what was it Amara always said to her?
More wine never hurt anybody. The chamber door opened. Davina looked up, squinted, attempting to force her blurry vision to focus on whoever had intruded upon the game. Her brother, of course. Autarch Marak stood in the doorway, framed by the warm torchlight from the hallway beyond. He wore fine black clothes embroidered with gold thread. His belt was wrapped around his waist, sunlight sheaved by his side, as always. Did he sleep with the thing, she wondered? It was difficult to remember when she'd last seen him without that damn sword. He appraised them for a moment with his dark eyes that had seen so much, that had a distant, haunted look to them. It was difficult to meet his gaze. There was sorrow contained within. Sorrow and pain and something else. A cold light. A hint of... She didn't want to call it madness. Her brother wasn't mad. She was sure of that. But nonetheless made her think of a crazed animal, barely keeping itself in control, liable to snap at any moment. But she was drunk and not thinking straight. "Didn't take you for a card player," Marak said casually, striding forward. His eyes fell upon the large pile of coins in front of her. "And apparently you're quite a good one." "She's cheating," Aaron scowled. "I don't know how, but she has to be." The Sun Knights were sitting up straighter around the table, all of them sharing guilty expressions as though deeply ashamed to have been found indulging in cards and drink by their sworn lord. Marak waved a hand. "You can all stop with the embarrassed expressions. You're allowed to relax and enjoy yourselves. You're off duty. Do whatever you want." That being said, and he looked at Davina again, "I did want to talk to you in private, if you have a moment. I'll try not to keep you too long. I can see that you're being very financially productive." Davina slid her chair back across the stone floor, a little too aggressively, causing it to screech and wobble to her feet. Yes, she'd definitely had too much to drink. Hadn't ever been drunk around her brother before, and didn't much relish the prospect. What if she said something stupid? Ordinarily not something she worried about, but he was sharper than most, could pick up on things that others couldn't. Marak raised his eyebrows. "Do you need a hand?" No, she waved a hand. "I'm perfectly fine," and dedicated all of her concentration to simply walking in a straight line. Marak took her elbow anyway and steered her out through the door, which he closed behind them. Always branched out in 3 separate directions, Marak took her to the right, toward the gardens. That was, she thought, probably a good thing. A little sunlight and fresh air would do a lot to sober her up. By the time they reached the godless gardens, Davina was feeling at least slightly more capable of having a conversation, though her feet remained unsteady beneath her, and the moment Marak let go of her arm, she nearly fell into a flower bed. She stopped moving, tried to stand completely still, and turned her face up to the sun. A clear, perfect day, cloudless and warm. Best to savor it. It'd be winter soon, she thought, and she fucking hated winter. The godless gardens were labyrinthine, wrapping all the way around the bounds of the palace. Couples and even a few individuals were leisurely strolling along one of the several walking paths. The gardens were not level, and in places sloped up and down, every hill deliberately crafted several centuries ago by artists and engineers. Every rock, she'd been told, every stone, had been placed with such precision and intention that in certain places one could close their eyes and feel as though they were out in the beautiful enchanted wilds, rather than the palace. There were twisting exotic trees from all different parts of the world. There were flowers of every color and shape, arranged in patterns, or simply left to show off their beauty alone. It was one of Davina's favorite places. She searched Marak's expression, hoping to see his delight. He'd surely been here before, but not more than a handful of times. Yet when her eyes met his, he merely seemed distracted, as though he'd hardly even noticed that they'd arrived at the gardens. The left side of his face violently spasmed, and her brother ran a hand through his unruly dark hair, which was still greasy and tangled after so much time on the road. Now that they were so close together, Davina was allowed a moment to properly study him. He looked older. He was older, of course, 3 years older than when she'd last seen him. But going off of his face alone, she would have guessed the number to be closer to a decade.
You shouldn't be drinking, Marak said stiffly. Davina arched an eyebrow. And why not? It's a little bit of fun. It's a vice. Alcohol, gambling, whores. He looked away from her. All vices. 3 amongst a legion. They hold us back. You don't even... I didn't mean us. I meant humanity as a whole. People. Davina was sobering up quickly now, irritation cutting through the drunken haze with ease. People ought to do whatever they please. We're not being held back from anything, brother. There's nothing we're supposed to do. Nowhere we're meant to go. We just exist, and we do our best. She was quiet for a second. That was the whole point of the unshackling. It was a liberation movement. The intent was to free us of anything and everything chaining us down. Marak's hands, heavily scarred, the knuckles swollen, curled into fists, then uncurled. They started to walk slowly along one of the paths. He said, I didn't bring you here to talk about that anyway. Then what do you want to talk about? She was surprised by how hostile the question sounded. She'd been so desperate for this, for a long private conversation with the brother she loved, for years. Yet here it was, and she felt annoyed more than anything else. Slow, deep breaths. Calm. A lot of things, Marak said, eyes focused straight ahead, not even bothering to look at the trees and flowers they were passing by. Firstly, I need a wife. Davina paused. A wife? Yes, that's what I said. I am, after all, a sovereign. I've been ruling for years, and yet I don't have a wife. You're not a king, though. Didn't you say you have no intention of obeying traditional rules of succession? Marak smiled faintly. Well, in truth, I simply don't intend to die for a very long time. Or ever, theoretically rendering the point moot. Even still, this, like many things, is about the common people. It would comfort them to see me with a wife, especially one who is beautiful, gentle, and kind. It might help to offset my image. Davina considered that. He certainly was developing quite the image, and it was not a pleasant one. The vast majority of Ostromir, the autarchy, she corrected herself, supported Marak now, but even his supporters tended to view him as hard, uncompromising, violent, and ruthless. Personally, Davina did not think that such an image was sustainable for very long, so she could see the sense in what he was saying, even if it was difficult to imagine her brother, who always seemed so aloof from others, with a wife. I can see what you're saying, she said slowly. It's a way to give the position of autarch a friendlier face. If she were to be charitable and beloved by the people, it would help me immensely. Davina nodded. Marak let out a breath. And then there's always the chance I die suddenly and unexpectedly. I've come far too close to dying, far too many times, to dismiss the idea the way I used to. Pass the role on to your child and you'll be reverting back to a system of kings in everything but name. Marak eyed her. Not untrue. Like the tyrant autarchy that inspired me, I do believe that merits should determine who is ultimately in power. So if I were to have a child, I would of course raise them from birth to be as suitable for the position as possible. No guarantee they turn out the way you want. Davina grunted. Also, it was even harder to imagine Marak with a child. She tried to picture him tenderly cradling an infant in his arms, telling it a bedtime story, and simply couldn't manage the feat. No, there will be a line, Marak said. Until I have a child who is fit for the role, then someone else will be up next. My wife, I should think. You have a woman picked out already? Davina's gut twisted. She had a pretty good idea regarding who the lucky woman might be, and hoped that she was wrong. Amara, of course. Davina exhaled. Ah, shit. Marak was watching her closely. You don't approve? It's not that. I know that you two are very close, very sisterly. I assure you once she's my wife, you'll still be able to... Marak? Just before you said you wanted a wife who is kind and gentle and well-loved by the people? That's right. And now you're suggesting Amara, who is, and don't get me wrong, she is a sister to me, almost as ruthless as you are. who is cunning and calculating and really not particularly charitable or gentle. Marak waved a dismissive hand. It's about appearances more than anything else. The reality doesn't matter as much. She will do well. She's also incredibly beautiful and regal. Imagine her in the aspect of a queen. The image alone. It will stun the populace into submission. There, Davina supposed he had a point. Except all she could think about was the fact that now Amara and Marak would be closer than ever, and she, watching from the side, even less involved. And if Marak were to die, it would be Amara in charge of the autarky, not Davina. And no. Davina took another deep breath. She would not succumb to petty jealousy. She was better than that. In a slightly strangled voice, she asked, "And have you asked Amara yet?" Ah, Marak stopped walking for a second. Well, no. You should probably do that first before getting ahead of yourself. It's just, and now Marak frowned into the distance. I'm just really not sure how to do it. Propose, you mean? Davina fought off the urge to laugh. Her brother had spent the last 5 years conquering a kingdom, fighting a brutal, bloody war involving his personal involvement in a dozen sieges and major battles. And yet now, faced with the prospect of proposing to a woman, he looked like a scared, clueless child. I understand the basic principle, of course, Marak was rambling, but... Marak! He stopped. It's very easy, she said calmly. Not that I've ever done it. Get her a ring, a very beautiful one befitting for a queen, and then clasp her hands in yours and look into her eyes and ask for her to marry you. That's it. He stared up at the sky. A small silence dragged out between them. Eventually Marak said, There's something else, of course. I'm sure. What is it? I'm sending you away. And now Davina froze entirely. Marak walked a few paces without her, leaving her rooted to the spot. She looked at him, just looked, and thought, and now that he's finally back, he's sending me away, as though he doesn't actually want to be around me. Why? What did I do wrong? Marak held up a hand. I know that look. Please allow me to explain. I've been in contact with the Sialian Empire. Just a few letters, you understand, a back-and-forth exchange that's been ongoing. But Davina, I am this close, and he held up 2 fingers with the points a mere inch apart, to convincing them to be involved. You know, for 2 centuries they've sworn not to bother themselves with continental politics. But I think I have them. But I need to send an ambassador, someone who can represent me and the autarky's interests, someone who shares my vision, and is smart and capable, and I want that person to be you, Davina. Davina's mind moved quickly, racing from one thought to the next. Diplomatic relations with the Sialian Empire could make or break their future. Sihalia, which was a rich and powerful nation, vast and advanced in ways that those on the continent didn't quite have a grasp on, and according to the accounts she'd read, Sihalia was beautiful. Plenty of sun, coastlines, vineyards, mountains, and olive groves. It was a land of artists, scientists, craftsmen, and excellent food. It would also only take 3 weeks to get there by ship, perhaps a little longer if the weather wasn't favorable. She could go there, do what she needed to do, and return, all before winter. Her answer had to be yes. She knew it, Marak knew it. There was no point in dragging it out. All right, Davina said. I'll do it. And already her heart was beating faster, excitement surging through her. Yes, she was displeased to be sent away from Marak so soon after his arrival. And yes, it was frustrating to leave Althira, the center of power, where there was so much for her to do. But this was important. There was no better way for her to contribute. If she could pull this off and bring the Sihalians to their side. Marak, evidently relieved, placed a hand on her shoulder. Thank you, dear sister. I know you know just how crucial this is. A lot will be determined by our relationship with those across the sea. When do I leave? Eagerness swelled up inside her. Despite everything, she, more than anything else, wanted to see the world. She wanted to explore. And this was her chance. This week, Marak said. You'll take 2 of our finest ships, laden with gifts and goods to trade. I will also be sending a small detachment of Sun Knights along with you."
"Maya?" Davina said immediately. "I want Maya to come."
At that, Marak frowned. "She only just got here. I imagine she might want some time to simply recover."
Davina shook her head. "She'll want to come, trust me." This way, Davina would not be so alone. She would have a friend with her, someone to share the experience with.
"If she wants to go, she can go," Marak said, and she could tell that he'd already internally moved on to the next thing in his mind, considering this matter resolved. When their conversation was finished, Davina practically sprinted through the palace in search of Maya. In Halia, she would be given a chance to prove herself. 8. Marak. Amara stared at him for several long, painful moments, clearly weighing up her answer to the proposal. Marak waited for the rejection. He couldn't blame her for saying no. He liked her, and he was sure that she liked him, in some way or another. But they'd hardly courted each other in any traditional way, and hadn't yet been physical. The proposal, he knew, was coming out of nowhere. And Amara was the most beautiful woman he knew. More, she was intelligent, cunning, witty, observant, and always seemed to know exactly what to say. She was as close to being perfect as any person could get. She could have anyone. So for her to say yes to him, he didn't expect it to happen. Because powerful though he was, Marak was painfully self-aware of his failures, especially those involving other people, and especially women. No one would have accused him of being charismatic. So he braced himself for the rejection. He would survive it, just had to get it out of the way. Then he could at least tell himself that he'd asked, and that was something.
"Yes,"
Amara said.
"Yes, okay, I'll marry you."
Marak stared, uncomprehending. He blinked a few times, winced as the tormentor sent a bolt of agony down his spine, and then said, "Excuse me?"
"I said yes."
Amara's smile was amused. She cocked an eyebrow.
"Why do you look so surprised? Did you think I'd say no?"
"Well, yes, actually." Marak leaned forward. They were sitting on a blanket on top of a grassy hill outside of Othira, a location he'd spent far too long deciding on. "You'll do it then? You'll marry me?" And the giddiness that rose up inside of him was half excitement, half fear, because he hadn't expected to get this far and had no clue what came next.
"Of course," Amara said smoothly. "It's the smart thing to do. As you say, the people will love it. I know it's not quite royal, what with all your new names and so forth, but it'll still fit the slot of a royal wedding, and the people will love it. The nation has been at constant war for 5 years. This should be an ample distraction. We'll have to make a big show of it. Our wedding will encompass all of Althira. A whole week, at least, of constant celebration. Parades, festivals, food and drink paid for by us. It'll be a spectacle. We'll have to show them, Marak, that life is good under our rule."
Marak nodded along with all of this. He'd been thinking the very same, and that Amara had so quickly seen the potential in his idea was just more proof that she was the perfect woman for the job. Except one point remained. He had to address it. But how? He cleared his throat. "Amara?"
Yes?"
He licked his lips. "Of course the marriage is for practical reasons primarily. However," and now her eyes became mischievous. She looked at him, maybe amused, waiting for him to finish. Why did it seem as though she were delighting in his discomfort? Probably because she was.
"Yes, Marak," she purred. "Where is this going, I wonder?"
And her eyes widened with mock surprise.
"Are you wondering whether, perhaps, this could be more than just a practicality? A real marriage, maybe? A, dare I say it, romance?"
That particular word caused him to wince. "Yes," he managed to squeak out. "That is about the gist of it." Amara laughed, leaned forward, and kissed him. He'd gained some experience with women during the last few years. but not with romance. He had kissed girls in that time and thought that he might even be not too bad at it, but there was something different about the way she kissed him now. Her lips, warm and full, pressed against his, the way her hand came up and held his face. Her other hand found its way into his hair. She smelled musky and sweet, and the scent of her was intoxicating. His heart pounded against his ribs. His breath caught in his throat. Amara broke the kiss, still smiling at him. I like you, Marak, but we don't know each other as well as we should, I think. Let's change that. Let's be married, truly married, and let's get to know each other. Marak could hardly breathe. Joy surged through him. His face felt warm. He had never been as happy as he was at that moment. He wanted the moment to last forever. I only have one condition, Amara said softly. Anything, Marak thought. Truly he would have agreed to anything. I won't just be an adornment, she said, a symbol, an extension of yourself. No, if I am to be your wife, I want a title, a proper one, and I want to actually rule by your side, to take an active hand in everything to come. I want us to be equals, but I cannot stand the idea of being less than you and being your wife at the same time. Then you won't be, Marak said. He didn't need to think about it. It was easy. This was what he wanted. He wanted to rule, to shape all of creation to his will, to unite humanity and make the world better for everyone. But who said he had to do it alone? Good, Amara smiled. Marak couldn't look away from her. He said, I love. Amara pressed her fingers to his mouth. Don't say it. Not yet. Because it couldn't possibly be true. We simply haven't had a chance to fall in love. So if you say it now, Marak, it won't mean as much. Save it for when it cannot be denied. After that, Marak felt lighter than air, felt as though a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. There was more to do than ever. The autarky needed to recover from long years of bloody war. There were still loyalist lords who needed to be driven from their castles and purged. Then there was the rising Dominion, and their seemingly endless legions of professional soldiers, who, with every day that passed, became more and more of a threat. And then there was the Ascendancy. The great southern power hadn't yet thrown their full force at the autarky. But they were coming. As were, he was sure, 1,000 other threats. But it didn't matter. He would deal with each of them. He would unite the autarky and bring prosperity to all. He would crush the Dominion legions, breaking them utterly against his own armies, and would invade the Dominion and take their perfect geometric cities for himself. And he would slay every champion of the wretched Green Star until it had no more servants, and the bitter lands of the Ascendancy were his alone to rule. He would do all of this and more. He would build cities that were worlds unto themselves. He would be the architect of a civilization that outshadowed even the old empires of the distant past. He would do all of this, and it would be easy, because now he didn't need to do it alone. Now he had Amara. Not just a lover, not just a wife, but a partner, a woman who shared his vision, who wanted exactly what he wanted and was just as capable, and, he thought, in some ways, even more capable. Marak moved easily through the halls of the palace. The tormentor buzzed and whined inside his skull, an agony he could not quite ignore, but it was more tolerable than ever before. What was a little pain compared to this great, all-encompassing joy? Do your worst, he thought. Do your fucking worst. He arrived at his destination and knocked merrily against a door painted yellow. It soon opened, revealing a man he hadn't seen for years. Ajan was much changed. Older, of course, but in a way that exceeded the true passing of years. There was a haunted look in his eyes. His left arm ended just past the elbow, and his right leg just below the knee. He had a crutch wedged underneath both arms. He had one eye, one ear. Scars crisscrossed both sides of his face, and burns decorated his throat. Ajan, my old friend. Marak's joy didn't quite die, but it certainly dulled. It had been 2.5 years since he'd seen Ajan. During the last siege of Althira, Ajan had been captured by the enemy, one of Marak's senior commanders and a known friend. The enemy had not treated him well. Marak had personally led the attack to free Ajan and the other captives, but by then so much damage had already been done. Ajan's expression didn't change. It was difficult to read. "Oh, so you didn't completely forget about me, I see." "I never forget about you at all," Marak said. Was that guilt in his voice, identifiable even to himself? "I apologize that it's taken me so long to come. There has been so much to do." He winced, shook his head. "May I come in?" Ajan's ruined face twisted in the faintest of smiles. "It's your palace, isn't it?" Marak shrugged. "This is where you live. I will not enter if you don't want me to. In fact, I'll leave if that's what you'd prefer. But I would like to talk to you, if you'll allow me." Ajan considered this. After a moment he grunted, awkwardly shuffled back out of the way, and gestured with his right hand in an overly dramatic manner. "Come in, my king. Ah!" The ghost of a smile returned. "My apologies. Doch, isn't it?" "You don't need to call me anything, except Marak," he said, and entered the man's quarters. They were expensive and richly furnished. He had arranged for Ajan to have access to everything he could possibly want, had left express instructions that he be given whatever he asked for. But Ajan hadn't asked for much. All of the furnishings had been Amara's doing. There were expensive rugs, fine paintings on the wall, shelves of books, tapestries, all sorts of trinkets and baubles. There was a servant in the room clearing plates from a table. Marak understood that Ajan had 2 caretakers who helped him with everything he needed, including bathing and feeding him. Ajan gestured unenthusiastically toward a circular table ringed with chairs. "Take a seat. Something to eat, to drink?" He smiled thinly. "Feels odd, I'll admit, to ask you that, seeing as how you could have anything you wanted." "I'm okay, thank you," Marak said, sitting. He regretted sitting first when he watched Ajan struggle for several long moments to ease himself down into the chair, having to lay down one crutch and then awkwardly slide into the seat. He managed, though, and Marak suspected that he wouldn't have accepted help even if it had been offered. "So," Ajan said, "what brings you here, eh?" And it was impossible not to notice all those gaps in his teeth when he spoke. "You're my friend," Marak said. "You've been my friend for a long time. You were with me when I was nothing but a renegade. Can't I just come to see you, to talk to you?" Ajan shrugged. "It's been a while." "I haven't been here, Ajan. I've been fighting." "So I hear. Just about won the war, haven't you?" "This war, at least," Marak said. "There are more to come, of course." "Not tired of it yet? All this fighting?" "I certainly don't enjoy it," Marak said. But was that even true? While he was marching and doing battle on the field, he told himself that he hated it, that all he wanted was to be back home. But the moment he was back home, it was hard not to want to muster up another army. But it has to be done. War is one of the first and most important tools of civilization. Ajan looked him up and down. "If you say so. Sure you don't want something to drink?" "I'm sure," Marak said, though his mouth was admittedly quite dry. A spasm racked his face. Ajan clearly noticed it, reacting with a frown. "Hurt, does it?" "Yes," said Marak. He didn't want to talk about it, not with Ajan or anyone else. "I was thinking," he said, "about those old days. You, me, Estamir, that mission we were sent on, to the ruins." "Quite a profitable mission for you," Ajan said. "Got you that fancy sword." "It did," said Marak, "and there were more swords still waiting for him there, just like sunlight, powerful weapons that could sever a man in 2 with ease, and other relics besides, the purposes of which he didn't yet know. Some day soon he would return." "Cold as shit is what I remember," Ajan grunted. Marak smiled faintly. "Far too cold. I have to say I hate snow. I hate freezing. Hate waking up in the morning unable to feel my own face and fingers." Ajan glanced down at the stump of his arm, grunted again. Marak exhaled. "How are you holding up here? Do you have everything you need?" "Everything except for what those bastards took from me." "Ajan, I am sorry about what happened. You know I am." Ajan leaned forward, a feverish light captured within his one remaining eye. "Then fix it!"
I know you can do it. You're a shaper. And not just a shaper, but the most powerful alive is what people say. You've destroyed other sorcerers on the field of battle many times. You crushed Kalazar's cohort of shapers. I heard that at Yalti, you called lightning down from the heavens. At Salist, you used your magic to bring down the city walls. And at Livor...
Marak was shaking his head. Adrian is different. Destruction is a lot easier than restoration. I haven't done it before. Not properly. And that was the honest truth. He'd mended his own wounds when they were relatively minor, cuts and bruises that could be sealed up and faded away, but he'd never regrown limbs or brought back eyes or teeth. Healing existing, damaged flesh was not so difficult, not with a little practice. Adrian creating something new, bringing back what isn't there. I simply don't have the knowledge for it. I need to have a perfect anatomical understanding of the underlying structures of bone shape, artery placement, vein networks, and more besides. Maybe I can make a study of it, but... No. Adrian's eyes were fierce. I don't believe you. You're lying to me, Marak. Or at least, you're underestimating yourself. The things I've heard about you. Some people reckon you're more than just a man. You can do things, Marak. I know you can. Shit, just try it. He leaned forward even further, practically climbing onto the table to do so. You don't understand what it's like to live this way. I can't even chew food properly. You know what I eat every day? Soup. That's it. Soup and fucking porridge. I can barely sleep because of the pain. I can't walk. Not really. Not without these crutches. And even then... He shook his head. I spend my days locked up in here with only my caregivers for company because there's nothing else for me to do. No point in living, so you have to try, Marak. For me, for an old friend. Because if you don't... His mouth became a firm, grim line. I'm awfully close to just taking my own fucking life. And you know, I never thought I'd say that I could ever actually do it. But I'm going to. And that's a promise. Marak just stared, unsure what to say, an immense feeling of helplessness washing over him. He could see it, the pain his friend was in, the despair that racked him. If he were in Adrian's position, wouldn't he be asking for the very same? Wouldn't he take a risk, a wild chance of being restored, no matter how unlikely, no matter how dangerous? It was better than nothing. Hope, even if distant and vague, was still hope. It was a reason to keep living for a little while longer. The breath went out of him. Marak's shoulders slumped. Adrian.
Do you remember, Adrian continued, when Estomir asked you to teach him how to shape? The boy was so desperate to be something special, to be like you. But I doubt you ever really saw that, did you? Because you're so focused on yourself and what's ahead that you miss what's happening with the people around you. And that's your fucking loss. A pause. But I remember that you told him that you would. Now, of course, I got no way of knowing whether or not you ever really intended on teaching him a single thing, since he ended up dying before we could ever find out. But let's just say that you owe him one, and that you owe me this.
Marak sank into the chair, withering beneath Adrian's stare. It had been a while since he'd thought about Estomir, about the guilty look his face had been permanently locked into when the Exarch had taken his head and sent it to Marak as a gift. His hands curled into fists. How could he deny Adrian now? What sort of friend would he be? I can't guarantee it'll work, he said quietly, or even that it's safe to try. Adrian leered. Whatever the outcome, it's better than this life I'm living now, and I'm pretty confident, I have to say, that you can make it work. He waved his hands around. You've done all of this, haven't you? And in so short a span of time. Sometimes it's hard to believe, feels like I'm trapped in a dream. Or a nightmare. And sometimes, more often than he'd like to admit, in fact, Marak felt the exact same way. So, Adrian said, how do we do this? Marak cleared the table and then laid down a blanket over the top of it. He helped Adrian out of his clothes, though Adrian objected to undressing, until Marak told him that this way his clothes would not get in the way of the healing process. allowing it to be safer and easier for the both of them. Marak rolled up his sleeves, stood over Ajan's naked body. Impossible not to notice how gaunt and withered the man was, ribs poking out against the flesh. And then there were the scars, the results of 1,000 burns and cuts. Marak knew what it was like to be tortured. His heart ached sympathetically. His own scars itched, and for a moment all he could think of were rats, scurrying around inside of him, nibbling and gnawing. However this went, whatever the outcome was, it would not be easy. It's not too late to stop this, he thought, but in a way it was. Ajan's face was set with grim determination, and his eyes now blazed with something like hope. He couldn't possibly go back now. It would be the death of his friend. Of that he was sure. Marak licked his lips. This might be painful. Ha! Ajan showed off his few remaining teeth. I'm no stranger to pain. No, Marak murmured. I suppose not. Where was he to even start? He blinked, concentrating, and shifted his consciousness into the expanded awareness of a sorcerer. Bright, cascading lines appeared all throughout the room. A tingle went through his body. A low hum sounded in his ears, so powerful that he felt it rattling his bones. The air in the room became heavier, harder to breathe. Power. He needed only to reach out and take it. The cosmic energy of creation floated around him. He reached out and carefully, gently, grasped a small amount of it. He allowed it to pool inside of him, hot, like liquid fire, but pleasurable instead of painful. Ajan's arm, he decided. He would start with an arm. And what was the fundamental basis of an arm? The bone. And the bone was already there, just shortened. All he needed to do was expand it outward. He knew about the human skeleton, had spent some time studying it, both in Idis's tower and on the battlefield. But how could he expand the bone now? It would pierce through the flesh that was already covering it, the stump. He would need to grow both bone and flesh at the same time, along with blood vessels, tendons, ligaments, muscle, veins, and arteries. Marak begun. Ajan gasped. His eyes flickered to the side, trying to get a good view of his arm. But Marak had instructed him not to move, no matter what, and he did as he was told, and was still. And Marak watched as the man's stump of an arm began to grow into something more. Flesh, weirdly elongating, stretching out, discoloring, shaped according to his will and intention. Then Ajan started to scream. Marak had been waiting for him to do so. Theoretically, he supposed, if he were a master, he could somehow restore the nerves last, perhaps even block or dull them to mitigate pain. But although he knew that the body had nerves, and that these were responsible for feeling, he'd spent no real time studying them, or their structure, and didn't even know what they looked like. And so Ajan would need to suffer. Marak's head started to throb, worse than ever. The tormentor would not make this any easier for him. Still, he'd had years of practice in ignoring the agony it provided, and now he bit into his lip and clenched his fists and concentrated. Ajan's arm didn't look right. Had to be careful of elbow and joint placement, of making sure that the limb was the same length as the other one. No, it didn't look right at all. He licked his lips. Perhaps he could force it back, undo what he'd just done. Except it didn't work like that. He couldn't simply will matter out of existence. And the arm continued to grow, to expand, and Ajan screamed louder than ever, bucking and thrashing on the table. So much pain. Marak's vision blurred. Better to get it all done at once, he thought, to make it as brief as possible. And so now he tried to bring new teeth to the fore, tried to create a new eye, based on what he knew about eyes. Retina, iris, lens, cornea, macula, pupil, optic nerve. Ajan went unconscious, overwhelmed by agony. His body twitched. Blood poured out of his mouth from ruptured gums. No, this wasn't going well at all. Had to stop and re-evaluate and try again. If Ajan was unconscious, why could he still hear screaming? Ah, yes, the caregivers. They were still present. Probably should have dismissed them, but things had happened so quickly. and there had been so much emotion, and he hadn't quite been thinking straight. Understandably, the sight was not a pleasant one, and they weren't taking it well, and one was running out of the room, doors slammed behind them, their shrieks echoing down the hall. Was it really that bad? He looked at Ajan, properly looked at him, and what Marak had done to him. Marak gasped, heart thudding. He blinked again, shut off his access to power, and... No. He couldn't be. Marak leaned down and gingerly placed his fingers against Ajan's throat. He was dead. 9. Marak. They stood along the dock and watched as sailors carried baggage on board the 2 ships. They were larger than any ships Marak had seen before, with 2 high masts, as well as 3 rows of oars along either side. Amara had told him that they were called galleons, and that the Dominion has plenty of them, and that was exactly why they needed to start building their own. Stormlight and Trident were the prototypes of a new galleon design, masterminded by Timothy, Marak's chief engineer. Beautiful, aren't they? Amara asked, smugly, arms crossed. The wind whipped Marak's hair across his eyes. Quite beautiful. The galleons were built of dark, polished wood, the hulls fresh and unmarred, their names painted proudly along their sterns. Each would be crewed by 120 soldiers, with a complement of 100 Marines. Marak had read books about naval warfare and the construction of ships, but seeing them in person, it was still difficult to imagine that something so large and so heavy could easily and quickly sail across the sea. That it could even float at all in the first place was a miracle. Davina shielded her eyes against the sun. And which one shall I be boarding? Stormlight, said Marak. A detachment of my Sun Knights already on board. Maya was also present, wearing her knightly armor, and looking terribly displeased. She was eyeing the calm sea as though she distrusted it. Marak, can you simply use your sorcery and, I don't know, give us wings for a day or so? Is there no other way to do this? I'm afraid not, said Marak. If there was an easier way, I'd happily help. Davina placed her hands on Maya's shoulders, grinning. Oh, come on, Maya. It'll be an adventure. At the very least, it's a new experience. You've never even been on a boat before. Don't like the look of it, Maya grunted. The last items were being carried on board now. Sailors were milling around on the docks. Marak witnessed the captain of Stormlight yelling out orders, the sun catching off of the gleaming buttons on his deep blue coat. A part of him wished that he could go with his sister. His 5 years of campaigning had taken place exclusively on the land, and he'd never so much as stepped foot on even a tiny fishing vessel. He longed to be far out at sea, to stare out over the railing and see the endless ocean on all sides. Once Telemir was united and the autarky was triumphant, he would take to the sea and bring his empire to other lands. Then he would be on board such an impressive ship. He would search for new lands, would make it so that there wasn't a single corner of the world that he wasn't intimately familiar with. But all of that would have to wait. I believe it's time, Marak said gently, and embraced Davina. It was, he thought, the first time they'd embraced for as long as he could remember, and with her in his arms, he could not help but think that she was no longer a girl. She was a woman, very capable, with a mind as sharp and perhaps even sharper than his own. He didn't want her to go, but it was important that she did this. Good luck, sister, he said. It will be difficult to send messages back and forth, but know that you command my own authority. I trust you to make decisions for the good of the autarky. Davina broke away and nodded. I won't let you down. I know. He glanced up at Maya. Take care of her, will you? Maya, who no longer physically resembled the girl he'd known in Aemon, just nodded. The years had changed her more than most. A vast collection of scars told the story of her time spent campaigning. The two of them weren't close in the way he'd once hoped they might be, but there was no other individual in the world he would trust more to protect his sister. It helped, of course, that Davina and Maya were courting each other, maybe even in love. It was a relationship that they reckoned to be a secret, For reasons he could understand, they didn't want him to know about it, and that was funny, because they couldn't have been more obvious if they tried. The way they kept looking at each other, the secretive smiles they shared, the light, seemingly casual touches that managed to convey so much more. He was happy for them, and this would give them time together. They deserved it. With a slight smile, Davina saluted the new style of the autarky. Left fist held up. Marak returned it, and then his sister spun on her heel and sauntered off down the wharf, her colourful dress flowing around her in the wind. Maya, only a step behind in resplendent armour.
"You look envious,"
Amara commented. Marak's eyes were distant. "Don't you feel the urge to throw yourself out into the world like that?"
"Not really,"
Amara said, inspecting her nails.
"There's simply far too much to do here."
Amara, predictably, had been correct. There was too much to do. Later he visited Aristea, the assassin who'd allowed him to dominate Kalazar's Shapers, clearing the way for his victory. He had not seen her in 5 years. When they had first taken Althira, and Marak had made it his, he had asked her what she most wanted in the world. Whatever she named, she would receive. And Aristea had told him that all she wanted was a quiet, simple life, a respite from the constant spilling of blood. Marak had given her a small fortune, and Aristea had used that fortune to build herself a house, a day's ride out from Althira's walls. The house was a small wooden abode, and Marak, upon seeing it, immediately suspected that Aristea had built it herself. It sat upon a hill that overlooked rolling, tranquil fields, populated by vivid flowers. Several cows wandered around, grazing, and the surrounding woods were alive with birdsong. Aristea was waiting for him outside of her house, hands on her hips, wearing plain, sweat-stained cloth. She had not isolated herself completely. He was given to understand that Aristea and Davina were very close, and that Aristea often visited the city in order to continue Davina's lessons. Even still, he could immediately see the difference that years living out here on her own had on her. She was thinner, for one, still possessing wiry strength, but with a few of her sharp edges rounded. Her eyes, however, were as hard as ever. The first thing she said was, "What do you want?" Marak, astride a great white horse, came to a stop, telling perhaps that everyone automatically assumed he wanted something, and that they were always right. "Your help," he said, because with Aristea it never served to avoid the point. Better to get on with it.
"Are you alone?"
"No," Marak said. "I brought a dozen Sun Knights with me. They're further back, waiting just beyond the fields. Figured I didn't need to bring them all the way up. Figured you might appreciate the privacy." Aristea grunted.
"I'd invite you in, but first I'd like to hear what it is you want from me."
"I need..."
"Me to kill someone?"
Marak chewed on his lip. "Yes."
"Of course."
Aristea narrowed her eyes. Hard not to suddenly remember that poor young girl in an Aemon lily house, with her throat cut wide open.
"Why else would anyone come to me?"
Marak knew in that instant that this would not go the way he wanted it to. "The ascendancy is coming," he said bluntly, "and that's just a fact. We've been skirmishing with them around the contested zone for years, but both of us have been distracted with the Dominion. Now, though, they're making a real push. Aristea, they've sent a saint."
"Am I supposed to know what that means?"
Marak let out a breath. "A champion of their wretched god, at the head of hundreds of their best knights."
"Couldn't kill them all, even if I tried."
"I'm asking you to kill the saint."
"You're afraid of him?"
"No," Marak said immediately, "but he is akin to a demigod in the eyes of his people. If he were to be swiftly and brutally assassinated before he even managed to reach our soil, it'd be a bad look for the ascendancy and their god. It would make them look weak, which is exactly what we want. I am certain I could destroy him myself, but by that point they would have already reached the autarky and done some amount of damage. Then me killing him might very well turn him into a martyr. They'll be able to rally behind it and launch a full crusade." Aristea's smile was thin.
"Can I be honest with you, Marak?"
Of course. Although Marak wasn't really in the mood for honesty or really anything that wasn't a,
"Yes, Marak, I'll do as you ask. I could have killed you 5 years ago,"
she said.
"And, of course, I didn't. Do you want to know the real reason why?"
I do, said Marak, but he couldn't care less. That was the past, this was the present. And in the present, there was too much to do. So much, in fact, that he didn't have time for this. I thought that you might be different, Aristia said. I thought that you might be better than the others. When you got down on your knees, stopped fighting, and gave me a choice, I told myself that you'd just prove that you might be worthy of a chance. And yet, she shook her head, even here outside of the city, I cannot help but hear of the things you've done. They say that in Talavov, you impaled so many men that from a distance they resembled a forest of bloody wooden corpses. Marak stiffened. It had been a gruesome sight, to be sure, but that description was exaggerated, wasn't it? But then he supposed that from a certain angle, in the low light. He said, I impaled 1,000 men to avoid a siege that might have claimed the lives of 10,000 or more. It was the pragmatic approach. Pragmatism, Aristia murmured. I see. Is it true that in Valcon you set Lord Ashmon and his entire family on fire, including his children? If he closed his eyes, he could still see their immolated forms like writhing silhouettes at the center of a great orange blaze, the way they crawled across the ground toward him, the sounds they'd made. Yes, Marak said. And was that in the name of pragmatism too? It was, said Marak, keeping his voice and expression neutral. It sent a message to the other lords and ladies considering fighting back. It was a cruel thing to do, but it more than likely saved me from having to fight some of the others, once again saving thousands of lives. Aristia's eyes were narrowed down to slits. And they say that on the field, more than once, you've gone mad with bloodlust. They say that everyone could hear your laughter as you cut your way across the field. Enough, Marak said quietly. This is a waste of time. None of this has anything to do with what I'm asking you for. Kill this saint and you can come back here to your cows and I'll never bother you again. That's a promise. And if I don't, will you set me on fire? Of course not. I will not do it, Marak. I don't want anything to do with you. Marak ran a hand down the neck of his horse, thinking to himself. There was, he could see, very little point in arguing with the woman. He could compel her, could thrust his mind into hers and... But no, he would not do that, not to an ally, to someone who had been, not quite a friend, but perhaps close. He would not harm her. He'd already harmed one person he'd cared about. Could still see in his mind the blood-sheeted face of Ajan. The tormentor sent a pulse of red-hot pain down his spine. He clenched his teeth. Very well, Marak said. Enjoy the rest of your life, Aristia. Aristia said nothing as he turned his horse and rode away. 10. Iradan. When Iradan woke the next morning, he was immediately struck by the sense that something was different. He rose, naked from the soft linen sheets. He frowned down at his pale and scarred body, searching for... He did not exactly know what he was searching for, but something had changed. Excitement blossomed inside of him. He ran across the room to the full-length mirror leaning up against one wall. He examined himself closely, starting with his face, his gaze roaming downward slowly, taking in every inch of his own body. So far as he could tell, he looked the same, but that was fine. The gifts of the star could often be subtle. When, age 17, he had received his first gift, his ability to quickly heal wounds. It had taken him some time to even discover what had happened. It hadn't been until the battle at Lacamon, where he'd taken a spear through the throat. He'd fallen to his knees, blood pouring out of him in a torrent, gasping for breath and thinking that this was it. He was dead. He would never accomplish all the things he'd planned. He would never become a great champion of the star, would never become a saint, or rule the ascendancy, or lead a great crusade across the world. And then his wound had sealed itself back up, and he had risen to his feet, knowing that he'd been chosen. So perhaps this new gift was like that, hidden inside of him until the moment it revealed itself. He turned, examining himself from the sides and from behind. There his new scars were, the ones he had acquired from last night's duel. That was the one thing about his gift. His wounds healed swiftly, but the scars always remained. Already he had so many of them that certain parts of his body were more scar tissue than flesh. His throat, for example. It had been opened many times. 8 by his count. 8 times he'd choked on his own blood. A man could learn a lot about himself, and about the world, when he'd had his throat cut so often. He returned to the mirror with a knife, and made a small incision along his right forearm. Black, not red, blood spilled out. It sizzled where it splashed against the cold stone, steam rising, an acrid stench filling the room. It didn't seem to harm his flesh, however. He stared at the black blood. A gift. There was no denying it. Exaltation. He grinned broadly, then looked at the blade of the knife. The metal was corroding, dissolving, steel eaten away so quickly that before he knew it, the blade had been destroyed all the way to the hilt. Interesting, he murmured. If he was being honest with himself, it wasn't a gift he'd have chosen. It wasn't grand. It wasn't resplendent. It was, truthfully, a little disturbing. For who was he to question a divine gift? The green star had its reasons, its plans, and its own way of seeing the universe. If it had decided that this was the gift that he deserved and needed, then so be it. He would embrace it. And now that he thought about it, it was a remarkably useful gift. A man could cut him badly with his blade, and not only would the wound swiftly heal, but the man would lose his weapon in the process. And what would happen to a normal person's flesh if Iradan bled on them? His grin widened. "Thank you, Lord," he said, and fell to his knees. He bowed his head. "I will not disappoint you. I will put this gift to great use." He dressed swiftly, not bothering with his armor, and retrieved deliverance. With the glaive in hand, he departed his quarters. In the hallway beyond, guards saluted him. Ah, yes, he'd almost forgotten. He was Lord of Atimir now. Iradan laughed. He grabbed the hand of the nearest guard and shook it. "And what is your name, my friend?" The guard blinked, surprised, and said, "Galliston, my lord." "You're a good man, Galliston. A good man indeed." He let go of the guard's hand and strode quickly down the hallway. "Follow me, my friends." Then he paused. The hallway branched off in several different directions. "Do any of you fellows know the way to the dining hall?" A breakfast feast had been prepared for him. Ascala and Lakithir, as well as their slaves, were all present, as well as Syra and the few members of the former lord's household that Iradan hadn't decapitated. Syra sat opposite him. She didn't touch her food, nor did she make eye contact with him, or say a word to anyone. Her face was blank. She had formally declined his marriage proposal, despite the fact that she was technically obliged to wed him, owing to the terms of the duel. But Iradan would not force her. He was not interested in a captive wife. He wanted love. And he had thought, when their eyes had first met, and she had smiled at him, and warmth had blossomed in his chest, that they were destined to be together, that she was his one true love. Apparently, he'd been wrong about that. Iradan sat, sullen, and poked at his food with a golden fork. In hindsight, killing so many of the former lord's household and his best knights had not been necessary, but then he had acquired a gift as a result. He'd killed them all 100 times for another. "So," Iradan said, pushing his plate away, his eyes fixed on Syra. "How are you this morning, my lady? Have you by any chance changed your mind?" Syra's eyes were expressionless, so much less warm than they'd first appeared. Still the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen, however. "No," she said. "No, my lord?" Lakithir mock whispered. "It's okay, Lakithir," Iradan said. "The people of Atimir naturally have poor manners, it seems. We cannot judge them. Instead, we must set a good example." "Brother," Ascala said, "I'm bored of this city already. We ought to be on our way. Winter approaches and Kallisburg is not yet ours." Iradan shot her a look. "When did you become so fucking boring, sister?" He sighed then and added, "But I'm afraid you're right. We will depart the city tomorrow." Malaxis, that wretched bird perched upon Ascala's shoulder, turned his golden eyes in his direction. Iradan snarled at it. One day he'd pluck the damned thing's feathers and have his slaves roast it for dinner. Later, Iradan went in search of those who had helped Lord Myron rule Atimir. He found himself facing a predicament. He had become Lord of Atimir, but had no interest in actually governing the city. It was a nice title to have, and he intended to levy as many knights, soldiers, and slaves as he could. But other than that, his focus was on the autarky. And he was no bureaucrat. To that end, after an hour-long discussion with a lean old man named Simiton, who had been Myron's right hand and the person responsible for keeping the city running, he officially named Simiton as interim lord of the city. Several well-meaning people tried to tell him that such a title didn't actually exist, and that he couldn't do what he'd done. But when Iradan pointed out to them that he had, in fact, already done it, there was little else to be said. The next day, when Iradan rode out of Atimir to rejoin his waiting Beetle Knights, he did so accompanied by an additional 600 gleaming warriors on horseback, 1,000 spearmen, 3,000 slaves, and a very long line of supply wagons. Although Iradan had failed to win Syra's heart, all in all he was forced to consider his brief stay in Atimir to be a successful one. Riding at the front with Ascala, he looked at her and said, "Tell me again about Marak." Ascala sneered. "I thought you'd grown tired of hearing about him." "I have," Iradan said, "and I will be deeply pleased to rip out his heart and then never hear about him again. At the same time, one ought to study their enemies. Our collision is inevitable, sister. The Green Star has decreed that a day will come upon which Marak and I will stand before each other, deliverance in my hand, and sunlight in his. And then we two young champions of a new burgeoning era will duel, and the outcome of our duel will determine the course of mankind." Ascala spat. "Sounds very grand." "It will be. My advice is to sneak up behind him and cleave his head in two with an axe before he realizes you're even there." Iradan grinned. "And that attitude, dear sister, is why you've had 0 divine gifts bestowed upon you." The road ahead snaked its way up toward the mountains of the contested zone. There was a bitter chill in the air. White bark trees lined the road, stripped of their leaves already by the approach of winter. Their branches, jagged and skeletal, seemed to be reaching for the column of iridescent beetle knights riding past. Many of the knights were chanting, hundreds of low, booming voices, perfectly synchronized, reciting lines from the Book of Dreams. "These gifts," Ascala said quietly. "Sometimes I wonder." He arched an eyebrow. "I wonder if perhaps—" She stopped, shook her head, lips tightening. "Do not worry." Iradan glanced at her, shrugged, and returned his eyes to the road. "I'm not worried, unless of course you were about to say something heretical." Ascala said nothing. Her bone hulk started hissing. After some time had passed, Ascala said, "Do you remember when Domentas fell from that tree?" Iradan remembered it well. His oldest brother had been 14 at the time. They'd been spending the winter at their family's ancestral house, up in the mountains, and Domentas had discovered a love for climbing the tallest trees he could find. One day, it had been a particularly warm, pleasant afternoon, he recalled. He had slipped from one of the upper branches, had fallen badly, and hit his head hard enough that he entered a deep sleep they all feared he'd never wake up from. After a month or so, he eventually did wake, although his memory had been badly damaged. "It was my fault," Ascala said casually. "I've never told anyone before, and I'm not really sure why I'm telling you now, but I caused him to fall." Iradan looked at her sharply. "What do you mean?" "I was throwing rocks at him, from down below. I thought it was funny, and he was laughing too. I kept missing, and he was doing well to dodge my shots. It turned into a sort of game, until I did hit him." Iradan found that he wasn't particularly surprised. Out of all of his siblings, Ascala had been the most difficult. She was the only daughter, and had relished in tormenting the others. "Huh," said Iradan. "I always knew you were a right bitch, sister." The corner of Ascala's lips twitched. "I felt very bad about it, you know, very guilty. He never remembered what had happened, I think. Or at least if he ever did remember it, he acted as though he didn't. Anyway, it was just something that I was thinking about recently." "Why? Why was I thinking about it?" Iradan nodded. "Oh, I don't know. Malaxis climbed down onto her forearm, clinging to her with his long and wickedly sharp talons. She stroked his head. I suppose I was thinking about family. About how I've always been a little... Iradan could think of a lot of appropriate next words, and none of them were kind, but he remained silent. Different, she finished, lamely. Iradan steered his horse closer to hers, reached out and touched her arm. And yet I still love you, sister. Even if you did throw rocks at Domantas, who may be the most useless out of all of us, but who is probably the kindest. Ascala snorted. Do you really think so? His creditors will no doubt disagree. He does his best, I'm sure. Iradan actually doubted that Domantas had ever tried his best in any context, except perhaps the illustrious art of sneaking through the bedroom windows of women with powerful fathers. Promise me something, Iradan. Iradan leaned back in his saddle. And what sort of promise would you like? Marak, don't underestimate him. I would not like to lose you. And Ascala looked away and sagged a little as though this expression of emotion was about as much as she could handle. Iradan just laughed, slapped her on the back and pulled his horse away from hers. It was frankly insulting that his sister feared that an idiot boy tyrant might be any threat to him, a saint of God. He was very much looking forward to seeing the look on her face when he pulled Marak's still beating heart out of his chest. 11. Iradan. When war ravaged the country, several things were always guaranteed. Iradan had grown up on battlefields and was intimately familiar with all the consequences of war. There was the smoke from campfires, burning buildings, and funeral pyres, all of which had a distinct reek. Pyres in particular were the worst because the smoke they vomited forth into the air carried the suggestion of well-cooked meat, and since no soldier is ever as well fed as they'd want to be, the smell never failed to cause stomachs to growl and mouths to flood with saliva. Then there was the filth. War involved more people than most expected. People heard that 10,000 soldiers were present for a battle and think that 10,000 is not such a large number. Rarely did they account for the many other thousands of people that needed to be present in order to support such a force. The servants, slaves, cooks, laborers, smiths, doctors, messengers, clerks, logisticians, hunters, forgerers, priests, engineers, and so forth. And naturally, the gathering of so many people resulted in the production of immense amounts of filth. Human waste, primarily, but also animal waste, and the general wastefulness of people involving such simple acts as the discarding of miscellaneous items. That didn't tend to bother most people, he'd noticed, but it bothered Iradan. It bothered him because the natural world was beautiful and pristine, and when he saw it so badly ravaged by the passage of humankind, he wondered if perhaps the world would be better off if there were far, far less of them alive. The other guarantees of war: widespread complaining, misery, constant screaming and shouting, sleep deprivation, an excess of porridge in place of anything else to eat, blisters, and worst of all, refugees. The moment they reached the contested zone, Iradan saw and experienced all of these things. Since the contested zone had been contested for well over a decade now, many people who had lived within the area had gone elsewhere, mostly seeking refuge in the nearby city of Kalisberg. But even more people had stayed because they simply didn't have the option of leaving. They were farmers and woodsmen and generally poor. The vast majority, if pressed, would say that they were citizens of the autarky rather than of the dominion or the ascendancy. Although the truth was, few of them carried about allegiances or politics or borders. They were more concerned with scraping by and caring for their families. Predictably, many of them had suffered as a result of the last few years of intensified conflict. Iradan hated that this was the case. A lot could be said about war. It was easier, Iradan thought, to simplify it like this: war was terrible. It was terrible, yet necessary. And although it was terrible, he still enjoyed it. Because it did have its merits. It was also a proving ground, and it determined the course of events and the architecture of the world. He simply wished that it could be kept between soldiers, and that no one needed to be caught in the middle, that innocents didn't have to suffer, and refugees didn't have to exist. But then that was the trouble with wishing for things. It made no fucking difference. Iradan, riding with the Scala, Lagathir, and a small group of knights, went on ahead of his army. Although winter was now only just around the corner, and the air was bitterly cold, snow hadn't fallen, for which he was immensely grateful. Here there was enough smoke in the air that he could taste it at all times, and every now and then found himself coughing bitterly. They rode through a town. The southern half of it had burned down in a recent fire, with many of the blackened houses still smouldering. The displaced and the wounded lined the narrow dirt ride, hands reaching out for them as they trotted past. These people spoke the guttural language of the autarky, which Iradan was fluent in, thanks to the tutors their mother had provided for them as children. They begged for coin, for food, and for medical aid. "Lagathir," he said, glancing at the man. "Ride back, will you, and convey the need for extra supplies and food to be brought to this town. I want all of these people cared for." Lagathir's jaw dropped. "You're going to feed them all?" "Yes." "We don't exactly have infinite food." "Thank you, Lagathir, for pointing that out, as it is not something that would have otherwise occurred to me. Yet even still, the order remains an order." "And," Lagathir frowned deeply, "you want me to do this? Could not one of our slaves—" "A slave could, I suppose, complete the task to an adequate standard. Even still, Lagathir, I am resolutely asking you, personally, to carry out this task." Iradan paused. "My apologies if my initial order wasn't clear. It seems that it wasn't." "Lord Saint, are you by any chance jesting with me?" "No, Lagathir. Are you by any chance deliberately wasting my time?" Lagathir hesitantly saluted. "Thy will be done, Lord Saint." "Yes," said Iradan. "I should hope so." He watched the man ride off and shook his head. He and Lagathir had been good friends since the age of 9. Their families had been close, and the two of them had shared a tutor and a swordmaster. Lagathir was a very capable warrior. He was also one of the laziest bastards who had ever graced the world. He was one of those bastards who dripped natural talent, and yet lacked discipline, virtue, honor, and, honestly, most other positive traits. Excellent swordsman, though. No doubt about that. They continued to ride through the town. The wounded were on full display. Men with bandaged stumps instead of arms, and patches covering stolen eyes. They huddled beneath woolen blankets, shivering in the cold, many of them reeking of death. Iradan saw signs of infection wherever he looked. Many of these people, he could immediately tell, would not survive for long. They even seemed to know it. Their despair was palpable. A woman ran onto the road, barring the way. Iradan brought his horse to the stop, as did the others. The woman, wearing a dirty grey tunic, with a length of rope acting as a belt, and with shoes so badly worn he could see her feet through the tattered leather, was likely around his age, maybe a few years older. It was hard to tell with people who lived out in the middle of nowhere. Peasants aged differently. This woman, had wild curly brown hair, a mess that threatened to envelop her pale, heart-shaped face, which was decorated with a little dirt, soot, and what looked like old blood. It was her eyes that gave him pause. The brightest, most vivid green eyes he'd ever seen. They seemed to almost glow. They were like emeralds that had caught the light of a nearby fire, and were warm because of it. Upon seeing them, he resisted the urge to look up and find the star, if only to make the comparison. "Get out of our way," Escala drooled. Her bone hawk cocked its head, staring predatorily at the woman. The woman held out her hands. "Please help me, please. My brother is unwell. He needs medicine. I will do anything you want, if only you help him." "Out of the way." Escala's eyes were narrowed. "Last time I asked. Malaxis here is hungry. Don't test his restraint." Iradan frowned at his sister. He truly did love her, as he loved all of his siblings, but sometimes he wondered about the depth of her cruelty. He looked back at the woman and said, What is your name?
Carolina,
She said. She, like the others, spoke the tongue of the autarky, but she had a pleasant voice, soft, very feminine, and made the accent work. Carolina. He liked the feel of her name. He vaulted off of his horse, avoiding a puddle of mud, and gestured for a pair of slaves to come forward and handle his mount. He strode toward Carolina and stopped several feet away. Carolina, where is this brother of yours? What ails him? Carolina met his eyes, then pointed to a house, little more than a shack in actuality, a little further down the road.
I can't say for certain, but he keeps coughing up blood, and he has so little energy that he can hardly rise from his cot. You speak to a saint of the Green Star, Ascala said imperiously. You ought to show a little more respect.
Carolina bowed her head.
My apologies.
Iradan placed a hand on her shoulder. No need. I'll send someone to have a look at your brother. He eyed her tunic, the frayed edges of it, the holes, through which her bare flesh was visible. She had to be cold. As for you, I'll arrange for someone to bring you good warm clothing. And food. You look starved. Her eyes widened.
I would be indebted to you.
No, he said. No, you wouldn't be. Men such as myself have brought this ruined nation to your community. It isn't right. This is the least we can do. Lakathir soon returned with a small convoy of supply wagons and apothecaries. Carolina led one such man to her brother. Since it was getting dark, Iradan decided that he and most of his esteemed knights would stay the night in the town. So many people had fled the contested zone that every second house appeared to be empty. It would be nice to have a roof over his head again, especially here, where the world felt ancient and decayed, and unknowable. A little later, Iradan went to see Carolina and her brother. Carolina was weeping by his side. The apothecary was nowhere to be seen. The interior of their home had the warm, sickly feel of a place that housed sickness for too long. He bowed his head, so as to not crack his skull against the rafters, and made his way to the bedside. What's the news? Iradan asked softly. Carolina half turned. Her eyes were red, tears clung to her cheeks, seemingly frozen in place, like tiny diamonds.
The White Plague, said the man. He said that there is simply nothing he can do.
Iradan absorbed this silently. There was another guarantee of war. Plague. He had seen it far too many times. He had seen armies more badly ravaged by illness than by any enemy force. And there was no degree of generalship that could outmaneuver disease. There was no armor to protect against it, nothing anyone could do, except pray to the star. I am sorry, he eventually said.
Is there anything you can do?
Carolina was facing him now.
You're a saint, they're saying. That means you're blessed by your God.
I am, Iradan said. He let out a sigh. But I am not sure if the Green Star will spare your brother. He is, firstly, a non-believer. Oh, don't look like that, Carolina. I am not mad. I know you do not believe either. It's not your fault, living out here as you do, so far away from real civilization. That's why we're here, to bring the truth and the light with us. He paused. But I do fear that your brother, well, that there's simply nothing that can be done for him. Carolina closed her eyes.
What am I going to do? I'll have nothing. No one.
You have no other family here. Carolina shook her head. What did you do? Before the war came here, how did you make a living?
Jivor, my brother, was a hunter, a great one. I prepared and cooked our food, for us, but also for others in the town.
Her impossibly green eyes opened again.
I am good with food. People used to pay me to cook for them, but I can't, not anymore. And in any case, there is no food around.
Then come with me, Iradan said, unable to look away from her.
Lord Saint, your pardon. What was it that you said?
I said, come with me. We are riding north to Kallisberg and beyond. I'm here to take the head of the tyrant Marak and topple his new, terrible autarky. Iradan smiled gently. And I'll be honest with you, Carolina. It may take a while. Quite possibly I have many months or even years of campaigning ahead of me. And I will tell you that the one thing that soldiers complain about the most is the food. I personally am quite sick of gruel. So, join me. I have great need of a skilled cook. In return for your services, you'll be warm, safe, and well fed. Carolina didn't react how he'd expected her to. She didn't answer immediately. Instead, her face took on a shrewd, calculating look, and she bit her lip as she considered her response. Iradan was good at taking the measure of a person. Some people projected auras. Carolina, he sensed, was a deeply pragmatic woman.
"Will it be dangerous?"
she asked. We ride to war, he said. So yes, of course, as a cook you won't be fighting, unless you are particularly good with a pot and spoon.
"Give me a good pot and spoon,"
said she,
"and I will conquer the autarky in a month."
Iradan laughed. You will join me then. She glanced back at her brother, whose timing was impeccable, and who started to cough at that exact moment. Her good humor fled as quickly as it arrived.
"It seems like my only real option. The apothecary said that he does not have long. Mere days, more than likely."
Life is cruel and unfair, Iradan said quietly. We must simply do the best with what we're given, or else have the courage to take what we want.
"I will join you, Lord Saint."
Iradan kissed her brow. I am very pleased to hear it. 12. Marak. Amara held him close. Their bodies, sweat sheened, were pressed together, sheets tangled around them, their discarded clothes littering the bedroom floor. The room smelled of sex and of Amara's perfume, which made him think of burning lavender.
"That was nice,"
Amara sighed into his ear. Marak's body tingled. Nice is an understatement.
Quite.
She kissed his neck.
"I have a confession to make."
Make it.
"I have wondered for some time how you might be in bed. I was so curious."
And now you have your answer. He paused for a second. I hope that it is a satisfactory one.
Satisfactory, certainly. The real confession, and please don't be mad, is that I thought you'd be,
she laughed,
less experienced, let us say.
Marak raised his eyebrows. I wouldn't say I'm particularly experienced. I'm not a bumbling fool, but
you handled yourself like an expert.
I'll take the compliment. And Marak smiled at her and felt warm, and felt like maybe this was the happiest moment of his life. The tenderness, the intimacy. He had longed for such things for as long as he could remember. The women he had been with during the last 5 years, they had not given him this. Thus his times with them had left him feeling hollow, and he had wondered if perhaps the idea that there might be anything more was nothing but a fantasy. It was not, as it turned out. He had just needed to be patient.
What are you thinking?
She asked. Merely that this moment is precious to me, and that I do not want it to end.
You're sweet.
She kissed his neck again. A bolt of pain shot down the length of his spine, and his face twitched. It had been particularly bad during their lovemaking, although the experience itself had been so pleasant that he had found it easy to ignore the agony, to set it aside, and immerse himself in real, physical sensation. Amara ran a warm finger down the length of his face, tracing the twitching muscle.
How bad is it, really?
Marak closed his eyes. It's impossible to describe.
And it never stops?
Never, he whispered. Amara was quiet for a moment.
We need to figure out a way to get it out. The world is vast, Marak. There are so many varieties of sorcery, so many people who have dedicated their lives to studying the body. There are master surgeons, doctors, academics of all sorts. Do you know, back when I was merely a merchant, I travelled all the way to Valakor. It's the strangest place you'll ever visit. Impossibly vast, and in some places so flat you can't even believe it. You stare out across the plains and it feels as though it must go on forever. They say that Valakor is the birthplace of the species, that we were forged there, and then long ago dispersed across the world. When you speak to the natives, it's impossible not to get the sense that they know things that no one else knows, that they understand secrets about the universe, hidden to the rest of us.
Amara's eyes were bright as she talked.
Perhaps they might know something. My point is just that there's so much out there. I am sure that there is a way to take that fucking thing out of your skull."
Marak let out a breath. "I wish you talked about such things more often."
"What things?"
"Your travels. Sometimes I forget how long you've spent as a traveling merchant. You've seen so much more of the world than I have."
"You'll see it all. In time. I will take you places."
"I will like that."
"And,"
she said, in the tone that suggested a promise,
"we will remove the tormentor."
A part of Marak had simply resigned himself to the excruciating device in his head. It had been there for so long now, and he was so accustomed to the pain, that the idea it could one day be removed was impossible to fathom, and he didn't want to hope that it could be true, because if it wasn't, the crushing of his hope might very well kill him. Amara slid off the bed, golden dusky light streaming in through the windows and bathing her naked body in radiant hues. Marak's eyes roamed. He couldn't look at her enough. He could have spent a lifetime studying every curve, every bone, every freckle and patch of smooth, perfect skin. She was living art. She caught him staring and shot him a crooked smile. "Stare any harder," she said, "and your eyes will fall out." Amara departed in search of food and wine, promising to soon return. In the meantime, Marak struggled to get out of bed. He had a desk in the room adjacent to the bedroom, and it was covered in sheets of vellum. Reports, for the most part, from all across the autarky. He needed to plunge back into paperwork. Yet now that Amara was gone, the tormentor seemed intent on torturing him worse than ever. The world spun, his mouth filled with blood and his vision became blurry. When he tried to rise from the bed, his balance was so poor that he was forced back down, lest he fall over. Blades of liquid force were methodically dissecting his brain, slicing at one section of flesh after another, plunging in deep, twisting. His door opened. Had Amara returned already?
"My lord,"
squeaked a servant.
"are you well?"
Ah, he knew the voice. It was one of his newer servants, a boy no older than 17. He was good, if a little too timid for his liking. "Fine," Marak said through gritted teeth. "You can leave."
"Are you sure, my lord? Do you need help?"
Marak couldn't see the boy but heard him come closer. The tormentor began to beat at the interior of his skull with a hammer. The pounding was rhythmic. Marak groaned, drooled, and clutched his head between both hands. If it got any worse, he'd reached for the knife hidden within the second drawer of his bedside cabinet, and he'd cut his own fucking head open and pulled the damn thing out with his fingers. There was simply no alternative. It was unbearable, absolutely unbearable. "Kill," hissed the tormentor. "Break bones. Tear apart flesh. That way, dear Marak, lies sweet relief. You want it to stop, don't you? I can make it stop." Marak cried out, then said, "You must leave, now!"
"My lord,"
said the servant, shoes shuffling across the stone now so close that Marak could simply reach out and his hands came into contact with skin. Warm. A neck. He gripped it tight. So fragile. Such a vulnerable structure.
"Ah, my lord, what are you—"
Such an irritating voice. "I can make it stop. All you must do is squeeze. Break." Red flooded across his vision, blinding him, drowning him. He was moving without thinking. He was stabbing. Cold metal in his palm. Then a great warmth blossomed outward. The warmth was pleasurable, and where it made contact with his body, the tormentor's pain slowly began to relent. So that Marak threw himself into the warmth, smeared himself in it, and bathed. Respite. Peace. His head stopped aching. There was a very specific pleasure that came from the absence of great and constant pain, and he experienced this now. The world came back into focus. Marak stared down at his hands. They were red. Utterly red. The thick metallic reek in the air confirmed that it was all blood. What else could it have been anyway? And now he saw the body lying merely a foot or two away. The servant, the 17-year-old boy. His head was twisted at an impossible angle. His neck broken. His stomach had been opened up, intestines spilling out in a tangled heap that reminded him of the tangled bedsheets around him in Amara. He was in his right hand, grasping a knife. It was the knife he kept beside his bed at all times, and there was something dark and lumpy stuck on the tip. Flesh of some kind. An organ, maybe. Marak stumbled away from the corpse. The knife fell from his weak hand and clattered against the floor. A chamber pot was hidden beneath his bed and he filled it with vomit. His eyes burned. No, no! He found himself repeating this word over and over again, as though if he rejected the scene, it could not be real. The door to his quarters opened again. Sir Deimos Caradan, commander of the Sun Knights, stuck his head into the room. He opened his mouth to say something, then his eyes widened and he closed his mouth. He hesitated in the doorway, his hand briefly touching the hilt of his sword. Then slowly he stepped into the room and eased the door shut behind him. "My lord," he said quietly. Marak stared at him blankly. "Deimos, I don't know what happened." Sir Deimos was without his helmet. He was a sharp-faced, hawkish man with beady eyes. His expression was wary. He came closer. "Are you hurt, my autarch?" "No." Marak stared off into space. He was shaking. "No, I'm not hurt." "That is good, my autarch. Try to be calm." "Calm." He glanced at the knight and then laughed hollowly. "In the next room," Deimos said, his tone flat, "is your bath. There is, I believe, a wardrobe filled with your clothes. You know this. The bath ought to be full. Cold, no doubt, but that is fine. Wash yourself, my autarch, and change into fresh clothes. Take your time. When you return to this bedroom, this mess," his voice quavered subtly, "will be cleared, and it will be as though this never happened." His mouth formed a grim, hard line. "Let us say, in fact, that it did not happen." Marak took slow, deep breaths. "Deimos, yes, my autarch. I did not mean for this to happen. I need you to believe that. I believe you, my autarch." Marak closed his eyes. "Do you think that I am an evil man, Sir Deimos?" "No." "You are the autarch." Marak found that he did not know how to interpret that answer. Slowly, as if in a dream, he wandered into the next room, realizing that he was tracking blood with every step, but that he simply didn't have it in him to do anything about it. All he could think about then was how grateful he was that it had been Sir Deimos who had entered his bedroom, and not Amara. If she had seen this. But it hadn't been his fault. Not really. It was the thing in his head. He climbed into the cold bath water, which turned a dark red. Slowly, inch by inch, he slid down the side of the bath until he was entirely submerged. 13. Marak. By the time Marak was on the road at the head of 36 Sun Knights and a small host of retainers, winter had gotten its claws into the world. His breath misted in the air. Naked skeletal trees danced in the chill wind, and the threat of snow loomed. Despite the cold, he was immediately pleased to be away from Althera. That wasn't Althera specifically, but rather the oppressive nature of a massive, densely populated city that had begun to weigh on him. For weeks he'd been longing for fresh, open air, for rolling hills, and a road stretching out before him with no end in sight. His destination was Amen, and it took them a month to reach the City of Shadows. It was the first time he'd visited in 2.5 years. Amen was governed jointly by Lord Izemir Vax and Governor Kaimora, his former master of logistics. He exchanged letters with them often. At first, Marak had attempted to coordinate the affairs of Amen from a distance, sending his orders, ideas, mandates, and verdicts in the form of ink on vellum. Soon enough, though, he had learned a lesson, that he could not control everything, and that he needed to trust in the people that he'd delegated governorship to. Izemir and Kaimora were both loyal and competent, and together they had helped Aemon thrive, as much as the city could thrive in the midst of what some people might describe as a brutal civil war. The moment Marak arrived, he felt the difference. The steady stream of traffic both into and out of the city was the first indicator that much had changed. The soldiers manning the primary gate wore dark green uniforms and leather armor, and they carried shields marked with the clenched fist of the autarky. Here, Marak could see his own influence. He had strongly encouraged both Kaimora and Izemir to focus on changing the image of the city. No longer could it be the City of Shadows, infamous as a criminal hotspot, where even the very soldiers and watchmen were to be feared. Instead, it was to be a place of law, justice, and structure. Flags adorned the many towers of Aemon's walls, and all bore the sigil of the autarky. A path was cleared through the city ahead of Marak's passage. The streets were cleaner than he'd ever seen them before. There was still poverty, of course, still crime and starvation, and every other form of degeneracy common to all large cities, but he saw far less of it, and that gladdened his heart. Marak sent most of his host on without him, to the palace where Kaimora resided and governed the city. He would speak to her soon, and to Izemir too, but he wasn't here for either of them. He was here for the tower. And the tower was no longer there, not in one piece anyway. Marak approached slowly. Idis's tower, which had dwarfed all surrounding buildings, which had always exuded a sense of antiquity, and which he had suspected would exist until the end of time, lay in utter ruin. Great stone blocks littered the surrounding area. The blocks were blackened and charred, many of them split into pieces, dust and finely ground granite covering the ground. The lower portion of the tower was still technically standing, although it had been reduced to little more than a skeleton. It appeared as though a great bolt of lightning had shot down from the sky, struck the side of the tower, and cleaved it in half. He waved at his Sun Knights, signaling for them to stay back, and picked his way through the rubble. He moved as though dazed. Several times he crouched down in order to examine something on the ground that had caught his eye. A burned, tattered book, a cracked astrolabe, a very fine chair, somehow still in decent condition. He continued toward the tower's foundations. Judging by how little debris had been scattered, the tower had been destroyed some time ago, and scavengers had had plenty of opportunities to comb through anything precious that might have been found amongst the devastation. He reached the door. It had fallen inward, the wood badly splintered. He crossed the threshold and gazed up. The spiral stairs that had connected every floor of the tower had entirely collapsed, rendered into a mountain of jagged wood. Chambers to either side of them were blocked off by rubble. There was nothing to see, nowhere to explore. He would order the clearing of the debris soon. It would take an immense amount of effort, but if even only a single precious book or artifact was recovered as a result, it would be worth it. It was obvious to him, as he returned to his Sun Knights, what had happened at the tower. To Sir Deimos he said, "Send out word, Deimos, that you and your men are to be on the lookout for a blind couple, an old man and a younger woman. Both are missing their eyes. They will likely be traveling alone and with a great many books." This last part was mostly Marak's hopeful thinking. Idis had clearly destroyed the tower to deny Marak the use of it, but it seemed unfathomable that the man would have gone so far as to permanently erase all of those books. At the very least, he'd surely save the most important ones. Marak would get them back, no matter what he had to do to make that happen. "Furthermore," Marak continued, "put out the word to all of those who wear the uniform of the autarky. Information regarding the blind couple, which can be verified, will be rewarded, and anyone who either captures or kills them will be greatly rewarded. Sir Deimos, I cannot tell you just how important it is that these two individuals are found and dealt with." Sir Deimos saluted. "I understand, my autarch." Marak glanced back forlornly at the ruined tower. For Idis to no longer trust him was one thing. He could understand the man's hate. To an extent, he recognized he deserved it. But to destroy something so important, so useful, so powerful, it was unforgivable. Even the loss of the void chamber was alone a devastating blow. He had not taken advantage of it for some time. He had been so preoccupied. That had been his fault. He should have displaced Idas and Livia, should have sent them far, far away, or simply had them killed. He should have protected the tower, should have stationed a full company of soldiers here to watch over it at all times. But he hadn't. He had thought it unbreakable. He had not accounted for betrayal. Marak massaged his temples. The tormentor seemed intent on punishing him for these mistakes, and he knew that he deserved it. Dinner was a small private affair. Marak sat at the end of the table, which seated several others. Lord Izemir Vax, commander of the Order of Shattered Light, Governor Kaimora and her husband, Dalvor, and a young lady who was introduced to Marak as Essa, a sorceress from across the Abyssal Sea. Essa, who had dark skin and thick, braided hair, wore a dress of pure white that looked softer than a cloud. Rings adorned her fingers, and she wore a golden necklace with a pendant, shaped like a spider, with tiny rubies for eyes. Her own eyes were the color of tree sap, and her face was strong, with a single vertical scar starting above her right eye and touching her jaw. Why a supposed sorceress was dining with the governors of Aemon, no one had yet explained to Marak. Dinner consisted of roasted duck, suckling pig, potatoes baked in duck fat, leeks, monstrously large carrots, and soft, fresh bread. Conversation was light as they ate. Marak had questions, and there were important issues to discuss, but all of that could wait until they were fed. Eventually, Marak, unable to eat anything else, pushed his plate away. A servant darted forward and made it vanish. He looked right at Essa, who hadn't eaten much. "Well," Marak said, "my curiosity can't wait any longer. What's the story here?" Kaimora looked up from her own plate. "Regarding what, my old Toch?" "Here, while we're dining together, there's no need to be so formal. It's very tedious." Marak smiled what he hoped was a benevolent smile. "But I'm talking about the young lady Essa. Where did you say you were from?" "From Valikor," Essa said, smiling broadly. She had very white teeth, and although she spoke their tongue well, she did so with a thick, unfamiliar accent. She knew who he was, he presumed, and what sort of power he held, and yet there was no sense of deference about her, only an easy confidence, as though they were old friends and equals. She disquieted him. "Out of curiosity," said Marak, "how long does it take to sail to Valikor?" "I departed Valikor from a city called Tamash," said Essa, "which you should know is the most beautiful city in the world, with people from every corner of the world. From Tamash I sailed to Sahalis, and from Sahalis to Althira. The entire journey took me 12 months. 10 of those months were spent at sea." Marak's jaw dropped. 10 whole months at sea. The very notion made his head spin. He had thought that the few weeks Davina had spent on a ship was a long time, but apparently not. That the world could even be so large, that a person could spend 10 months sailing merely to get from one place to another. It was difficult for him to comprehend. "Is it true," Marak asked, "that Valikor is the largest continent in the world?" Essa smiled again. "I haven't been to every continent, so I could hardly say, but I have traveled extensively across Valikor, and it is so incredibly vast that I cannot imagine there could be any place larger. So I would have to say yes." Everything else was forgotten. Now all Marak could think about was the mystique of this strange and massive continent. "And you grew up there, on Valikor?" "I grew up in Tamash. It is a colonial city built by the League of Komorath, a strange nation of people who were once the most powerful in the world, and now possess little more than a desolate island. It's said that they sleep all day long, and then get up and live their lives at night, like some kind of nocturnal animal." "Clearly didn't work for them," Lord Izemir grunted. Essa just shrugged. "And so how did this happen?" Marak gestured to Essa's place at the table. "She came to us perhaps 3 months ago," Kaimora offered. Her time as governor had added plenty of lines to her face. "She's collecting stories, and so I said she could reside here in the palace while she went about her business in return for her help. She is an excellent physician." She glanced across the table at her husband, a bald, portly man, well-muscled,
Dalvor had a cancer in his lungs, a very bad one. He was coughing up blood every morning. We feared that he would not survive to see the winter, and then Essa tended to him and—"
"I feel quite good," Dalvor said, beaming. "The coughing has ceased entirely. I am, it appears, cured." Dalvor certainly looked healthy enough. His skin tanned, his eyes bright, his body strong. Yet there was something about his tone. Marak took a slow breath, then picked his way through Dalvor's surface thoughts. "He does not seem entirely convinced," Dalvor thought to himself. "Chimora warned me he was odd, but I'd say she undersold it. Would it be improper for me to resume eating? Everyone else has stopped. But these potatoes, how can a potato taste so good? Was that Essa's doing as well? Is she some kind of potato sorcerer?" Disgusted, Marak withdrew from the man's mind. There was certainly nothing useful to be found. "Stories," said Marak, looking at Essa. "What sort of stories?" "Anything and everything," said the woman. "I travel and listen to what people have to say." "To what end?" "I enjoy it," Marak grunted. "And this business with the cancer, how did you do that?" Essa didn't smile this time. "Magic." "You're a shaper." "I thought that term was outdated." "It is," said Marak, "but even still." "In Valakor," said Essa, "I would, broadly speaking, be called a witch. Among those who know better, I am a priestess." "Of what god?" "So many questions," Essa laughed. "I worship the Mattel, also known as the Maw, or the Devourer god, or the Insatiable." "I haven't heard of your god before." Marak had heard of a great many gods. He had made a study of religion and could name 100 divinities. To protect his empire from the tyranny of faith, he needed to understand the opposition. "You come from a godless country," Essa said easily. "You and your people are prone to dismissing the divine. Anyway, Tamatil is one of the primordial gods. The worship of him and his siblings has, unfortunately, fallen out of favor." Marak became suddenly suspicious that this witch was not here as she claimed to simply collect stories. Rather, she was here to tell them. "You're a missionary," he said bluntly. Essa barely reacted to that. "That is, I suppose, one word for it." "You should know, witch, that we have outlawed gods in this land. The punishment for their worship is severe." "I'm quite aware," she said calmly. The others at the table exchanged looks. Marak watched them closely. Had they already been indoctrinated? But surely not. She hadn't been present for long. It seemed unlikely she could have converted them to her wretched deity so quickly. But then she had saved Chimora's husband, or at least she'd convinced them that that was what had happened. Marak cleared his throat. "And does this deity of yours grant you access to the arcane?" "The arcane is so broad," Essa murmured, "and I would say controversial. As a priestess, I might simply say that the deity performs miracles through us, or that perhaps we channel the divine." "That is a yes. It would be easier for everyone to have the woman quietly killed, and probably for the best. He had to be careful where foreign cults were concerned. The kingdom of Ostromir had failed its people a multitude of ways, but at the very least it had always diligently rejected the oppression of gods. And yet, Marak had been searching for an alternative to shaping for a while now. It was a useful tool to have, to be sure, but remarkably dangerous for the wielder, and limited in its application. Worse, manipulating the fabric of reality damaged reality itself, and there was no telling just how deep the scars ran, nor what the ultimate consequences might be. "Essa," he said, "I should like for you to travel with me back to Othira." Essa's eyes didn't leave his. Her smile had widened, just a little. "What if I do not want to go with you?" "I will make it a command." "I am not a citizen of the autarky." "All people are citizens of the autarky," Marak said, "even if they just don't know it yet." 14. Iradan. Hands on his hips, Iradan surveyed the valley before him, and the city that guarded it, Berg, the gateway to the autarky. It was, he had to admit, an impressive sight. There were 2 layers of walls in a star shape, built from good sturdy stone. The walls were high, perhaps 30 meters tall, with the bases protruding out so that ladders could not easily be placed. In a mountainous valley such as this one, the earth would be too rocky to dig through, meaning that it would not be possible for them to undermine the walls. The gates, then, were the obvious weak point, but to get to the gates, soldiers would have to march merely 6 abreast up a long, treacherous path that ascended at a steep incline. The whole time they'd be assailed by archers on the walls, siege weapons, boiling water from above, and whatever other unpleasantness the enemy had in store. Ascala wore a deep frown. "I'm not sure about this. Looks like a bastard of a city to take." Iradan glanced at her. "Even been in a siege before, dear sister." Ascala scowled. "Is that trepidation I sense?" "I'm merely questioning the necessity of this action. There is surely no way to do this without suffering grave casualties." "I've never heard you sound so damned conservative before. Usually you're a little more aggressive." Nearby, Lakathir yawned. "She's right, though. Doesn't look fun." "Sieges rarely are." Malaxis spread his wings, golden eyes appraising the city ahead, and hissed. "Even the bird is concerned," Iradan said with a sigh. "Do not worry, my friends. I have a plan." They both looked at him. "I'd like to hear it," Ascala said, hands resting on the hilts of her twin axes. "The plan," Iradan said grandly, "is this. We tighten the straps of our armor, polish our blades, offer up our prayers to the Green Star, and we smash down those gates through an act of sheer faith, force, and willpower, storm that fucking city, and kill every godless, uniformed autarky shit inside that city." They stared. Malaxis resumed his hissing. "Funny," said Ascala. "Now as to the real plan?" "That is more or less the real plan." Iradan pointed at the gates. "Our armor is good and strong. Hundreds of beetle knights march right up to those gates will allow us to reach them. There will be losses, but that is acceptable. I will advance ahead of the knights. By the time they get to the gates, I will have destroyed them." "How?" Ascala demanded. "Cease with this unrelenting vagueness." "My blood," he said simply. "It is blessed by the star, and it will burn through the gate and allow us to fight our way in." Ascala rubbed her eyes. "This is perhaps the worst plan I've ever heard. How will you even reach the gate yourself? You are not unkillable, brother." "Not quite," he said, "but close enough." He glanced at Lakathir. "I want you in command of First Company, which will come up directly behind me. Ascala, you will take the second. I will take 1,000 of the slaves and advance with them. They will be my armor." "Bad time to be a slave," Lakathir said, smirking. "When isn't it?" "I should have the first," Ascala said abruptly. "I am more experienced and, of course, of higher birth." "Lakathir has fought in sieges before. He has the edge and experience, and matters of blood and birth are of no concern in the midst of a battle." Iradan turned away from the city. "I've made up my mind. We attack tomorrow." Ascala's eyes bulged in her head. "You've lost your mind. Tomorrow! Preparations need to be made." "We are prepared enough. We'll take the city in a day, I think, and the longer we wait, the more time the defenders have to ready themselves. Waiting benefits them far more than us. We must be swift." Ascala opened her mouth to say something, but Iradan was already striding away. It didn't matter what else they had to say. He had made up his mind. By the end of tomorrow, Berg would fall, and then the autarky, that arrogant and newly born terror on the world stage, would be strangled in the cradle. Iradan had eaten a lot of stews in his time. Stews were a favorite of army cooks, since they could be made in great quantity, and although time-consuming, were relatively easy and did well to keep soldiers well fed and happy. Generally, however, they tended to be bland, and Iradan had long since grown sick of them. This stew was the best he'd ever tasted. No, it wasn't just the best stew. It was perhaps simply the best thing he'd ever eaten. He shoveled another spoonful into his mouth, hummed, and looked up at Carolina with wide eyes. She stood nearby, watching with clear satisfaction, hands clasped together. "It's good?" she asked.
Carolina, he closed his eyes. To say that this is merely good, that would be a lie. It is divine. Perhaps this is heretical of me to say, but I dare claim that if the green star itself manifested as a cook and attempted a soup, it couldn't hope to rival what you've done. What's even in it?"
Carolina blushed.
"It's quite simple, really. Spiced pork sausages, lentils, onion, carrot, a little celery. What else? Garlic. Plenty of garlic. And I managed to get my hands on some salt."
Here her eyes widened a little.
"I've heard that some people cook with salt before, of course, but I've never used any until now. It is very expensive." "If this is the result," he said, "I don't care how much it costs."
He cupped the bowl with both hands, brought it to his mouth, and drank deeply. Then he wiped his lips with the back of his arm, said,
"Is there more?"
Later, after eating another 2 bowls, he sat down in one of 2 chairs in his command tent. Carolina, at his beckoning, awkwardly lowered herself into the other.
"Will you be fighting tomorrow?"
she asked. Iradan nodded.
"At the front, yes."
Carolina looked concerned. No doubt she feared that if he died, she would no longer have a place with the army, and would be discarded and left to fend for herself. He had already issued orders ensuring that that wouldn't happen, even if they were a little redundant, on account of the fact that he wasn't going to die.
"What's it like?"
Carolina asked.
"Being in a battle?" "Depends on the battle," he said. "Contrary to what some people might think, they are not all made the same. A siege, for example, is a very different experience to being in a field battle, and a battle in which one has an overwhelming numerical advantage is very different to being at a profound disadvantage. Elation versus desperation. So much of a battle is the emotion involved, morale, spirit. The defenders and attackers of a siege do not experience the same thing. To answer your question, sometimes being in battle is the greatest thing one has ever experienced, and sometimes it is the worst. Sometimes it seems that all you can do is desperately cling on for another breath."
He looked at her closely.
"A lot of people say a lot of things about war and battle. There is, you understand, a lot of romanticism at work, and yet some of it is even true."
"And tomorrow," Carolina said slowly, "what sort of battle is it going to be? I heard some people talking about it."
"And what did they say?"
"They said that the autarky is going to break us against their walls."
Iradan smiled softly. A part of him wanted to reach out and touch her, to hold her hand, but he didn't move. "Find an ample vantage point tomorrow, Carolina. Watch, and see for yourself."
15. Iradan. Arrows rained down from along the top of the wall. One bounced off of Iradan's helmet, jolting his head, and another struck his breastplate and snapped in half. A third caught the slave in front of him through the throat, and the man fell to his knees, gurgling, a prayer to the star on his lips, a moment before his words were drowned in blood. 100 feet until he reached the gate. Iradan glanced up. Men in dark armor were hefting cauldrons up to the edge of the wall, teeth gritted, muscles bulging as they poured boiling water down upon the wave of slaves rushing the gate. A wave of screams. Slaves, most wearing little more than hardened leather armor, dropped to their knees, clawing at their faces. Some tried to roll around on the ground, but these were soon stampeded by those behind. There could be no stopping, no slowing. Iradan, near the front of the slaves, shoved 2 out of his way. Another arrow struck his helmet, and this time his vision briefly darkened, but it was of little consequence. They could not stop him. A slave reared up in front of Iradan, face badly burned, expression twisted in agony. He grabbed Iradan by the arms, began to shake him, screaming, "Help me! Help me!" Iradan punched him in the side of the head, sent him tumbling away and off the side of the mountain path. No time to watch his body roll down the steep, jagged slope. In death, the star would reward him, and that was all that mattered. Iradan's ears ached, the sheer volume of all the screaming. He twisted, looking back down the path, catching the glint of sun upon the iridescent armor of the first company of beetle knights. They had begun to slowly advance, their rectangular shields locked together, thick, barbed spears held steady, a banner with the sigil of the star flustered in the cool afternoon wind.
"Forward!"
Iradan bellowed.
"Do not slow down, children of the star. Whoever reaches the gate first shall be blessed by our Lord. Forward! Forward!"
The arrows came down again, a storm of them that scythed down 100 slaves at once. Bodies hit the ground, tripped up those moving behind. The path was already slick with blood, and the air reeked of it. Movement out of the corner of Iradan's eye. Scorpions, mounted upon the 2 towers flanking the gate, were slowly turning to point at the advancing slaves. They were already loaded and primed. A flash of fear. He would still make it, of course. But those scorpions looked formidable, no doubt about that. They were loaded with bolts, several feet long, thick, with viciously edged points. The sheer force behind them. Iradan put his head down, braced himself, and stormed onward. The scorpions fired. The bolts blurred through the air, far too fast. They both hit the slaves at the very front of the group. He watched as people were impaled and thrown backward so forcefully that they were taken off their feet. Those behind them were also impaled, and again, so that the bolts became like human skewers. Some of those who'd been skewered were still alive, though barely, crying out for help and attempting to separate themselves from those others they'd been impaled with. Other slaves, those who'd been forced to the front, now wavered, a couple turning around and attempting to run, only for their braver companions to smack them over the head with their heavy clubs, beating their lifeless forms as they fell. Now the rest of the slaves, sensing that attempting to flee was just as bad for their health as advancing, decided that they may as well try to reach the gate. Few did, but the first slaves were there now, touching the heavy reinforced wood, and wearing expressions that said, "We did it! We're here! Now what?" Boiling water was poured on them from open hatches directly above. They shrieked. If Carolina had been present, Iradan would have told her that this was the bad sort of siege, the sort of siege that most generals would avoid at all costs, the sort of siege soldiers had nightmares about. The scorpions unleashed once again. Something heavy punched Iradan directly in his chest, and then he was flying through the air. Impact from behind. The breath knocked out of him. Wheezing, gasping, mouth full of blood. On his back, staring up at a blue sky decorated with distant charcoal clouds. He'd been hit. He'd been hit by a fucking scorpion. He turned his head and saw the massive bolt protruding from his chest, the end of it sticking out of him by several inches. It had impaled others, those immediately behind him. Now he was stuck with them. Somewhere, someone sounded a trumpet. Was that the signal for second company to march? He hoped not. If both Ascala and Lakathir were already on their way, expecting that he'd reached the gates by now, they would be slaughtered. All because a scorpion crew had aimed for him. But the fucking aim, he had to admire it. What a shot! More arrows, boiling water, and bricks thrown from the walls. His slaves were dying in droves. Hundreds of twisted, broken corpses sacrificed to help offer him cover. And they hadn't even done that properly.
"Help!"
Iradan croaked. He would survive, of course, but right now his survival meant nothing if he couldn't free himself from the bolt. He grabbed the ankle of a passing slave.
"Help me! Free me! Get this thing out!"
Perhaps the slave hadn't heard him. Battles were, after all, awfully loud places. The man, bald and fat, ran onward, dumbly intent on the gates, as though reaching them might actually secure his ascension, instead of a pot full of boiling water dumped over his empty head. Now there were so many arrows in the air that it seemed possible a person could drown in them. Iradan's skin prickled. He looked down as best he could. Steam was rising up about his face, an acrid stench filling the air. His blood was dissolving the scorpion's bolt. More, it was dissolving the other people who'd been skewered alongside him. The man behind Iradan, still alive despite the bolt driven straight through his guts, began to shriek louder than ever as Iradan's blood ate through flesh and bone. Iradan let out a breath. It was not the gift he would have chosen for himself, but here again was proof that the star knew best, and that it bestowed each of its gifts for a reason. Moments later, and the length of the bolt that had been trapped inside of Iradan had melted away into nothingness. Iradan freed himself. He saw that his armor too had melted away, and with it the tunic he'd been wearing beneath, so that his torso was weirdly exposed, while the rest of his body was still covered. It was not, he thought idly, a particularly heroic or impressive image, half naked as he was, but this was war, and war was ugly. Now Iradan braced himself. He had to reach the gate. He ran. It was difficult to get over and through the sea of corpses piled up before him. More slaves were dead than not. Dozens upon dozens of the wounded and dying reached out for him as he passed, begging for help, but he could pay them no heed. His boots sank into something soft and wet which gave way horribly beneath him, and he staggered, only for his stagger to save him from a scorpion bolt that tore through the air where his head had just been. He tore his sword free of its sheath. He had left deliverance behind for this battle. The action here was too closely packed, too messy and brutal. The sword was double-edged, heavy, the metal catching the light of the sun and showing off a faint, beautiful green hue. He was only 10 feet away from the gate. It loomed up before him, dark, solid wood reinforced with dull grey iron, and protected by a portcullis, with perhaps 3 feet or so of separation between it and the gate. Iradan reached the portcullis. Slaves milled around him. They were chanting a prayer to the star and pressing up as tight as possible around the portcullis, since here the archers nor the scorpions could shoot down at them. Iradan tore off his left gauntlet, threw it aside. Without hesitation, he grabbed the edge of his sword and slid his hand across it, opening up his palm. Then he gripped the bars of the portcullis, and his blood began to dissolve the metal. Iradan grinned, triumphant. Some fucker dumped a bucket of boiling water over his head. Didn't do much, since it splashed against his helm, but some of it got in through the visor and made contact with his bare hand, and he flinched at the pain, gritted his teeth, but didn't allow it to stop him. And there was the curse of his ability to heal. It did not protect him from agony. Iradan wondered absently if there was a limit to how much pain a person could endure. His palm sealed itself back up. He opened it again, returned to the slow but steady job of burning away the iron barring his way. He glanced over his shoulder as he did so, saw the first company drawing nearer, arrows bouncing harmlessly off of their locked shields and iridescent armor. It was a beautiful sight, ruined only by the occasional scorpion bolt that tore through the defensive formation with ease, stealing lives by the handful. Lakathir's standard, that of a graceful eagle with a skull clutched between its talons, fluttered in the cool wind, and there Lakathir himself was close to the front in the most exquisite, excessive armor Iradan had ever seen, adorned with winged pauldrons, golden lettering, and a purple cloak. It would not be long before Lakathir and his first company reached the gate. Iradan split his arm open from elbow to palm, cried out as overwhelming pain threatened to drop him to his knees. He witnessed his own bone, frighteningly white amidst the gaping wound. Torrents of foul black blood poured out of him. Teeth gritted, he smeared his arm across the bars of the portcullis, watching it disappear before his very eyes, toxic vapors collecting in the air. The slaves around him coughed, gagged, then screamed as more boiling water, as well as bricks and large rocks, were dropped upon their heads. Iradan's arm sealed itself, and now the portcullis, or at least most of it, had been reduced to a disgusting black ooze puddling at his feet. Triumphant, Iradan threw himself against the locked gate, and again cut himself, and again bled, and smeared his blood across the heavy wood, which began to dissolve even faster than the iron had. He heard shouts of alarm from the defenders, their guttural language so clearly conveying their panic. It brought a smile to his face. His blood ate through the gate. A small hole at first, and then larger and larger, until he could see the faces of the defenders waiting for him on the other side, their iron shields locked, their spears leveled. They would, he was sure, put up a good fight. It would not be enough. 16. Divina. From the deck of the Stormlight, Divina watched the city of Heilige come into view. Heilige, capital of the Sahalian Empire, was a new city built upon the bones of a much older one. Divina had spent much of the last few weeks shut in her cabin on board Stormlight, reading everything she possibly could about their empire. And one thing that had been made abundantly clear was that it had been built upon the ingenuity of their engineering. It was their engineering that allowed them to build seemingly impossible cities that even the greatest generals of the ages couldn't solve. Supposedly, Sahalian engineering teams, when planning their cities, would bring in the most reputable generals from all across the world, simply to analyze their city plans. If any of the generals could come up with a sound strategy for how to attack the city, the general was paid a fortune, and the engineers started again from scratch. The process was repeated until the end result was an unsolvable city. And in the histories that Divina had read, many a foe had thrown armies against their cities, only to suffer grave losses, be repelled, and have the remnants of their armies chased all the way home. But Heilige had not conquered a new land for well over a century. Their greatest emperor, a woman named Marak, had decreed that the Sahalian Empire had reached what she believed was the maximum size that they could sustain in the long term. If they expanded any further, it would only be a matter of time before they were crushed by the increased pressures of rule. And that single decree was the only reason that Heilige had had nothing to do with the continent of Telemere for so long, why Ostromir had gotten away with ignoring their northern coastline for a century. Now, Divina studied the city from a distance. The first thing she was forced to notice were the great golden warships sitting in the water, forming a defensive ring around the city's port. Every single one of them, and there were a dozen, dwarfed Stormlight, perhaps the largest ship that the autarchy possessed. These vessels had 4 rows of oars, and their prows were fashioned into great golden rams. At full speed, such a ship could smash ram first into an enemy vessel, preferably into their side, and break them utterly in half. Then there were the sea towers. She counted 16 of them. They protruded out of the sea in a defensive formation, built of white stone, not particularly tall nor wide, but sturdy-looking. Ship-killing weapons occupied the top of each tower, onagers and scorpions. They were high enough that there was nothing any ship below could do to stop them, while they could fire at will at any ships that attempted to sail near them. How exactly they'd managed to build them out in the water was a mystery that Divina could only ponder. But she didn't ponder it for long, because her attention was soon diverted by the city itself. Tall, white, zigzagging walls, towers leafed with gold, brightly painted and crawling with vines. Dockyards so vast that it was like a city unto itself. And then, rising up from amongst the heart of the city, which had been built on a series of hills and sloped upward, loomed palaces and forts and other great, geometrically perfect buildings that seemed too large to even be able to stand. Clouds of smoke drifted languidly above the city, drifting eastward. Her brother was wise to want to befriend these people. "Now that," said Maya, standing next to her, "is a fucking city." Divina couldn't tear her eyes away from any of it. "It's beautiful." Maya frowned in the direction of those towers. "I would not want to attack this city, and certainly not by sea." Divina shook her head. "Sahalian cities don't fall, that's the saying." "All cities can fall," Maya grunted, reminding Divina that the woman, who was only a couple of years older than herself, had actually had a hand in the fall of many cities. But those had not been Sahalian cities. "Thankfully," Divina said, "if we're successful, they will soon be our friends, and we will never need to think about the fall of their cities." Maya eyed her skeptically. "It's just a matter of time." "What's that supposed to mean? If we're successful, it means we're friends." For now. But I know your brother. She returned her eyes to the approaching city. One day he'll turn his gaze their way, and then... She shrugged. Then we'll just see how invincible their cities really are. A welcoming party received them the moment they stepped off the ship. A young woman wearing a complex dress of brightly colored silk stood patiently upon the dockside, hands folded neatly in front of her. She had long black hair held up in a bun by what looked like a golden knife. Her nose was pierced with a golden ring, so that she was like a bull. Her ears were studded, her eyelids painted dark blue. She wore what gauntlets, delicate and golden. Davina quickly decided that they were purely for decorative purposes rather than for any actual defense. All in all, the woman provided a stunning sight. Behind her were a dozen men and women standing perfectly still with their heads bowed, hands clasped together just as hers were. "Welcome to Hylia," said the young woman with a radiant smile. She spoke their language, which Marak had recently officially renamed as the Prime Tongue, with a soft, sing-song accent. Davina lowered herself in a half-bow. These people were very fond of bows. "It is an honor to be received in such a beautiful and historic city. I've been in your country for mere minutes, and yet already it's one of the greatest wonders I've ever seen." "It will remain that way," the woman said, still smiling. "There is no city or country greater." She gestured to where both Stormlight and Trident were anchored. "I would first like to politely request that everyone but yourself remain on board your ships, at least until the Emperor gives them permission to disembark." Davina raised her eyebrows. She'd disembarked with Maya, who just stood behind her, and two Sun Knights, who were waiting stoically about 10 feet away, resembling pale statues. "The voyage hasn't been short," she said, "nor easy. Many of those on board will love to feel solid ground beneath their feet and eat a good meal." "I understand," said the young woman, whose smile was quickly becoming grating. "And yet I must insist. There is a small issue that must be resolved." That didn't sound good. Politeness was deeply ingrained in Sahelians, and they were lovers of understatements. If what she read was even halfway accurate, a small issue could very well be as extreme as their immediate execution. "And what is the issue?" Davina asked. Well, we really should wait to get you settled in. I ought to ask, as you are the sister of the Autarch, what honorific shall I use for you?" That was actually a good question. Davina considered herself to be extremely well educated on a plethora of subjects, yet she had not formally received any education in the art of diplomacy, and the intricacies of titles and honorifics were not familiar to her. A part of her wanted to shout, "Just 7 years ago I was working on a farm with my parents, and then my idiot brother ran away from home, and now I'm here, and I don't know what the fuck I'm doing." Instead, Davina said, "My lady will suffice, thank you. And may I ask who I'm speaking to right now?" "Oh," said the woman, her smile so persistent that it was as though she'd simply been born that way. "I am Akiri, Emperor of Hylia." The Emperor and her retinue guided Davina, Maya, and their two Sun Knights to the Opal Tower. The Opal Tower, the oldest part of the city, around which everything else had been built, sat upon a tall hall and overlooked the rest of Hylia. The name was deceptive. The Opal Tower was in fact a palace. Its namesake, the single tower rising up from the heart of the building, was indeed the color of opals, and in the warm sun shone like one as well. Jewels set into the stone sparkled like light scattered across the surface of the sea. They were ushered in through the open gates of the palace. The Emperor's elite guards, the storm dancers, watched them from behind bronze face masks. Davina had read about them too. They wielded great two-handed swords and refused to wear armor. Instead, they relied on their prowess, speed, and the martial art of Kamorti. It was said that they ground up the petals of a special flower and then smoked them. The special properties of the flower made it so that the storm dancers did not fear death. They were brought through the wide gilded halls of the Opal Tower. They had already ascended many stairs, and there were yet more before them. It seemed as though their destination was the top floor of the central tower itself. Maya moved close to Davina as they walked, whispered,
Did you expect the Emperor herself to be waiting for us? Davina glanced at her. I didn't expect anyone at all to be waiting for us. Lots of stairs, Maya grunted. Can't handle them. I can handle them, Maya said. I'm just saying. As long as your knees don't explode, Davina said lightly. Maya hated to complain about her various aches and pains, preferring to maintain the facade of the solemn and stoic warrior, but she wasn't quite as stoic as she might have liked to believe. Davina saw straight through the act. Sometime later, after climbing what felt like their 1,000th step of the day, Davina began to suspect that something was amiss. Raising her voice so that the Emperor, who was walking ahead of them, could hear her, she said, My lady, may I inquire as to why we appear to be making our way to the very top of the tower? Emperor Akiri said nothing, didn't even look back at them. Davina's guts twisted. She didn't like the way the storm dancers were looking at her. They soon reached the top of the tower. The top floor was, she saw, open and exposed to the world. Pillars supported a pointed roof above their heads, but there were no walls or barriers to stop someone from simply falling off of the side of the tower, which was so high that it was hard to even make out people in the streets below. The wind picked up, blowing her hair into her face. Davina felt suddenly unstable. Without thinking, she grabbed Maya's arm, using the larger woman as support. Now Akiri looked at them. She gestured to her storm dancers. The masked warriors advanced. Maya, grim-faced, reached for her sword and managed to draw several inches of it before rough hands grabbed her from all sides. One of the storm dancers forced her sword back into its sheath. 3 of them held her from behind while a 4th drew his own sword. It was just as Davina had read. It was long, two-handed, and slightly curved. It was single-edged, and supposedly a storm dancer could swing it with enough force to sever a man entirely in 2 at the waist. Looking at the sword now, and the way its edge seemed to gleam wickedly, she did not disbelieve the story. Davina did nothing as a storm dancer grabbed her from either side. She was no fighter, was smaller than just about everyone else present. She maintained a calm, level expression, all the while her heart thudded in her chest and her palms prickled with sweat. She'd been in the city for a little over an hour, and already they were in trouble. Sorry, Marak, she thought. Not my fault. She met the Emperor's eyes. Akiri's expression was cold. Lady Emperor, Davina said, mouth dry. What have we done wrong? Akiri's gaze shifted to her storm dancers. Take them to the edge, she said, and on my command, push them off. 17. Davina. Davina, balanced precariously on the edge of the tower, might have fallen if it weren't for the storm dancers holding her back. It was impossible not to look down. Her stomach lurched. Still, she refused to make a sound, even though she feared her bladder might loosen. The drop, the sheer distance she would fall. What would happen to a human body that fell from such a height? What would the impact with the hard stone below look like? She imagined a melon bursting in an explosion of pulp and juice. This was not the way she had expected her diplomatic mission to go, nor was it how she expected to die. That, she supposed, was the thing about death. It tended to always be unexpected. She glanced over at Maya, held similarly over the edge. The older woman seemed unaffected by the drop waiting for them. Her face was cool, almost impassive, her lips twisted in something like a sardonic smile, as though she was welcoming whatever was about to come, as though she'd been waiting for this moment for a while now. My Emperor, Davina cried out. Don't do this! You will bring war between our people. Akiri, somewhere behind her, just snorted. Your brother might come for us, yes, but I wouldn't recommend it. Those 2 ships you brought with you are the best you have, and they're nothing next to our navy. That's not even bothering to account for our city and the unassailable nature of our country. So if the tyrant wishes to wage a war, he is welcome to try. Why are you doing this? Davina hissed. I don't understand. I'm not doing anything just yet. You'll notice, young lady, that I haven't yet given the order to let you fall. That's because I haven't yet decided on what to do. Davina tried to take several slow, deep breaths. She allowed herself to simply think.
What the Emperor had just said was obvious. They certainly weren't yet falling. What did the decision rely upon? What was the Emperor yet to determine? Was this merely a power play? A psychological attack to throw her off balance and compromise any future negotiation she might attempt? Perhaps it was just a statement. A way of saying, "We're the ones in control here. There's nothing you can do to us." "The reason you find yourself in this position," Akiri said, "is because of your brother, the Autarch Marak. Although we haven't concerned ourselves with the continent of Telemere for some time, we still receive news. We are very interested in information, Davina, and we have heard quite a lot about your brother, about the things he has done during these past few years." The disgust in her voice was now evident. "The slaughter, cities burned to the ground, innocents massacred, children impaled. A 5-year-long bloody civil war that has claimed the lives of untold thousands. All in the name of ambition. We Sahelians are not fools. We know he has sent you here because he is in dire need of what we can provide him, assailed on multiple sides as he now finds himself. But the question I ask myself, Davina, is what sort of woman I would be if I allied myself with a monster who has little regard for virtue." Davina clenched her jaw. Should have guessed this would be about Marak, about the things he'd had to do. Davina said, "I can explain my brother's actions, my Emperor. The Autarch has done what he has needed to do," Akiri said. "Push them." Davina's eyes widened. She had time only to say, "What?" before someone shoved her from behind, hands digging into the square of her back. And then Davina was gone. In the air. Nothing solid beneath her. Falling, hair whipping in her face, Maya's scream, so unlike her, following her as the tower blurred past. The ground was so far away, and yet drastically closer with every beat of her racing heart. "No, no, no, no!" Davina squeezed her eyes shut. A strange calmness suddenly took over. She was about to die. She would explode against the stone, killed so quickly that her thoughts would simply be turned off. She would not have to experience dying, because her dying would be immediate, and for that she found herself grateful. Even as her mind became overwhelmed with images, memories began to cascade, one into the next, her life replaying itself before her very eyes. And then Davina came to an abrupt stop, which felt as though she'd been yanked backward toward the sky by the hand of a god. Her head jolted, neck straining, and when she opened her eyes, she saw that she was simply floating, suspended in mid-air, about halfway down the length of the tower. Davina's heart was thudding so hard she worried it burst. She blinked and wondered if perhaps she'd just died, and this, everything she was now experiencing, was some kind of death-induced hallucination, the last mad spurts of an alchemical process in the brain. But no, now she was floating up, back toward the top of the tower, and, her wits returning to her in a slow trickle, she noticed the heaviness of the air, the way her hair was standing on end. Her mouth tasted like metal. Faces came into view. Maya called out, "Davina!" The invisible hand that now seemed to be guiding her through the air dumped her on her arse. She'd never been so glad to make contact with cold, hard stone. She pressed her palms against it and closed her eyes and realized that the metal in her mouth was the result of her having bitten deeply into her tongue. It dully throbbed. Emperor Akiri stared down balefully at her. Composure. She could process later. Now she needed to collect herself. "I would ask," she said, slightly out of breath, "that you never do that again." The Emperor didn't react. Maya was straining against the storm dancers, looking like she wanted to kill all of them, and she probably would have tried if they hadn't taken her sword. "Wait until Marak hears about this," Maya hissed. "We are not afraid of the Autarch," Akiri said dismissively. "And it is, in fact, my understanding that the two of you have been sent here in the name of diplomacy." "Really seems like you're trying to be diplomatic," Maya was glaring at the other woman as though by doing so she might cause Akiri to spontaneously combust.
"Sometimes it's important," said the Emperor, "to send a message."
She glanced at one man amongst her retinue, who was robed and watching Davina with golden eyes that seemed to faintly glow. His face was covered in intricate, tattooed script. She had the sense that it was he who had caught her through some arcane means. Sihalians were not known for arcane prowess, but when Davina thought about it, she realized that she did not know much about what kind of sorcery they possessed, and to what extent. Suddenly, Davina felt very much like a child surrounded by adults who all knew far more than she did. She'd been a fool to think that she could do this, that she could simply step foot on a continent she knew so little about, with no true worldly experience behind her, and armed only with what she'd learned from 10,000 books. Books were not the real world, and it appeared as though they had badly misled her. More gently now, Akiri said,
"We will retire to my meeting chamber, just the two of us, and we will discuss this matter in a more formal way over tea. But I want to emphasize to you now, Davina, that Sihaliya is not weak, and we do not bow down to the demands of tyrants."
She waved a hand, and the storm dancers began to drift down the steps, followed by the rest of the Emperor's retinue. Maya's sword was returned to her, and the two of them were allowed to walk without the rough hands of Akiri's warriors upon them. Davina said nothing as they retraced their steps through the splendid opal tower. Its ostentatiousness fell upon a distracted mind. Somehow she would have to salvage this situation. The first day of negotiations had not been what Davina would have described as successful, but it was a beginning nonetheless. And, inexperienced though Davina was, she had one advantage. She was smarter than everyone else. One way or another, she would succeed. 18. Marak. He woke to the sound of someone pounding at his bedroom door. He rose reluctantly. His mouth tasted of blood. Sometime in the night he'd bitten deep into his lip. He vaguely recalled that he had had nightmares. Something about Davina? About a knife. He tried to pursue the memories further, but the tormentor hammered a nail of agony directly through the center of his brain, cutting him off, and he dragged himself out of bed. When he opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of a young lady in autarky uniform, bearing a message for him. He read the letter at a table near the window so that he was bathed in sunlight. When he'd finished reading, he rolled the letter up, unrolled it, read it again, then tore it in half. He closed his eyes, breath coming slow and steady, though his heart was pounding away at his chest. Calusberg had fallen. Not only had it fallen, but it had fallen in a single day, taken by Saint Iradan and his knights. The defenders had been brutally executed, sacrificed to their terrible green star. And now the gateway to the rest of the autarky was open, and there was nothing to stop the ascendancy from spilling in and raiding his country at will. War had returned to his nation, just as 5 years of civil war was coming to a close. He had desperately hoped that, after so much time leading armies and fighting battles, that he might be allowed some time to be a civil leader. He'd never wanted to be stuck in the position of general or field commander. Out there, at the head of an army, he could not truly rule his country, could not build new roads or bridges, couldn't enact tax reforms, couldn't fund new technologies and sciences. Marak wanted to build a civilization. Instead, he found himself defending the foundations of one. Brizingam was an able general, and a part of him wanted to redirect the man to Calusberg. But Brizingam was just that, able. He was nothing extraordinary. And besides, he was still dealing with the remnants of the loyalists, cleaning them up so that they might never bother Marak again. No, he would have to deal with this personally. Marak departed from Amen the next day, just as the sun began to rise. He left with his sun knights and his retinue, and the witch, Essa, who rode at the front with him. It had not been difficult to convince her to come with him. He suspected that she had in fact already been planning on doing so. She undeniably had an ulterior motive. Marak could see through her cover. Collecting stories, she said. She was evidently spreading her heathen faith. And that, more than likely, was why she was so eager to travel with him. She wished to convert him, and hoped that by doing so she could convert all of the autarky. For that ambition alone, Marak ought to have had her burned, and at some point he probably would. Right now, however, he wished to know more about what she could do. "Tell me," he said as they rode, "about the power you wield." Esther shot him a sideways glance. "Is that the only reason you want me with you, Marak? You wish to learn from me?" "I am autarch of the state," he said. "You ought to address me as such." Esther smiled. "I recognize no authority other than Tamatil." Marak was silent for a moment, and then, because he did not like the woman, did not like the way she talked to him, the way she smiled so knowingly, the way she acted as though she were above him and everyone else, he slipped into her mind like a hot knife. And then, in his head, he saw the wall surrounding Esther's mind, an actual physical wall, like one surrounding a castle, with crenellations and towers and a gatehouse. There was a moat, a drawbridge. Every inch of stone was entirely black, as though made of shadows. Distant skeletal figures stood upon the walls, as though the castle of her mind was defended by the dead. Esther's smile widened. "My mind is not unguarded, Marak." Marak's eyes narrowed. "You know of Dios?" "Of course I do." "Oh, you didn't think you were the only one in the world, did you?" She laughed a little. Her laugh set him on edge. "And how did you come across the art of the penetrating mind, "I've read about it," he said through gritted teeth. Perhaps he would simply have her killed after all. She exuded danger. "You read about it," she said, and shook her head. "I was taught by the master of my order. On Valakor, the penetrating mind is known to many, the rich, the powerful, those versed in the arcane and in sacred knowledge. I would ask that you do not attempt to enter my mind again. It would be at your peril." And now she was threatening him. Unconsciously, he placed a hand on Sunlight, and in the corner of his eye he saw his Sunlights react to the gesture by subtly shifting toward their weapons. Essa, apparently heedless to this, just said, "Where is it we're going anyway? And with such urgency?" "Althira," he said, "to muster an army." "Oh, an army," Essa made a face. "But armies are so unpleasant, so unwieldy." Marak ignored her. "I would like for you to remain by my side. I will, I'll admit, likely be quite distracted, but when we have time I want to know about you, your god, and what you can do." "I will tell you about Tamatil." "Please do." Although Marak mostly wished to know about them simply so that he was familiar with the enemy. He did not believe, whatever any of these people said, that their gods actually existed in a physical, tangible way, and if he happened to be wrong, Marak did not expect himself to know everything. Then he needed to understand exactly what they were, what their nature was. If they existed in the same universe as him, that was intolerable. He would find a way to destroy them, every single one of them. If the universe was infested with divinity, he would cleanse it. "There are 7 primordial gods," Essa began. "These are the 7 divine beings that formed at the very center of our universe at the dawn of all creation. The Matil is one such entity, and the one that I, and all true souls, worship. You have likely heard of the green star, worshipped by the ascendancy Dochs." "I have," Marak said uneasily. "The green star is also one of the 7. Then there is also—" "Wait." Marak held up a hand. "The green star belongs to the same pantheon as your own god." "It does. And yet, you are opposed to it?" "Oh," Essa grinned. "All 7 primordial gods are opposed to one another. They seek dominance over their siblings, each desiring mastery over all of creation. 2 of the 7, Haziath and Amori, were long ago destroyed by the others. Haziath was the most powerful, on its own. Its death frayed the edges of reality and allowed mankind to grasp the threads of creation. What I believe you people call shaping is the direct result of Haziath's demise." Marak let her words sink in. He had read thousands of books during the last decade of his life, and yet these names were not familiar to them, nor their lore, and he felt wrong-footed by the flood of new and esoteric information. "And I am assuming," he said, "that the worshippers of each god oppose those who serve the others?" "We have been warring for millennia," she said, "fighting in the service of our divinities." "And who's winning?" "We are, of course." "Not the ascendancy?" At that Essa showed that she was in fact capable of being offended. She scowled at him. "They are stronger than they've ever been," she admitted, "but they are fundamentally weak. They barely understand their own god. They armor themselves in ignorance, and once you repel them—" Marak stared at her, waiting for her to continue. "You will conquer them," Essa said after a second. "That is your intention, yes?" Now Marak smiled. "So, that is the real reason you're so happily coming along with me. You wish to use me as a piece in your shadow war against a rival cult." "I would not put it like that. I simply wish to make sure you know what you're dealing with, and that you do not make any critical mistakes." "Will you come to Kallisberg with me?" "I will go anywhere with you," said the witch, "so long as you're fighting the heretics." The moment Marak returned to Althera, he called a meeting of all of his senior advisors, commanders, and ministers. Standing before them, Marak announced that Kallisberg had fallen, though most had already heard. Then he informed them that he personally would lead an army to reclaim the city before the enemy could push any further into the autarky. They needed to be decisive, he explained, eliminating the cancer before it was allowed to spread. To this end, he would muster 10,000 troops and march them southward within the next 10 days. The time frame was demanding, to say the very least. 10,000 was a lot of soldiers to arm and provision in such a short amount of time, but the task was made possible by the fact that the army he had returned to Althera a mere 2 months previously had not been stood down, and had in fact been standing by in case they were needed again. Now, they were desperately needed. On the eve before Marak was to depart Althera at the head of his army, he lay naked in Amara's arms. Amara ran a hand down his chest, tracing one scar or another. Marak kept his eyes closed. "Can I ask you something?" "Always," said Amara. "Why are you with me?" "Right now, or in general?" "In this way." "Well, I like you. That's the main thing." But why?"
"Why are you asking?"
"Please," he said, "answer the question first."
"Well, let's see. I think you're a handsome man. That's a prerequisite, and you can check it off easily."
"I don't think most women would agree."
"And what makes you say that?"
"A sense I get."
"If it was true," Amara said slowly, "that you had a specific look that only specific people found attractive, and I was one of them, wouldn't that, in a way, be nicer than broad appeal?"
"I don't know," Marak said honestly. "These are not things I often think about. Attraction, beauty, romance. I feel woefully uneducated, if I'm honest.
But I can tell that you care about these things. You're interested."
"That's why I'm asking you these questions."
"I see. It probably won't surprise you to hear that I find ambition to be a particularly appealing trait."
"That at least I have in spades," he murmured. He opened his eyes. A dozen candles provided a soft warm glow to his bedchambers. It was late, and he knew he should be trying to sleep before he went back on the road, but he found himself wanting to spend as much time awake with Amara as possible. It might be months before they saw each other again. They might never see each other again, depending on what happened. He wasn't unkillable, after all. Not yet.
"You're intelligent. I enjoy the sharpness of your mind, and your curiosity."
"But I'm not funny," he said. "I rarely make you laugh. Not the way Haron makes you laugh." Her smile was bright in the darkness.
"Are you jealous, Marak?"
He didn't answer that.
"I find Haron to be hilarious," she admitted. "But he's also old, degenerate, deeply troubled, often annoying, and maintains a despicably poor standard of hygiene."
"I wonder," Marak said, If we had met under different circumstances, in a different life, if perhaps we'd simply bumped into each other on the streets of Althera, would you still have been interested in me? How much of your affection stems from my power?
I think it's folly to even attempt to break down one's feelings into individual components. Sometimes a person simply feels a certain way, and that's a special thing.
Would you have children with me? He asked the question quickly, one word blurring into the next. Amara laughed.
I agreed to marry you, didn't I?
We could be married without children, and I'm asking you the question in isolation, not factoring in politics or power or state. Purely, I mean, from a family perspective.
Yes,
she said.
I think that you could be a good father.
You do not sound so confident.
You could be. You could also be a terrible father. I see the potential for both. I hope the former will be true.
How do I make it true?
Be here for the children when they come, and open yourself to them. Those are your two main problems, Marak. You are so often not there for the people around you, and you keep yourself entirely closed off. It makes you come across as cold and aloof, and a little inhuman.
He let those words sink in. A comfortable silence stretched out. He said, I fear that I will not survive this next thing. Amara sat up, expression troubled, and peered down at him.
It is very unlike you to say something like that.
Marak grimaced. I'm naked. You can see the totality of my body. Count the scars. I've come close a lot of times. I've been lucky. I'm hard to kill, true, but it's not that hard. An axe to the skull, a decapitating blow, a poison that pulls me into unconsciousness and then kills. War is a chaotic thing, Amara, and this civil war, it has not been so bad, not as far as war is concerned. I fear that it will be far, far worse against the Ascendancy, and against this saint.
You're afraid of him? Specifically? I can hear it in your voice.
Not just him, Marak said slowly, but his god, this green star. I've begun to suspect that it is a real, tangible threat, and that it really does bless him and his knights. I will try to destroy them, of course, and their god, but I must admit that there is a possibility it doesn't go my way.
It is pragmatic, Amara said quietly, to at least have a backup plan for the autarky.
That surprised Marak, though he knew it shouldn't have. He'd expected Amara's first reaction to be along the lines of,
You're not going to die, don't say things like that,
rather than for her to agree with him, and the possibility that it could happen. But then she'd always been as practical as he was, and perhaps even more so. You will be the autarch, he said simply. If I die. Amara blinked.
I'm not sure I'm qualified.
At that, Marak laughed, and it took him quite some time to stop. When he stopped, and at last calmed himself, he said, Amara, my dear, since when have I been qualified for the job? Let's be honest. My ascent to the throne involved a lot of luck, good people around me, and magical force that no one could really do anything to stop. It's not as though I got here on the merit of my actual civil abilities, and where my civil matters are concerned, you are far more experienced than I am. You've been here in Althera, running the city, while I've been fighting battles.
Yes, but that means that I haven't been fighting battles, and frankly, I have no idea how to do so.
Marak rolled toward her and kissed her. You are capable.
We are very capable together.
That caused him to smile. The most, I think.
The most,
she agreed.
So do me a favor, and try not to die.
19. Marak. It took 6 weeks of hard marching for them to reach Kalisberg. By then, Kalisberg was no more. Marak rode slowly through the ruins. The walls had been utterly leveled, dismantled brick by brick. All 3 gatehouses had been collapsed. The streets that wound their way through the fortress city were strewn with debris, and lined with buildings that had been burned to the ground. The skeletal remains of houses, towers, and civil buildings resembled blackened and jagged monsters, outlined against the twilight sky. There were corpses everywhere. They hung from buildings, from pillars, from posts. They were piled up in the streets and arranged in courtyards, so that their bodies formed the shape of a star. All were badly rotted, flesh picked out by carrion birds and other scavenger animals. As Marak rode through the streets, he watched packs of wild dogs stalking the shadows. 3 struggled to drag a decayed body with them. There were so many flies in the air that he kept his mouth sealed at all times, at least one fly inside. There were, of course, survivors. Some people had managed to hide during the ransacking that had followed the fall of the primary gate. In a city of so many people, it was simply impossible to kill or enslave every single person. The survivors had scavenged what they could. Sir Deimos Caridon informed Marak that they had formed their own gangs, that they even had leaders who had been appointed by a vote in the wake of the city's destruction. Marak couldn't stop thinking about that so soon after the fall of the city, the shadow of its populace was already attempting to take a new form. In that regard, it seemed to him that civilization was impossible to kill. One could slow it down, burn 1,000 cities, kill 99 out of every 100 people, but so long as there are ruins and people to occupy them, it will return. He found that comforting. In a courtyard full of twisted, broken bodies, Marak spoke to a surviving soldier. He was an older man, with a graying beard and watery eyes. He'd lost his left hand. The stump had been freshly bandaged. Judging by the reek of decay emanating from him, infection had set in. He wouldn't have long left. "How did you survive?" Marak asked gently, dismounting his horse. The soldier stared at him. "Are you the autarch?" "I am." The soldier seemed to weigh this up. He nodded, as though to himself, and said, "I hid beneath the dead, lost my hand, fell, and they just piled up on top of me, and I stayed like that until the battle was over. Then, when they occupied the city, I snuck into one of the towers up on the wall, empty at that point, waited there until," he shrugged, "until they were gone." Marak gestured to Calusberg's prime gate, which stood not far from where they were standing. He had examined it briefly. It looked as though it had been eaten away at by the passing of immeasurable time, but that was impossible. "How did they get in, soldier? What happened to the gate?" The soldier's eyes were blank. "Their leader, the saint, came right up to the gate, and he destroyed it. That's all. Not sure how he did it. I was near the back, you see, in the courtyard while we were waiting for them to get through. I heard the others talking while we waited. They said that he was alone, that he was blessed by his heathen god." Marak's expression was grim. "So, the saint destroyed the gate and led a charge inside, yes?" A nod. "Could you guess at their numbers?" "I couldn't say." "No," said Marak. "I suppose not." It was too much to hope that a mentally broken survivor might possess critical information, but he'd hoped nonetheless. "How long were they in the city?" The soldier squeezed his eyes shut. "Felt like the screams went on forever." Marak placed a hand on his shoulder. The man swayed from side to side. "All right," Marak eventually said. "Your autarch thanks you for your help." He met Deimos's eyes. "See that this man is taken care of. I want someone to look at his wound." With a dozen of his Sun Knights, Marak stalked through the halls of Calusberg's inner castle, where its lord, Alistar Mal, had lived with his family and council. It looked and felt as though a pack of devils had been let loose throughout the castle. The day's last light poured in through the cracks in the walls, the holes in the ceiling, and the windows that looked out over the dead city. How exactly the saint had managed to so severely damage the structure of the castle itself, let alone the city walls, Marak did not know. He was forced to assume that the saint had had divine help. The task would have been too great to otherwise accomplish. "Place doesn't feel empty," Caridon said, walking next to Marak. He had his shield strapped to his left arm, and in his right hand held the black steel mace he'd named Retribution. Marak glanced at him. "No, it doesn't." "Shall I send someone back to ask for reinforcements?" Marak stepped over a body. "No. Perhaps it didn't feel empty, but it looked like it. The castle was filled only with the corpses of those the saint had chosen to slaughter. He had learned from several other survivors that the bulk of Calusberg's population had been enslaved by the Ascendancy warriors, led out of the city in columns. Every survivor he had asked had agreed that the saint was bringing the slaves with him into the autarchy, rather than sending them back home as Marak might have expected. Didn't seem like an intelligent move. since it meant that the saint would need to feed several thousand additional mouths, and it left him wondering what the man planned on actually doing with them all. Although if the accounts he'd heard were to be believed, the Ascendancy had used their own slaves to get the saint to the city gate in the first place. The mountains of bodies piled up around the gatehouse were testament to that. Maybe the man was simply replenishing those he'd lost, ensuring that he'd have more bodies to throw at the next task that required plenty of blood to be spilled. Abhorrently wasteful, of course, but a part of him could appreciate the boldness of it, the ruthlessness, the willingness to make great sacrifices in order to accomplish a goal. They turned a corner. Along the walls of the hallway that stretched out before them, the sigil of the green star had been painted in blood a dozen times. Each iteration seemed more crazed than the last, the lines becoming increasingly jagged and manic, the points larger and sharper. Corpses, those that had supplied the blood for the horrific wall art, were slumped half upright against the cold stone. Half of them were women. A couple were young teens.
"Savages,"
Iradan hissed.
"Fucking savages."
Marak could read the uneasiness of his Sun Knights. Few things bothered them. This, however, was cutting through their stoicism. They waded on through the corpse-strewn corridors. Inside the castle, the air felt peculiarly heavy. The shadows appeared deep enough to drown in. The last vestiges of twilight faded, and Marak summoned forth several balls of flame that floated ahead of them, providing a warm, comfortable glow. The flames only served to further illuminate the atrocities the Ascendancy had committed. In a dining room they found 24 adults nailed to a wall. They'd been stripped naked and their eyes had been removed and piled up on a single plate on the table. In front of the plate, nailed to his chair, was a dead naked man. Closer inspection revealed this man to be Lord Elistar Mal, who Marak had met once before. The man had ardently supported Marak through the years of civil war, and had lent him troops on one occasion. Marak approached the body, sighed, and touched his arm. "I'm sorry, my friend." Sir Telemachus Rydell, a vicious knife of a man, said,
"Those animals have no honor."
"None at all," said Sir Darroway. Darroway, who refused to wear his helmet on account of him finding them unbearable, spat and gripped the hilt of his sword. "I actually hope some of them are still lurking around here. I'd like to find them." Marak found himself agreeing with the knight. He wished that the enemy had still been here. He wished that he could have met them on the field. His palm itched for sunlight. He wasn't glad that he'd been forced to once more ride off to war, but he would be glad to get his hands on this fucking saint and his heathen dogs. He would demonstrate to the man that there was no star looking out for him. Lord Elistar lurched forward in his chair. Marak jolted back, yanking his hand away as though bitten. The Lord of Kalisberg thrashed around on the chair, then shot up to his feet. There was a wet, ripping sound as the nails through his palms and ankles tore at his flesh, and then came with him. The Lord stood there, head down, a strangely solemn pose. Marak's heart hammered in his chest. Elistar was dead, there was no doubting that. His flesh was rotting off of his bones, and it looked as though rodents had been hard at work nibbling away at him. And here he stood. "Elistar," he said. He had sunlight in his hand, though didn't recall drawing it. All of his Sun Knights were now in the chamber, and they had their own weapons drawn. Deimos was poised to strike. Marak held up a hand to signal that they ought to wait for him. "Elistar, can you hear me?" The dead lord simply twitched. It was possible, Marak knew, to raise the dead. The Western Islands were ruled by necromancers. He had read so in a book, and the witch Essa had spoken of it. Yet he had not thought that the Ascendancy was in possession of such occult knowledge. Unless this wasn't necromancy, not in the traditional sense. The Green Star, he thought. It is real, and has an active hand in what is happening. I'm not just fighting a war against an enemy state, I'm warring against a god. Elistar Mal looked up. Decayed eyes found Marak, the lids long since eaten away, and then the dead lord lunged at him. Marak had been tensed and ready for movement, and he darted back easily, swinging sunlight. The blade separated Elistar's head from his body. His head hit the ground with a meaty thump, rolled a couple of feet, and came to rest near Sir Deimos Caridon. Elistar gazed up at the knight. His lipless mouth moved, unable to form sounds but flapping maddeningly in the attempt. Deimos stomped on the head. It broke apart like an overripe melon. The chamber filled with an overpowering stench. Maggots writhed amongst the ruined brain matter of the dead lord. Black, congealed blood clung to Deimos's boot. Marak, gagging, led his knights out of the chamber. He addressed them in the hallway. "The castle may not be as empty as we thought," he said grimly. "Suspect any and all corpses. The Green Star's power is at work here." Deimos turned his gilded helmet. "Is it real? This star?" "It is a real entity," Marak said with a sigh. "But it isn't a god. Do not fear. It isn't all-powerful, otherwise the Ascendancy would have already won. But it is seemingly capable of horrific feats, such as the one we just witnessed, and Saint Iradan is undoubtedly in possession of some kind of gifted power." "Perhaps," said Sir Tanya, "we should turn back. What is there for us in this castle anyway?" "Likely nothing," said Marak. "But if the star has corrupted this place, we ought to see what it's capable of. We'll purge it of its taint." Although Marak was starting to think they'd all be better off if Calusburg was simply consumed in a fiery inferno. The city was suffering from a deep infection that needed to be burned away. But then he didn't possess the power to drown a city, even a dead one, in flames. Moreover, he still needed Calusburg. It was the single best point of defense against the Ascendancy. He would rebuild it and make it stronger than ever. It would not fall again. "Come, brothers," Marak said, hefting sunlight. "Let's see what other horrors lurk within this castle." 20. Marak. Drifting balls of fire guided them through the bowels of Calusburg's castle. Rats scurried through the shadows, their sudden movements causing his Sun Knights to flinch and wheel around, searching for enemies. Truthfully, he shared their unease. This was unfamiliar ground. He didn't know how powerful the star was, or what else lurked within the darkness of the dead castle. Every time he passed a corpse, and he passed countless of them, he expected it to sit up, grab his legs and pull him down. Thankfully, the dead were so far remaining that way. They came across the castle's kitchens. More bodies waited for them, strewn across the stone floor. Many of them had been young serving girls. The Ascendancy butchers had shown no mercy to anyone at all, and with every such display of carnage, Marak's hate for them began to build and build. "Listen to me now," he said to his Sun Knights. Their helmets turned in his direction, polished metal bright with firelight. "I'm going to wipe the Ascendancy from the face of this world. They are animals. All of my plans and ambitions will have to wait for their destruction. I can't put it off. The universe is worse off with them occupying it." "We'll be right behind you," Telemakos promised. Something moved within the shadows of the kitchen's far side. Not a rat. Sounded far too big for that. Marak whipped around, wished that he'd brought along another weapon to accompany sunlight. He loved the sword, but it was long and unwieldy in such cramped quarters. Deimos with his mace had the better idea. "Who goes there?" Telemakos grunted, grip tightening on his two-handed axe. Mind-eater. Marak closed a fist. A ball of flame shot across the kitchen, toward the source of the noise. Orange light washed across the hunchback shape watching them from the corner. A man, was his first thought, horribly deformed. It shied away from the flame. Grey leathery flesh shone wetly in its light. Then Marak saw that it was winged. Its wings, bat-like in appearance, were folded up behind it. It took a step toward them, eyes like puddles of ink focusing on Marak. Horns of pale bone protruded from its thick, elongated skull. Marak's mouth went dry. He had never seen anything like it, hadn't heard of anything even vaguely similar. One of his Sun Knights began to shriek. He didn't turn to look, but knew that it was Sir Taman. Taman's sword clattered against the stone. He turned and ran, and no one moved to stop him, nor even made a sound. The monster took another step, moving gingerly, as though to avoid startling them. It tilted its head to one side, made a low clicking sound at the back of its throat. Its wings flexed. Its arms, long and muscular, hung low, knuckles nearly dragging against the floor. It had 5 fingers to a hand, and each finger ended in a knife-like talon. Marak didn't like the way it was moving, the way it was holding itself. It put him in mind of a cat ready to spring into sudden, swift motion. He'd take no chances with this thing. He set it on fire with his mind. The eruption of bright flame was sudden and blinding. His sun knights shielded their eyes with raised arms. The creature screamed so abruptly that Marak nearly dropped his weapon in shock. The flames were so powerful that he could not see the creature well. He breathed in smoke, charred flesh, dust, decay, and mold. And he cried out as the creature, still burning, charged at him. It crossed the kitchen in a mere second, its wings pounding, its arms raised and trailing smoke and flame. It was still screaming, pain unmistakable in its shrill, demented voice, so loud as to be painful on the ears. It was all Marak could do to raise his shield, just in time to catch his talons against his steel exterior. The impact jarred his arm, travelled all the way to his shoulder. Movement as the sun knights fell in around him, heedless to the burning, twisting flames, to the impossibly fast and sudden movements of the creature. It swung again, its arms leaving fiery after-images through the stale air, and there came the sudden taste of blood in the air, and a hot splash of liquid that whipped across his face an instant later. With a thought, Marak made the flames hotter, made them burn blue with intensity. The smouldering, wretched thing collapsed, its body rapidly burning away, its screams guttering out a moment later. Marak backed away from it. It was dead, he thought, and yet he didn't put out the flames until it was little more than a pile of ash. He coughed on the acrid smoke that now filled the kitchen, and backed out into the hallway, sun knights following in a protective formation. 2 were carrying a third. Sir Sion, who was choking on his own blood. His throat had been ripped wide open by the beast's talons.
"My lord Doch,"
Deimos's voice was grim.
"we shall leave this castle, if there are more of those things."
"What was that?" another knight was saying. He continued to repeat the question. No one answered them. Half of the sun knights were staring into the kitchen, as though expecting the creature to charge out at them, somehow unburned. Marak swallowed heavily.
"Yes, perhaps we ought to go back."
In his mind he saw those 2 puddles of ink, eyes that seemed to be staring right at the very core of his being. The faintest voice whispered into his ears, so quiet and unintelligible that he couldn't be sure it was actually there at all. He brought forth 3 more balls of fire and sent them floating languidly down the hallway, guiding their path. His limbs felt heavy. The tormentor was sending wave after wave of dull pain down his spine. He'd used too much power on that creature. He'd panicked, had reached into a sea of power, and had drunk in energy too deeply and too quickly. But he hadn't known what else to do. It had moved so quickly. Deep, slow breaths. He was off balance, had to compose himself. The others would sense it otherwise. They'd get out of the castle, and maybe he'd come back with 1,000 soldiers instead of 12 knights, and he'd purge every hallway, every chamber, every inch of cracked stone. Maybe he should have brought shapers with him. Instead, the few shapers still left, those bred and trained since birth by Khalazar's decree, were constrained to a newly constructed building in Othira, which he had great plans for. But, plans be damned, he could have used them now. Would have loved to lead a cadre of them into Kalisberg, where he'd stand by and watch as they conjured forth a raging storm of fire, so hot that it'd melt the castle. They commenced a slow and dignified retreat out of the castle, the Sun Knights standing shoulder to shoulder around him. Marak, at their castle, guided the balls of fire that tracked their movements. Water dripped from the ceiling, provided a tiny echo when droplets splashed against their armor. Touching a finger to his pauldron, Marak observed his fingertips, wet and red, and looked up at the worst time. A drop of blood struck his left eye and left him blinking madly. Damn this place and whatever was happening here.
"Run,"
Marak said. He and his Sun Knights fell into a jog, boots pounding the cracked stone floor. An archway loomed up ahead. They'd passed through it on the way in. He could remember that clearly, but now its door was closed, where before had been open. Deimos attempted the handle, but it was locked. Talimakos stepped forward with Mind Eater and swung the axe as though it weighed nothing. The dull grey blade bit deeply into the wood, splintering it. He swung again. More splinters flew through the air. Marak shifted his weight from one foot to the other, standing all crammed together in the hallway, waiting for Talimakos to break through. They were badly exposed. He could see the black sky overhead, speckled with stars, visible through a large gap where the ceiling had collapsed. He turned and looked back the way they'd just come. Shadowed figures were shuffling toward them from the other end of the hallway. There were dozens of them, packed in tight, a crowd of ambling, swaying shapes, slowly, yet inexorably nearing. They made no sound, except for the scrape of either their bare feet or frayed shoes against the cold floor.
"On me,"
Marak said through gritted teeth, stepping forward with shield and sunlight at the ready. The Sun Knights readied themselves. The hallway was only wide enough for 4 of them to stand abreast.
"You ought to move back,"
Deimos said gently.
"Let one of the others take your place."
Marak shook his head.
"I'm not going to hide behind my knights. That's what we're here for, my lord."
"No," Marak said. "You're here to personify my wrath. To be an extension of my might. I will never hide. I only ask that when I take the lead, you will stand by me until the very end." Deimos stood a little straighter, grip tightening on retribution.
"Until the very end,"
he said.
"Until the very end,"
echoed the other Sun Knights. Marak went forth to meet the dead. They were empty-eyed, hollow corpses, just as Alistar had been, rotting and bringing with them an overpowering reek of decay. Flies buzzed around their lolling heads. 2 balls of flame drifted above them, illuminating the first few ranks, their half-eaten eyes rolling around madly, their drooping mouths opening and closing incessantly, their tattered and grey faces, white bone showing through gaps in their flesh. Marak smashed his shield into the face of the first, swung sunlight in a wide, blinding arc. It neatly divided 3 of the corpses in half. Their severed bodies wetly slapped the ground, yet he had a moment in which to observe that the separated pieces continued to move. He swung again. 2 heads were taken from their necks. He stabbed another through the heart, but it didn't slow even for a second. He went to swing again, but then his Sun Knights were all around him. Retribution smashed into a skull with such force that it broke apart like a rotten egg. Telemachos' mind-eater clove a head in 2, and on the backswing decapitated another. Remaining shoulder to shoulder, their gleaming armor turning them into an unbreakable wall of polished steel, they hacked, smashed, cut, broke, severed, and staved. They killed so many of the dead things that soon enough the next row of the living dead were struggling to get past the piles of corpses mounting before them. They climbed awkwardly, only to immediately have a Sun Knight swing a sword or a mace or an axe at their face. And then there were only a few left, and Marak vaulted the pile of corpses and landed amongst them, and reduced them to little more than quivering limbs and blinking heads, staring up uselessly at him from the floor. The stench was unbearable. Marak staggered away from the carnage, retching. He wasn't the only one. The balls of fire showed him that his Sun Knights were no longer pristine. All of them were covered head to toe in thick black viscera. Sir Darroway was no doubt regretting his lack of helmet. He was desperately trying to clear his eyes of gore while attempting not to vomit all at the same time. They returned to the locked door, and this time when Deimos tried the handle, it opened silently and easily, as though it had been just waiting for his touch the entire time. 21. Marak. Marak and the witch stood side by side, staring out across the blackened and dead city. "I want answers," Marak said. Essa smiled thinly. "Don't we all?" "Specifically, I want to know how those people came back to life. I want to know what happened in there, Essa." "They hardly came back to life now, did they? It would be more accurate to say that their earthly forms were merely puppeteered for a brief period of time."
"By what?"
Marak growled. He was beginning to lose patience with the witch. He had brought her along so that he could learn from her, and not so that she could endlessly frustrate him with vague answers. "The green star, of course."
"How?"
A chill wind caressed their faces. They stood upon a section of wall, one of the few segments of the fortification still intact. Below, his troops were beginning to mobilize, preparing to resume their march in pursuit of Iradan. It was impossible not to notice the constant, uneasy glances cast in the direction of the castle. Word had quickly spread of what had transpired within. "Devotion," said Essa, "is a powerful thing. The primordial gods, as befitting that title, possess the potential of unlimited power, but reality struggles to hold their physical forms.
They are both here, in this universe, as actual tangible entities that you could theoretically touch. And at the same time they drift through the eternal, infinite seas of a million realities. The primordial gods require conduits. We, Marak, can be those conduits, as can certain places and physical objects, as can devotion and faith. Those two things are concepts, but they're also real, and they can be conduits for power. Essa let out a long, slow breath. What I am getting at is that Saint Iradan certainly seems to have been chosen by the star, and he along with his host are true believers. What they did here was, in their mind, an act of devotion. It allows aspects of the star's power to manifest.
Marak stared off into space as he listened. And this, he said, is also how your god works. Tomato.
It is how all of the primordial gods work, if that's how you want to put it.
Marak massaged his temples. The tormentor was drilling into his skull, as usual. He could taste the pain of it at the back of his throat, as usual. And, as usual, it was making it difficult to concentrate.
And there is no way to stop it?
Marak asked.
Well, if you killed Iradan and all of his followers, they would no longer be conduits for the star. Another thing, the more people who believe in a primordial god, the more of his power can be manifested in the world, and the greater its influence.
And is that why you're with me? He snapped. To convert me? To add to the power of your own wretched, cursed, damned fucking god?
Essa didn't react at all to this outburst.
If, Marak said slowly, every believer in a primordial god was to be killed, the god would have no power, correct?
Correct,
said Essa. And so that god will be rendered forever useless.
Not entirely. The star, for example, would remain in the sky, drawing closer and closer with every day that passes, and people would look up at it, stare, and its image would be burned into their vision, and at night, when they sleep, they would dream of it, and through these dreams it would again accumulate followers.
Marak ground his teeth together.
So they cannot be entirely denied?
No.
Can they be killed?
Yes, she said serenely. I have already told you that 2 have been destroyed by their siblings.
Can they be killed by a mortal?
By yourself, you mean?
Essa showed off her perfect white teeth.
No.
When people tell me I can do something,
Marak said, staring at the castle of Kallasberg, black and jagged against the sky,
it makes me want to do it more than ever.
And Essa patted him on the arm and said,
You ought to try to change that way of thinking.
Marak turned to her.
It's time for you to be helpful. I am aware you're tagging along because you think you can convert me. That's fine. But I have my own reasons for allowing you to be here. I want access to your power. I want to know what you can do for me.
I am likewise aware of your motivation already, Ortak.
Marak waited for her to say more, his gaze unflinching.
Essa sighed.
How much do you know about the blood magicians of Valakor?
Nothing,
Marak said, aware of how eager he sounded, how hungry.
Tell me about them.
Essa cracked her neck from side to side.
Human blood possesses innate power. The reason for that is much debated, depending on which sect, tribe, or individual you speak to. Some will claim that at some point other beings roamed the world, seraphs and devils and other things, and that they bred with us. Others will claim that we are descended from gods, or that the fundamental forces of the universe run through our veins.
The witch shrugged.
Whatever philosophy you prefer, here is a fact. There is power in blood, and there are ways to access it.
Marak had to restrain himself from grabbing the woman and shaking the answers out of her. He vibrated with the need to know more. He was half tempted to attempt to ram his way through her mind and strip it of thoughts. But, problematically, her mind was well defended.
There are rituals, she continued, and rites, ways to utilize the power of blood. One could, for example, open up a gateway to the other side of a continent. You will see that on Valakor, which is so vast that it is physically impossible for a person to traverse it on foot.
Marak ground his teeth. How do I do that? The endless possibilities of such a thing. If he could move an army across hundreds of miles in the blink of an eye, eliminating the need for all of the logistical support required to hold up an army, if he could avoid the long months of travel that conquest necessitated, he could rule the world. It would be so easy. So easy. His heart pounded hard in his chest. His palms sweated, itched for sunlight, and he rubbed them together, then crossed his arms. Here was what he'd been looking for so long. Shaping was formidable, and the penetrating mind endlessly useful. But this was the key. Essa frowned at him, for the first time looking concerned. There is a high price, Marak. Always. For blood magic it is higher than you could imagine. I will pay it, he said immediately. She hesitated, then shrugged. I will show you one ritual for free. After that, if you want more, you will have to do something for me. And what would you have me do? Commune with my god. The wind picked up and howled. A column of soldiers were marching out of Kalisberg. They, the vanguard, carried the banners of the autarky, which twisted and turned in the air above them. He wished his parents could see that. He wished he knew what had happened to them. How does it work? I will induce a dreamlike state, and I will send your soul to Tamatil, and you will be able to witness it. And then, that is all. That's all I'm asking of you. To witness. Felt like there had to be a trick to it. Maybe there was. But right now he needed access to such power, the power of blood. He could say whatever he wanted now. It didn't mean he had to uphold anything. Anyway, he wasn't afraid of upholding such a promise. There wasn't a single thing in all of creation he wasn't willing to witness. Show me this first ritual, he said, and then you'll get my answer. This time, when Essa smiled, he couldn't help but shiver. I will need blood, said the witch, and a lot of it. 22. Iradan. 6 autarky scouts had been captured earlier that morning. They'd been found creeping through the woods in their dark green cloaks, both slung across their shoulders. The moment they'd been surrounded, Iradan was told they'd simply thrown themselves to the ground, begging for mercy. Not a single one of them had tried to fight. They'd even immediately resorted to promising the secrets to all of Marak's plans, his strategies, and tactics, as though these lowly scouts would know anything important. And how did they allow themselves to be surrounded by knights in heavy armor, anyway? He pondered that last question while he watched Lakathir beat the 6 scouts, each of whom had been tied to a post, with a mailed fist. Earlier, Lakathir said conversationally, the 6 of you claimed to know all of Marak's secrets. And now, none of you apparently know a damned thing. He punctuated this sentence with a heavy punch to one man's stomach. The man wheezed, eyes going wide, and then convulsed against the post. All 6 had been stripped naked. The interrogation, such as it was, had only been going on for perhaps 10 minutes, yet all 6 were already badly bruised and bloodied. One might have been dead, judging by the way he was sagging limply. The scene of the interrogation was a barn belonging to a farmer who'd surrendered everything he owned to Iradan's soldiers. Not that he'd owned all that much. The reek of animals mixed with the blood and sweat of the captives. Lakathir began to pace. His mailed fist was black with blood. He stopped, pivoted, and punched another in the head so hard that the poor fellow's skull flew back, cracked against the post, and then toppled forward. Out cold. His body started twitching. Iradan said. You're not very good at this. Lakathir directed his frown in Iradan's direction. That is not a very kind thing for you to say. Well, Iradan said, firstly you're asking them questions in a language they don't actually speak. So, true enough, but I'm confident they can figure out what I'm asking them by my tone and my actions. Lakathir turned back to the captives. Right? And he raised his fist, which dripped blood all over the floor of the barn. The captives cowered back. Anyway, said Iradan, they don't know anything. I'm sure of that. Look at them. Are we even sure they're Marak's scouts? What if they're bandits?
Only one way to find out,
Lakathir grunted, and punched a young woman in her kidney. Iradan shook his head. Not only had he grown dreadfully bored of the scene, but it was starting to make him feel bad. He wasn't a barbarian. This was pointless misery. He reached for the locket hanging from his throat, touched his fingers to it. Lakathir, my friend. You're an excellent duelist, a fine friend, a mediocre poet, and an abysmal interrogator. It's time for my snakes to feed. Lakathir made a face.
Wait until I leave, at least. I can't stand to watch.
Oh, don't be such a princess. But Iradan waited for his friend to leave anyway. And once Iradan was alone with the captives, he grasped the locket tightly, and he summoned forth his companions. Asvar and Sion burst free, white as snow and as red as blood, their great scaled bodies thudding down onto the floor of the barn. They unraveled, stretched out their full size, dominating the space. Their forked tongues tasted the air. They turned their horned heads from side to side, their eyes inevitably finding the 6 captives. One captive started to scream. The others, those still conscious, stared mutely, not quite able to believe their eyes. Feed, Iradan commanded. The twin snakes languidly slithered forward.
No, no, no!
A bound man continued to repeat. Asvar, almost the more eager of the two, struck first, jaws enveloping the head of one of the scouts, still mercifully knocked out cold. The resulting crunch, as the snake crushed his skull, caused even Iradan to cringe. Now with the snakes rearing up and blocking his view, he couldn't see exactly what was happening, but he saw the blood, heard the screams, and the grotesque noises of the snakes getting to work. They did not prefer captive prey. They were instead hunters, but there would be plenty of time for hunting soon. Iradan left the barn. The two would take their time, savoring the meal. It was necessary to feed them, but he wasn't a sick person. He didn't like watching them. It made him feel a little queasy. Carolina was waiting for him in his command tent, seated at his table with a steaming bowl in front of her. She'd prepared a second bowl for him, and it was accompanied by a glass of brandy. And what have you made this time? He strolled in, kicked off his boots, and sat opposite the young lady.
Nothing extraordinary,
Carolina said, brushing dark hair out of her eyes.
Venison, peas, carrots, not a whole lot of options right now.
Iradan's appetite swiftly returned. He breathed in the smell of her cooking, shivered, picked up a fork, and got to work. Carolina had been with him for over 2 months now, and Iradan was increasingly glad that he'd decided to take her along with him. Her food had kept his spirit alive during the past few weeks. They were on lean rations. He'd decided to abandon the long and cumbersome baggage train in order to travel more quickly. That way Marak would be hard-pressed to catch up to them. The speed and maneuverability advantage was critical. The downside, of course, was that he and his host were largely forced to forage and plunder. The latter option made more difficult by the fact that most of the towns and villages they'd raided had been themselves short on food. The southernmost region of the autarky was not bountiful, he was discovering. Still they had started to move further and further north, while Thera, their capital, was only 3 weeks away. Once Iradan was done eating, he pushed his empty bowl away, stood, and stretched. Delicious as usual, Carolina. Carolina smiled.
Not my best, but thank you. Will we be setting off again?
Not until the morning.
May I ask where we're going next? I heard someone say that you intend on taking Althera.
Iradan offered a slight smile. Of course you heard that. We're close, and a lot of the knights are itching for that particular fight, but no, we're not going to Althera. The city is truthfully too well defended. We'd be terribly outnumbered, and I fear the walls are quite formidable. Carolina nodded slowly. She had no formal knowledge of politics or military matters or anything else, really, but they had spent much time talking, and Iradan had quickly learned that she possessed a sharp mind. Her intuition was good. She might have been a natural.
So, she said, you'll try to kill the autarch instead?
How'd you come to that conclusion? Bless Star, but she was sharp. Carolina shrugged.
Seems like the path of least resistance. The autarky isn't exactly very stable or well-established right now. We've been fighting a civil war for years. He's the only thing holding it all together, so take him out and the nation falls.
Iradan clapped his hands. Not just a cook, eh, Carolina? You impress me. Carolina sat up a little straighter, pushing her shoulders back. It was impossible to ignore the observation that struck him every time he saw her lately, that she was a stunningly beautiful woman. She didn't possess the traditional soft, high-born grace of the upper echelons of society, but she instead had a certain aura, a confidence, an inner strength. Iradan was concerned that, once again, he was falling in love. Carolina saw the way he was looking at her, smiled a little shyly, and averted her gaze. Iradan cleared his throat. Perhaps I should get some rest now. It's been a tiring day. That wasn't strictly true, though he had found watching Lakathir beat those captives bloody to be rather exhausting. Carolina rose, glanced back at the tent flap, made as if she might leave, and then hesitated.
Saint Iradan?
Just Iradan, he said softly.
Just Iradan.
She nodded and took a step toward him. Immediately a tingle went through him. What was she going to do? Come even closer? He hoped so. Green star, but he hoped she reached for him. Only, there was a problem. Iradan very much wanted to touch her, to be with her, but he was acutely aware of his own body, of the way it had been. Changing in ways that some might not find entirely appealing. Iradan licked his lips. Carolina. She took another few steps. Now they were close enough that he could have reached out and touched her.
It's cold,
she said.
Quite cold tonight.
It is winter, he said, a little dumbly, his throat dry, his mind struggling to find appropriate words. He was floundering. That wasn't like him at all. He was an experienced man. He'd been in love many times, and though all of his romances had ended in disaster, for one reason or another, he had never been so nervous, if that was even the right word.
Maybe.
And she, a head shorter, looked up at him with those dark, dark eyes.
It would be warmer if we were together.
Ah. He had to resist the urge to step back. How could he explain what was happening to him? Even he barely understood it. He didn't know how deep the changes were, what exactly they meant for him. Nor did he know how they made him feel, or what might happen next. Ever since Kallisberg. Well, Iradan had been trying not to think about Kallisberg too much. A lot had happened in that mountain city that he was still grappling with. He'd lost control of certain things. He had witnessed the inexplicable. He was just grateful that Carolina hadn't seen any of what he'd seen. He'd been careful to keep her away from Kallisberg and the aftermath. Carolina's hand ascended. There was nothing he could do but stand there and wait for her warm palm to make contact with his jaw. And then, once it did, there was nothing he could do to stop himself from leaning forward and pressing his lips against hers. And when she started to kiss him, when her tongue danced with his own, when her fingers found their way into his hair and their bodies came together, all he could do was allow himself to be swept up, to be driven by the urgings of his body. After a moment, Iradan broke away. Carolina. Her lips were slightly parted, her cheeks flushed.
What is it?
I want you, he said, more throatily than he'd intended. However? How to even start, to explain, to express what had happened. His shoulders slumped a little. It is difficult for me to say what I want to say. Perhaps I should just show you.
Show me,
she said simply. With a grimace, Iradan removed his tunic. He didn't allow himself to hesitate, to be tentative, yet made up his mind. He stood naked in front of her, scarred, pale body on display, and he kept his eyes fixed on her face, searching for a reaction to the intricate network of thick, black veins pulsing just beneath his flesh. It had started after he'd received his last gift, following his duel against the Six. But since then, since Kallisberg especially, it had become worse. The veins had become increasingly dark, and they were everywhere now,
each filled to the brim with toxic, corrosive blood. It was not a pretty sight. He had studied himself in the mirror every night since he'd begun to notice them, praying that they wouldn't get any worse, or that they might even return to their normal state. But they had become worse. And although he was intensely grateful for the gift he had received from his god, it was nonetheless hard not to feel as though he was now somehow more, or even less, than human. He was transforming. Into what? Iradan didn't know. Carolina's expression was difficult to read. He got the sense that she was closely guarding her expression. She raised a hand and reached for him. He didn't move. Her fingers made contact with his skin, tracing the network of dark veins spidering down. She followed them around to his side, along his obliques, to his waist. Iradan shivered.
"Are you sick?"
she asked quietly. "No," he said hoarsely. "Not sick."
"Then, what is happening to you?"
"The star," he said. Carolina frowned.
"I don't understand."
"I am a saint," he said. "More, I am chosen. The things I've already done, my God bestows gifts upon me." He swallowed heavily. "This is one such gift. I know that it is not beautiful, that you might think I am, perhaps, monstrous." Carolina was quiet for a long moment. He was afraid of what she would say once she opened her pretty mouth, and for a moment prayed that it would remain slightly open, lips parted, for all eternity, ready for his own lips. Then she said,
"I do not think it's monstrous, Iradan, but I'm not entirely sure what to think about it. It is
unusual," he finished for her. She grinned.
"To say the very least."
He weakly returned the grin. Then it left his face. "May I confess something?"
"I
want you, Carolina. I think I might even love you. I think that you are perfect. But I am scared of this." And he gestured at the veins, at his heavily scarred flesh. "I am scared of what you might think of me, of how I might repulse you. I am afraid, truthfully, that it will get worse and worse until—" He shook his head. "Well, I don't know. I welcome all divine gifts from my Lord with open arms, but I fear that the green star has little concern for how a woman might look at me."
"Seems a little below the worries of a god,"
Carolina agreed. At that, Iradan couldn't help but laugh. His laugh was cut off by Carolina's mouth. His thoughts went away. His heart thudded against his ribs. He wrapped his arms around her. She kissed him harder, and he began to remove her clothing, practically tore it off of her, which caused her to giggle, which caused him to move even more frantically until she, too, was naked, each of them with a hand between the other's legs. Carolina moaned. Iradan grunted, began to move backward, toward where his bed was, Carolina coming with him. His heel struck something, deliverance, laying exactly where he'd left it. He nearly tripped and fell. She tightened her grip on his arm and kept him upright. At the foot of the bed, he spun them around, reversing their positions, and pushed her down. She laughed again. He dropped to his knees, spread her legs, began to kiss her thighs, until her hand, clutching his hair, directed his mouth to where she wanted it. And he thought, "I am in love, and this time it is true and destined, and I am happy." 23. Iradan. Iradan dreamt of his childhood. His slumbering mind took him back to a bitterly cold day. He'd been 10, or perhaps 11. He and Ascala, out in the snow, had been dueling with practice swords. Then Ascala had been larger than him, stronger, faster, but Iradan was already more skilled. His tutors said that they had never seen someone so young in possession of such technical mastery. Even still, it would be another year at least before Iradan managed to beat her for the first time. Although he was better than her, Ascala had tricks, a seemingly endless supply of them. She would throw snow into his face, or send him sprawling with a sneaky trip, or even spit into his eye. Nothing was out of the question. "Victory at any cost," she would say, and grin, and stick her tongue out, and headbutt him or kick him in the knee. Still, he quickly learned to account for these tricks, to expect them, and to prepare a counter. On this particular day, however, a scholar was beating him up. But Iradan, even at 10 or 11, would never give up, not even when his nose was broken and bloody, or when a scholar knocked out one of his childhood teeth. He came at her, relentless, no matter the cost to himself, and a scholar, just as stubborn, was the exact same way. And the memory was disrupted. A shadow fell over Iradan's dream self. The childhood duel paused. A scholar dissipated, leaving him alone in the snow, and suddenly the world was consumed by darkness, except for the brilliant green light of a star burning bright at the center of the bruised sky. A voice whispered into his head. "Iradan." He knew it was the voice of his god. "My lord," he murmured and fell to his knees. "Iradan, you must wake. The enemy comes." Iradan frowned. "What enemy?" "Marak." "Wake, Iradan," it hissed, "before it is too late. It comes. It comes. It comes." These two words continued to repeat within his skull, an endless chant, a sense of impending doom. Iradan stumbled through the snow, started to run, woke up gasping in bed, covered in sweat, and knew that he wasn't alone. Next to him, Carolina slept soundly, naked body pressed up against his. A single candle burned low next to the bed, nearly extinguished, its weak light failing to penetrate the darkness of his tent. But even still, he knew someone, or something, was there. Iradan rolled out of bed, hit the ground, came up smoothly to his knees. "Carolina." The woman stirred, blinking, sitting up. Something came for Iradan. It charged forward into the candlelight, a beast with 6 legs, tendrils protruding from his bruised purple flanks. A dozen eyes blinked at the ends of insectoid stalks, following his every movement. A mouth full of curved and dripping teeth opened, closed, its blue tongue tasting the air. It ran at him. "Run!" Iradan roared and dived to the side, avoiding the beast's charge. A tendril whipped out, smashed into his chest, and sent him staggering backward. Carolina was screaming but not yet running. "Run!" he repeated, hardly able to think, his heart pounding. The creature wheeled around. It raised itself on its rear legs, twice the size of him, and swiped with talons resembling small swords. They missed him by an inch. Carolina was moving at the edge of his vision, reaching for something. The beast shrieked. Any moment now, Iradan thought, knights would run into the tent, armed and armored, buying him the moment he needed to compose himself, to find deliverance. But no one ran into the tent. Why? How could they not hear? Carolina screamed again, and this time the beast turned its great insectoid head in her direction. It convulsed across the tent, the stench of rot emanating from it, tendrils dripping a thick, clear liquid. No, Carolina. He could not let this thing get to her. Iradan threw a candlestick holder at it. It bounced off the monster's side, and the thing didn't even stop for a moment. A tendril shot out for Carolina, and the woman ducked at the perfect time, so that the strange appendage soared harmlessly overhead. But it was so close to her now, and she was trapped, and why hadn't she run? Why had she hesitated? Then he saw why. She'd been going for his glaive. The stupid, brave girl. Iradan gritted his teeth. He ran at the monster. Naked, unarmed, he did not expect it to go well for him. But if he could divert the beast's attention, if he could buy her the moment she needed to run past it and make it to the tent's exit. Iradan slammed a fist into the creature's ribs. His hand ached. The thing didn't acknowledge his attempt. It swiped at Carolina with its claws, cleaved a cabinet in half. It surged forward, roaring once again, and this time it cut a great gouge into the bed. Carolina had thrown herself to the ground, was cowering. Did she still have his glaive? If he could just somehow get to it. But he couldn't. And for some reason no one outside of the tent seemed aware that anything was amiss inside. Iradan climbed on top of the beast's back. Now it finally seemed to notice him, and it shrieked again, reared back, tried to throw him off. He held on tight, wrapped his legs around it. Its flesh was warm and sticky against his own bare skin, and a shudder of revulsion went through him. Whatever this thing was, it was unholy. Perhaps he was still dreaming, but if he was, it was the realest dream he'd ever had. He climbed toward its head, still holding tight. Carolina was now back on her feet. Again the creature tried to shake him off, while at the same time its tendrils went after Carolina. One wrapped around her ankle, yanked her back, sent her to the ground with a squeak. Iradan clenched his jaw and punched one of his eye stalks. It bounced away, and the beast cried out in pain. He punched another, anything to get its attention. Now it leaped forward, twisting his body violently to the side, and this time he couldn't quite hold on. Iradan went flying. He landed amongst the shattered remnants of the cabinet, a splinter of wood embedding itself in his palm. Black, corrosive blood oozed out, dissolving the splinter. He rose unsteadily to his feet, and then the monster launched itself at him. The weight of the thing stole his breath away. He immediately tasted blood, saw stars flashing before his eyes, heard a great ringing in his ears. Talons punched into his shoulder. The pain was, well, it wasn't quite pain. It transcended that. His scream was drowned out by the beast's scream as his paw was devoured by his blood, flesh and bone turning to sludge, wisps of smoke coiling up around it. Iradan rolled away from the beast, came up clumsily to his feet. He tried to raise his right arm. Couldn't. His shoulder was too badly hurt. It had started to knit itself back together, but slowly, more slowly than it ought to. A thought distantly occurred to him. This creature was capable of killing him. His body wasn't regenerating the way it should have, and now the beast was once again rounding on him, down one paw, but still possessing 5 more, and each boasting an array of knife-like talons. "Iradan!" He turned his head just in time to see Carolina throw something to him. His glaive. He moved on instinct, stepping forward, plucking it out of the air with his left hand, spinning it deftly, and then swinging the razor-sharp blade at the creature's head, just as it once again charged him. A sudden, jarring impact, a spray of hot blood. The creature made a strange, pitiful sound. Iradan yanked the glaive up and out of his head, chopped down again, blood splashing across his naked body. Again, until it wasn't moving, until he stood over his corpse, chest heaving, gripping the shaft of the glaive so tightly that his hands hurt. "Carolina," he said, hearing his own voice as though from a great distance. "Are you hurt?" She was by his side, placing a hand on his shoulder. She looked scared, but not as scared as he might have expected, not as scared as she should have been, considering what now lay dead at his feet. "I'm not hurt," she said quietly. Iradan nodded. That was good. Carolina was unhurt and safe, and the beast was dead, and dizziness. He needed to sit down. He lowered himself into a cross-legged position on the floor, glaive across his knees, staring at the dead thing in front of him. He studied it. "What is it?" Carolina said. "A demon," he said simply. She didn't gasp, didn't exclaim or pray or cower. She just nodded, accepting his answer as though it were the most normal thing in the world. It caused him to laugh. "And why did it come for you?" Iradan closed his eyes. His shoulder ached badly. "There's more than one god," he said, voice slurring. He surmised that he'd lost a lot of blood. He moved deliverance away in case any of his blood dripped onto the beautiful weapon and damaged it. "Be sure not to touch me now, Carolina. My blood." She nodded again, accepting that. "There's more than one," he said again. "And the others. They despise mine." "This thing, it was sent by a god?" "No," he said, "but it is the slave of a god." Again he examined the thing, all those eyes dangling from those strange upright stalks, the bruised flesh, the tendrils, the cavernous mouth. "This is a servant of Tamatil, also called the Mole." Carolina frowned. "But if Tamatil didn't send it, who did?" A trivial question to answer. "Marak, of course," he murmured. "Does he not claim to be godless?" The question swirled around in his mind. People were shouting. He glanced up, saw that Lakathir and several beetle knights were finally charging into the tent, swords catching the candlelight, armor glinting. A little too late. Iradan chuckled, and then he passed out. 24. Davina. The Sihalians had a drink called coffee, and it was the most delicious thing Davina had ever tasted. She and Maya had been seated at a table on the top floor of the coffee house for around an hour now. Davina had drunk 3, maybe 4 cups of coffee. She couldn't quite remember. Her heart was hammering. She felt every powerful beat. She was also sweating profusely, maybe because of the coffee, maybe because Sihalia was fucking hot. The short, dark-haired man who ran the place saw Davina signaling for another, and promptly returned to their table with a fresh cup of steaming coffee. Maya frowned at it.
Maybe that's enough.
Don't be silly,
Davina said, bringing the hot liquid to her lips.
You sure you don't want anything?
Certainly none of that piss.
You should try it again. It gets better the more you drink.
Would rather smash my head into the table.
You're very dramatic, Maya.
Maya grunted. The coffee house was busy. Midday, and it was full of people, both young and old, natives, Sihalians, and foreigners alike. She'd never seen such a wide variety of people. Fat merchants, fashionable artists, sweat-stained laborers, soldiers, nobles, and even a young man covered in tattoos that faintly glowed blue, marking him out as a mage. She stared at him for a long time, studying his tattoos, until he eventually left.
I love this city,
Davina said.
Seriously, I fucking love this city.
Too hot, Maya said.
The food is shit. Their drinks are shit. Coffee is shit.
She wiped her nose with the back of her wrist. She wore her full plate armor, even despite the heat.
The people, as far as I've seen, are shit. We've been here a week.
Yeah, said Maya.
And you've already been thrown off of a tower. Listen, if I can move past that, you should be able to as well.
You have a disturbing lack of regard for your own life.
Not at all true. I'm just ruthlessly pragmatic.
Maya snorted.
If you say so.
Try to enjoy it, Maya. We might be here a little while.
Why?
Why should you enjoy it?
Maya sighed.
No, why are we going to be here a while? Meet with the Empress, negotiate, let's make a deal and get out of here. No need to stick around, no need to draw this out.
Sihalians are patient people,
Davina said.
They have strict traditions relating to how negotiations are conducted. In fact, all aspects of their society follow a set of rules and customs.
It's a waste of time, is what it is.
Davina finished her coffee. She could have easily signaled for more, but the stuff wasn't cheap, and it probably wasn't prudent to burn through their money so quickly and on something so trivial. She would, however, bring as much of it back home with her as she could. That was partly why they'd gone with 2 ships, both of which were now unloaded. Althera merchants were currently selling their wares all throughout the city. They would make a great profit, and then they'd return home and Amara would tax them as much as she could get away with, and Marak would have more money to pay for more soldiers. But more importantly, the ship's holds were empty, and that meant that there was plenty of room to take things back. Naturally, the merchants would also be buying goods. Davina intended on buying a very large amount of coffee, which she'd been informed was actually a bean that had to be roasted and then ground and filtered. It was such a wondrous commodity that she was certain she could make a personal fortune selling it at a premium in Althera. Amara would be immensely proud of her. They sat in a silence that lasted for several minutes, and was broken when Maya, in a hushed voice, said, "We've got eyes on us."
Huh?
Davina looked at her.
I mean, we're being watched. Try not to look at them. 2 men and a woman. They're seated over to the right.
I see them.
Maya nodded, leaning back in her chair.
Don't like the look of them. They're armed, all 3.
Might be just curious about us,
Davina suggested.
We look a little out of place, you have to admit, and... Nah, it's not that. They're looking at us in a certain sort of way.
Davina pursed her lips. It could be difficult with Maya sometimes. The woman was prone to believing the worst in every circumstance, though now it would have been plainly unwise not to listen to her.
Well, damn,
Davina said.
Yep,
said Maya.
What do we do? Not much we can do. They've been here a little while. Don't expect them to leave until we do.
Davina looked at the 3 as brazenly as possible. The 2 men were tall, dark-skinned, one with a shaved head, the other with his ears pierced. Unarmored, all 3 of them, but yes, it was clear to Davina that they had weapons hanging from their hips. It changed the way they were sitting in a subtle way that Aristea had once taught her how to spot. As for the woman, who was pretty and with long hair, black like feathers of a crow. Davina met her gaze and tried on a smile, but the woman quickly looked away, mouth twisting as she whispered something to her companions.
"Told you not to look at them,"
Maya grunted.
"Why? Why does it matter?"
"Now they know."
Yes, obviously, but it makes no real difference. And maybe it will dissuade them from doing anything."
Maya rolled her shoulders. There was a grinding sound like bone against bone.
"Shall we leave?"
Davina asked.
"Where are we going?"
"To get some fresh air, and to see if these 3 fine people are going to follow us."
Davina stood and strolled across to the man who ran the place. She paid for the coffee, offered her compliments in her limited Sihalian, and then led Maya out of the coffee house. She wasn't that surprised when she glanced over her shoulder and saw that the 3 observers had exited the building and were now advancing at a steady pace toward them. The way they were walking, they weren't trying to be subtle anymore. They knew that she knew about them, and now they were filled with grim purpose.
"Oh dear,"
Davina said. Maya took a turn glancing at them. She grimaced. "That's what I thought."
"You think you can take them?"
Maya looked at her again, incredulous.
"That a real question? My apologies. I forgot you could take on an army alone."
To that, Maya simply gripped the hilt of her long sword, strapped to her left hip. To her right hip, hanging from a short chain, was her knightly book of deeds, leather-bound and frayed. Her shield, painted with the new sigil of the autarch, was slung across her back. No doubt she'd give the 3 bastards a good fight, but it'd still be 3 against 1, since Davina simply couldn't fight. At least, not enough to make any kind of difference. Anyway, they hadn't been in the city for long. It wouldn't do to start making fresh corpses already, especially when they had no idea who exactly was following them. But all of that was logic. Sometimes the world didn't allow you to be logical. Sometimes it didn't give you any choice at all. The 3 pursuers were so close now that Maya had no choice but to spin around and confront them. Immediately, anyone close enough to see that there was trouble abound scattered to the wind.
"That's close enough,"
Maya said. The 3 came to a stop. Now their weapons were on full display. The woman and the man with the shaved head both carried scimitars, while the other man, bulkier and with more muscle, carried a nasty-looking mace with a studded iron head. The woman said something in Sihalian.
"What did she say?"
Maya asked without taking her eyes away from the 3. Davina shrugged.
"I have no clue. You're endlessly useful. You can't have expected me to learn their language in a matter of weeks. It's very complicated."
"Davina?"
"Yes?"
"Shut up!" Davina frowned.
"Well, all right then."
Mace Man took a turn at speaking, but was just as incomprehensible as his companion. Maya shrugged, spat, said,
"Sorry, no idea what you're saying."
The moment Maya spat, their demeanor changed, became even more aggressive. The swords were drawn. The big man hefted his mace in gnarled, meaty hands. This was only going to go one way. Davina took a step back, breath coming faster now. She had no weapons on her, had nothing that could help. There was simply no way for her to assist Maya, and that left her feeling suddenly usefully and hopelessly afraid. If Maya went down, she'd be entirely at their mercy, and right now they weren't looking particularly merciful.
"Really?"
Maya raised her eyebrows at them. Sweat dripped down her brow.
"We're going to do this here, now? Out in the open? In the streets?"
The 3 advanced on her. Maya sighed.
"I suppose so, then, if you insist."
The knight stepped forward. Her long sword appeared in her right, mailed fist. She unslung her shield, held it close to her body, and then the fight was on. The 2 scimitar wielders fanned out to either side of the knight, hoping to flank her while Mace Man took her head-on. Maya lunged to the left, smashed her shield into the face of the man with the scimitar, and sent him reeling back. She swayed back out of range of the mace, which came for her head, and returned the blow with a quick, easy jab of her sword. The point of it went through Mace Man's throat so easily that it didn't look real. Mace Man stepped back, eyes wide, and immediately reached for his throat a moment before a torrent of thick, red blood poured out from between his fingers. Scimitar Woman saw this, hesitated, and as a result of her hesitation was a moment too late in responding to Maya's attack. Maya, who was larger than her and covered in heavy protective steel, simply rushed her like a bull. Her shoulder slammed into the other woman, sent her flying. The edge of her shield caught the lady in the side of the head, knocked her immediately unconscious. Her skull cracked badly against the road and her body began to twitch violently, leaving just the one man alive, his nose broken, his eyebrows split. He seemed unsteady on his feet. He saw Maya, who twirled her sword around, and then threw down his scimitar, spun on his heel, and ran. Maya just watched him go. "Fucking coward," she grunted. 25. Davina.
"Thank you," Davina said, "for receiving us."
Emperor Akiri sat back in her golden chair, crossed one long, strong leg over the other, and smiled benevolently. Today her hair was let loose around her seraphine face, messy, yet in a way that suggested every stray strand and curl had been meticulously shaped and placed. It was difficult not to stare at her legs. They were terrific legs, tanned, muscular, and so very long. Akiri slid one foot out of her sandal, smile widening ever so slightly, and said, "How may I help you, Davina?" "Well," she said, clearing her throat. Surely the Emperor had heard of what had happened. Was she pretending that she hadn't? Or did she simply not care? "The thing is, 3 people tried to kill us. They followed us out into the street and—" Akiri nodded. "I heard. I am terribly sorry about that." "Ah, you don't sound very sorry." "Yes, it wasn't great. I hear your woman took care of them, though." Your woman. No one had ever referred to Maya like that before. Davina's cheeks reddened. She liked the sound of it. Your woman. Maya is a very fine knight and an ardent defender of mine. Quite. I was wondering, my emperor, if perhaps you knew anything about those who tried to kill us. Akiri pursed her lips. Not specifically, but in all honesty, I'm not very surprised it happened. There are a lot of people here who are quite displeased about your presence. Displeased? Why? Akiri looked at her for a long, solemn moment. Davina immediately became self-conscious of her appearance. She'd bathed just the night before and dressed into the flowing, colorful silks provided by the Emperor's servants, and which were marvelously light and comfortable. But so close to the other woman, who exuded resplendence, it was difficult not to feel disheveled, simple, frumpy. "Because," said Akiri, "you are Marak's sister. And even worse than that, you are an envoy of the autarky. You have to understand, Davina, that we are a well-educated society. Many people here are fully aware of what's been happening south of us. We've heard the stories. Mass executions, the butchery of children, a peasant boy violently rising up and seizing a nation through nothing more than sheer force. All of this is problematic for 2 reasons. Firstly, the nobility here do not want the commoners thinking it's possible for a farmer to rise up and become a king. Or an autarch, for that matter. Secondly, if we ally ourselves with the autarky, what does that say about us? And what does it mean for our future? Some, understandably, are deeply concerned that Marak's ambitions will not be limited to Telemere, and that if he is successful in consolidating his position, he might very well turn his gaze northward, across the sea." "Ah," said Davina. "And may I ask, are you yourself concerned about these things?" The benevolent smile widened by just a fraction. "Not at all. I am quite open to negotiations. My point is only that there are certainly those here, even within the Opal Tower, who may have a vested interest in your death, no doubt thinking that it would immediately sever all ties between us and the autarky." "I see," said Davina, more than a little worried. If she was murdered by Sihalians, she could only imagine how Marak might react to that. He might very well dedicate himself to burning Sihalia to the ground. And stubborn bastard that he was, he wouldn't stop until either he was dead or this city had been reduced to ashes. It was thus very important that she did not die. The importance of such a mission also just so happens to align quite well with my personal wishes. "Anyway," said Akiri, lowering her leg, then raising the other and crossing that one instead. "What beautiful, beautiful legs. All this talk of death is rather morbid. Since you're here, why don't we begin negotiations?" Davina blinked. Hadn't expected that. She'd resigned herself to the notion that the Saihalians would draw the process out for quite some time, and had in truth started to find the idea of lingering in their country quite appealing. "I would be honored," said Davina, mostly because she didn't know what to say. Frankly, didn't know how to behave around this woman at all. Akiri was so regal that she could have easily believed that she was emperor of the entire world. At the same time now, with just the two of them in this grand open chamber full of sunlight and flowers, Akiri both held herself and spoke so easily and casually that it was as though they'd been good friends for a decade. It was disarming, deliberately so, she suspected. And those legs. But Maya had nice legs too, she reminded herself. Maya wasn't as tall and certainly wasn't as clean, but she'd spent most of her life riding horses, and suitably her thighs, hips, and ass were impeccable. Davina pinched herself. "Focus! Now is not the time for such thoughts." "Are you well, Davina?" the Emperor asked. "You look a little red." "My apologies, my Emperor, I'm quite well." Akiri shifted her leg so that her dress rode up her thigh. This particular move was so obviously deliberate that it had the opposite effect. It shook Davina out of her flustered state. "She's manipulating me. She does this a lot. She's not as innocent and harmless as she likes to pretend. Focus!" Akiri stood abruptly. "Since we are to negotiate, I'd like to make a request." "Anything. I'd like for both of us to be tattooed," said the Emperor. "It will only be a very small tattoo, don't worry. And it can be on any part of your body." The way she said "your body" caused Davina to shiver a little. "I am assuming you know a little about our magic, yes? We can imbue ink with certain arcane properties. The tattoos that we will receive will be imbued." "And may I ask, imbued in what manner?" "They will glow and burn fiercely when either of us lies." "I see," said Davina, outwardly calm, inwardly thinking hard and fast. Some kind of trick, a way to throw her off balance. They could tattoo her with anything. The problem was she knew so little about what their magical tattoos could actually do. Could they mark her with one that allowed them to read her thoughts, to control her, to gain some level of power over her? And even if the Emperor's intentions were honest, and it was purely to stop her from lying, what if Akiri threw questions at her that she simply couldn't answer truthfully? She could say nothing, she supposed. But that might be a bad look, unless there was a way to trick the tattoos. But now she was just dangerously speculating. "You don't have to do it, of course," Akiri said smoothly. "But if you want to negotiate, I'll have to insist." "I'll do it," Davina said. She hardly had any other option, and, denied of options, it was best to be decisive. Marak had taught her that. "Excellent," Akiri turned. "You may come in." And a moment later the gilded doors opened and a robed man covered in intricate tattoos strolled across the marble flooring, with a leather bag slung over one shoulder. His eyes were the color of amber. He was the man who had caught Davina through some arcane trick when she'd been pushed from the tower. That he'd saved her life did nothing to blunt the immediate dislike she felt for him. Something about his face. It reminded her of a rodent. "May as well get straight into it," Akiri said cheerfully. "So long as you're all right with it, we'll get started right now." Davina clenched her jaw. She did not, in fact, want to get straight into it, but nor was she going to back down. She'd come here to negotiate, and that's what she'd do. This was merely a singular obstacle in her way, and she would not let it stop her. "As I said," said the Emperor, "it will only be very small. Where would you like it?" "My leg," said Davina. "Outside of my thigh." It wasn't a location that was seen often, and it seemed like a good painless spot for it. "Will it be possible to remove it when we're done?" "There's no good way to remove a tattoo," said Akiri. "A surgeon could cut away the flesh and attempt to graft new flesh in place, especially if they were in possession of magic of their own, but there would be scarring, no doubt even more unsightly than the tattoo, which I assure you will be a work of art. I will go first, if you'd like." Davina sat by and watched as Akiri pulled her dress up to her hips. revealing her lacy undergarments. Heat once again rose to her cheeks. The robed man used a razor to shave a patch of hair from the Emperor's leg. Now, with so much of Akiri's flesh exposed, Davina's attention was diverted by the other tattoos decorating the woman. Intricate runes and lines of script that went up and down her thighs, continuing past her hips, and vanishing beneath the rest of her dress. Had they all been inked for this very same purpose? Were they all magical? If so, Akiri might very well be even more powerful than Davina had realized. The Emperor was not at all as she'd first appeared. Davina studied the woman's tattoos, so interested by the designs that Akiri's near nakedness failed to distract her. The robed man produced a delicate needle, alongside a ruby-colored pot of dark ink, which he stirred for a minute. He then dipped the needle into the ink, and without hesitation, pierced the Emperor's flesh with it, a precise and delicate stab. Then another. In quick succession he jabbed her 100 times, 1,000 times. Akiri didn't flinch, didn't seem at all bothered by the needle. She was humming some sweet tune under her breath, perfectly at ease. Her tattoo slowly began to take the form of a bisected circle, with 2 overlapping triangles passing through it. There were several accompanying symbols, too small to see clearly. During this process, the robed man paused on several occasions to press his hand against the now bleeding tattoo. Whenever he did so, the air in the room became heavier, charged with an invisible power. Then he would wipe away excess ink and blood with a cloth and continue his artful work. When it was done, Akiri stood and admired his work and smiled. She said something in Sihalian. The robed man bowed his head, said something back, thanking her if Davina's limited understanding of the language was correct. And then it was Davina's turn. 26. Davina. It didn't hurt as much as she'd expected. The needle bit at her again and again, but after the first few minutes it became easy to tune out. She watched the tattoo come to life one jab at a time. Akiri asked her questions about her home, while they waited for the man to complete his work. It was nice to converse about something so mundane, to indulge in small talk, and Akiri was so easy to talk to that very soon Davina almost forgot that she was speaking to an emperor. Almost. But there was always that little voice in the back of her head telling her to be careful. Akiri was cunning. She was trying to make Davina comfortable, to soften her up, to make her feel so at ease that she might very well say something she wasn't supposed to, without even noticing. Soon enough the robed man was done. He wiped away the blood and ink, and there it was. "Ah," said Davina, a question just occurring to her. "Once we're done with our negotiations, it won't work, will it? Will I be incapable of lying for the rest of my life?" Akiri laughed. "You're only asking that now?" She laughed some more and gently touched Davina's arm. "Firstly, either way, it doesn't stop you from lying. It just punishes you for doing so. And the magic stored within it won't last long, a day perhaps, depending on how precise our friend was." Davina nodded, relieved and a little embarrassed. The robed man bowed, picked up his things, and left them alone. Akiri slipped out of both her shoes and sat cross-legged on her chair. "So, let us negotiate. What is it exactly that Doch Marak wants from us?" A nice broad question to start with, and now Davina was acutely aware of her fresh tattoo, the skin around it red and tingling. She'd need to be careful with her exact wording. More than anything else, he wants to forge close ties with Heilige that will last for decades, perhaps even centuries. He has grand plans for the future. He wants your nation to be a part of them. "He's a singular man," said the Emperor. "How can he plan centuries ahead? He's already nearly 30, if I'm not mistaken." There was an awkward topic. Davina was well aware that her brother had delusions regarding his immortality. He was determined to find a way to live forever. She'd attempted to unravel his obsession with the concept more than once. It was impossible. He was determined beyond reason. "He's an ambitious man, as I said." "I see. What's your initial proposal?" "Firstly," said Davina, "we want food.
Hylige maintains an ample agricultural yield all year round. The climate here is simply better than down where we are. Hylige is also a breadbasket. If I'm not mistaken, you have a massive surplus of wheat and grain every year? That's true. We want it. We're willing to supply suitable ships to make the journey back and forth, as long as you're able to fill their holds. And in return, we'll give you iron, which we know you don't have enough of. Grain for iron, said the Emperor. Interesting. I am agreeable to that. Anything else?
Davina blinked. That was, at the very least, one thing that had gone well, and easier than she'd expected.
We are also interested in certain technologies that you possess, and which we don't. We have heard stories about... I'm not sure what you call it here in Hylige, but I have heard it referred to as a printing press?
Akiri appeared amused.
You want our printing press? Yes.
Why?
Truthfully, Davina wanted their printing press.
Marak hadn't even mentioned it. Probably didn't know it even existed, and she wasn't sure he'd seen any use in it, even if he had. But Davina found the idea intriguing. Books, pamphlets, papers. All of these things currently had to be written by hand by a small class of people who knew how to write. This work was time-intensive and inefficient, but a machine that could automate the process. They'd be able to mass-produce pamphlets that could be used to distribute information amongst the people. They could also create countless copies of any book they pleased. True, the average person couldn't read well enough to make sense of a full book, but she'd been as uneducated as anyone, and in a handful of years she had learned to read and has since read hundreds of volumes.
I dream of a world in which everyone can read, Davina said honestly. And books are widespread. I believe that the printing press can make that happen.
Emperor Akiri sneered, and all of a sudden no longer looked quite so attractive.
You'll regret it. Trust me. I wasn't emperor when the printing press came into use here, but I wish I had been. I would have stopped it before it was too late. Would have broken every single one of those damned machines. But my father found them so interesting.
She shook her head.
Ever since, the commoners have been more uppity than ever. Harder to control, you understand. Now there are those that go around and hand out pamphlets advocating for systems and ideas that would be ruinous to any state. I'm still tempted to break them all, but at this point, well, it'd be nearly impossible, and they'd be terribly upset with me.
Nonetheless, Davina said, I want one.
I'll give you one,
Akiri assured her.
It'll mean one less here.
I am also aware, said Davina, that there is something called black powder? Akiri's expression remained neutral.
There is, that's true. We're interested in acquiring some. To what end?
Yet to be determined, Davina said, and the tattoo on her leg burned so suddenly and so furiously that she yelped, flew out of her chair, and clutched at the limb with both hands. There it was, glowing a bright, harsh blue between her fingers. The pain retreated. When she removed her hand, she expected to see that her flesh had been badly burned. Instead, there was no sign that anything had happened. Akiri's smile was smug.
Yet to be determined, eh?
Davina rubbed at her leg, frowning.
Then I suppose I ought to say, we have heard that it has potential as a weapon. Potential, Akiri agreed. One could, for example, fill a barrel with the stuff, then touch a flame to it, and... She gestured with her hands. The result is destructive. Suffice to say.
That's what Davina had heard. She'd also heard that the stuff had come from even further up north, past Hylige, amongst the city-states of Thysis. Rumors had drifted down from that part of the world regarding strange dark cylinders, packed with this black powder, and loaded with a great stone ball that could be fired at a high speed and to devastating effect. Davina, Marak, and Amara were united in their interest in them.
Unfortunately, said the Emperor, I am not willing to pass on any black powder. It will have no place in any of our negotiations.
She held a hand up before Davina could say anything.
I learned my lesson with the printing press. Some technologies need to be stopped before they can gain a foothold in the world, because once they're widespread, there's no getting rid of them. We'd be willing to pay a very high price. I will not be swayed on this particular matter." Davina decided it was better not to push, especially when there were still so many things she'd yet to bring up. What followed next was a full hour of negotiating. Davina outlined all the things the autarky was interested in: military aid, medical aid, arcane secrets, weapons, armor, silks, spices, salt, and so on. Then afterward, they proceeded to discuss specific numbers and timelines. Here, Davina was surprised by just how sharp the Emperor was. Within her head, she seemed to perfectly hold all relevant sums and figures, and never forget any details either of them had brought up. Davina had expected that this particular stage of the discussion would be where she, personally, would excel. Amara had always said that Davina was born to calculate. Instead, she found herself matched up with a worthy adversary. Nonetheless, the conversation progressed well. Akiri was willing to trade most of the things Davina wanted, and Davina, or more accurately, the autarky, was willing and able to give Saihalia all the things they needed, primarily raw materials, such as iron, copper, and tin. Saihalia's earth was barren of such materials, a fact that Davina took great advantage of. At last Akiri said, "That'll do for now. We'll write out the details formally, assuming we go ahead with it." Davina paused. "Have we not just come to an agreement?" Akiri unfolded her long golden legs. "I have a few questions to ask first. Our agreement depends on your answers." Davina gritted her teeth. More games. She was beginning to tire of them. Her attraction to the other woman had been eroded by impatience and annoyance. "Firstly, is Marak a good man? What does that have to do with anything?" "Everything. Good is too basic and subjective. How do you define it? Is he virtuous?" "That depends on the individual virtues." A flicker of irritation across the other woman's face. "Is he generous?" "Yes," Davina said. If she was being truthful with herself, she half expected, as she answered that question, for the tattoo to begin to burn horribly. But nothing happened. "Is he kind?" "He's kind to me." "Broadly speaking, is he kind to people?" "To his people, his friends and his allies, yes. But not to his enemies. If you're his enemy," Davina said quietly, "he is the worst person in the whole world." Akiri considered that for a moment. "And do you trust him?" "I do." "Should I trust him?" "Yes," Davina said, before she could even truly process the question. "Sudden, hot excruciation," Davina cried out. The glow of the tattoo filled the room. "Ah," said Akiri. "That is good to know." "My Emperor, allow me to elaborate." "No need. I was just curious. I wouldn't have trusted him regardless. One should never trust a dictator. I should know." Akiri sighed. "Are you attracted to women?" Davina ground her teeth together. "Irrelevant." I just wanted to know what you'd say." "With all respect, my Emperor, I think that's enough." "Yes," Akiri said, standing. "I think you're right." She thrust out a delicate, slender hand. Davina bent and kissed it. "I may not trust your brother," Akiri said, "but I at least trust that this alliance will propel us both into the future. The world is changing. Best that we change with it, lest we be left behind."
27. Marak. They'd captured 3 Ascendancy scouts earlier that morning. 2 had died in the ensuing fight. The 3rd was now locked in a room with Marak, a likely wish that he too had been killed. The room was dark, dingy. There were no windows. It belonged to a farm that had been abandoned some time ago. Dust and mold were thick in the air. The scout, a short young man with curly blonde hair, sat on the old wooden floorboards with his back to the wall and his face half concealed in shadow. He'd been badly beaten. Marak's steel armor creaked as he took a step forward. A wooden board groaned beneath his weight. The scout looked up, and the first thing his eyes fixated on was sunlight. Those eyes. green, just like his wretched god, widened with something like fear. "You know who I am," Marak said. The scout said something in his guttural, nonsensical tongue. Marak nodded, more to himself than to the man. He had studied their language but simply hadn't had the time to progress to the point where he could converse. But that was fine. He didn't intend to ask the man questions. Interrogations were inefficient, as was torture. The moment you started to peel off a man's fingernails or cut at his eyeballs, he was liable to tell you absolutely anything. He'd say whatever he needed to say to make the pain stop. So really there was no point, not where Marak had an alternative. He crouched in front of the man and took the scout's head between his mailed hands. He stared into the man's wide, frantic eyes, and then he launched himself into the scout's mind. He did so abruptly, violently, with no attempt made to be subtle. The scout gasped, stiffened, seizing up. Marak was in his head. His mind was unguarded, defenseless. Only one thing lay on the surface of his mind. "It hurts, please, make it stop." Marak barged past the pain, rammed himself deep into the soft center of the man's thoughts. Tywin Arasis Meyer, born in Atomir. He'd only recently joined Saint Iradan's host. He had seen Saint Iradan riding at the center of a retinue of knights from a distance, and it had been the most beautiful, glorious thing he'd ever seen in his life, like seeing the physical manifestation of the green star itself. His eyes had filled with tears. He had, without hesitation, volunteered to join the crusading host. He'd been a woodsman, a hunter. As such, he was given the role of scout. There was a woman that Marak had seen before. Familiar. Not quite a friend. In Tywin's mind, the woman came into greater focus. Askala, who was Iradan's brother, and who had been sent ahead of the crusading force with a small band of raiders, told to cause as much chaos as possible to harass the enemy lines. Tywin had been with her. Now Tywin was with Marak. Tywin was dying. Blood was pouring out of Tywin's eyes, his mouth, his nose. Marak pushed harder. He made of his mind a knife, shoved it in deep, began to twist it around and around. And there she was, Askala, at the head of 100 beetle knights and 300 slaves. They had set up camp near a river running northward. There were hills to the east. Marak pulled swiftly out of the scout's mind before it was too late. Tywin lay convulsing in front of him, black blood gushing out of every facial orifice. He was flopping around like a dying fish. Marak wiped his nose. The back of his hand came away with a long, bloody smear. His head ached badly. The tormentor drilled into the meat of his brain. These things, however, were, in the current moment, easy to ignore. Excitement blossomed inside of him. It died a moment later. Askala was here. He'd never considered her a friend, exactly. It had always been obvious that the brief time they'd spent together had been born purely out of temporary convenience. He shouldn't have been shocked to find out that she had rejoined the Ascendancy, and that she was here, now, fighting against him. The more shocking part was that she was Iradan's sister. Marak took several deep, slow breaths, glancing behind him at the door. He didn't want anyone to see this. What he'd done to this man. Tywin wasn't moving anymore. His brain had been boiled inside his skull, turned to a liquid mess by the pressure Marak had applied. Not pleasant. He hadn't wanted to do it. It wasn't something that should be done. But this was war. Sometimes one had to transgress for the betterment of civilization. This was a crime, yes. But was a crime really a crime when it ultimately led to so much goodness? So much progress and prosperity? Sir Deimos Caridon was waiting for him outside, face hidden behind his helmet. "Lord Autarch!" "Deimos?" Marak rolled his shoulders, then twisted his neck to either side, resulting in a series of satisfying clicks. "Send word to the Sun Knights and to the First and Third. There is an enemy detachment not far from here." His hand went to the hilt of sunlight, on his own accord. "We're going to go get them." That night a pair of scouts came to inform Marak that they'd found the enemy. Just as Marak had seen in Tywin's mind, the Ascendancy cohort had set up camp near a wide flowing river, with hills behind them. It was a good defensive position, and they'd further improved on it by digging several trenches around their camp. Their tents were clustered close together, their banners fluttered in the chill night air, the sigil of the star illuminated by pale moonlight. From where Marak crouched amongst the undergrowth of the surrounding woods, he could just make out the torchlight from patrol groups as they performed a circuit of the camp's perimeter. Marak's breathing was ragged. It had been some time since he'd last been in a real battle. A year, maybe a year and a half. He both missed it and feared it. Missed the adrenaline, the rush of the charge, the freedom that came with being in the midst of the enemy. At the eye of the storm, the only thing that mattered was the melee. The rest of the world, all of his responsibilities and problems, faded away into the background. And yet it was always a terrifying and horrible place to be. Next to him, Deimos's expression was grim. He was holding his mace, dull metal gleaming. Sir Telemachus appeared on Marak's other side, whispered, "Everyone's in position, Lord Doch. 500 feet or more until the first trench," Deimos said grimly. "They'll have plenty of warning. Unavoidable, really. They'll get to the trenches before we get to them," Telemachus agreed. "Even still," said Marak, "we should overwhelm them before the majority of their troops are composed and ready." "More than likely," said Deimos. "But I don't like this ground. Too rough, a charge across this much uneven earth. Cohesion will be difficult to maintain," said Telemachus. Said Marak. They had no cavalry with them. Impossible to be stealthy with cavalry. Impossible to be stealthy for very long even without them. The longer he kept several hundred soldiers waiting in the woods, the greater the chance of discovery. It was now or never. "Give the signal," said Marak, and with that he rose to his feet and waded forth out of the undergrowth. Now he was out in the open. He kept his eyes fixed ahead on the enemy camp. Striding quickly, decisively, he drew sunlight, flicked the switch that activated its killing field, and broke out into a jog. Any moment now. Any fucking moment. Behind him his sun knights caught up, shields raised and ready, and now the rest of his knights and soldiers were freeing themselves from the tree line, a long line of armored figures several ranks deep. Then someone started shouting. Then a horn was blown. There it was. And now the battle was on. Moments later, the enemy camp broke out into chaos. Tent flaps exploded open. Men, half-naked and bleary-eyed, stumbled out into the night, reaching for weapons, for armor, calling out to their slaves. Some were already running for the trenches. Others fumbled with bows and arrows, though it was simply too dark for them to do much. And Marak's troops were too heavily armored. Marak raised his right hand, holding sunlight in the air. His blade caught the moonlight. He opened his mouth and roared, "Charge!" and ran faster. His boots sank into the soft soil. He could hear over the shouts of the enemy and the thunderous pounding of so many boots against the earth, the gentle running of the river, oddly tranquil. As Marak ran, rapidly closing the distance between him and the first trench, now teeming with enemy soldiers, he reached for the glowing, pulsating threads of power. He heard the background hum of the universe in his ears, a low drone that filled his head. His body tingled, warmth flooding through him, and he felt invincible, unstoppable, unkillable, godlike. He didn't want to use too much power now. This was ultimately little more than a skirmish compared to what would soon come. At the same time, Marak wanted to send a message. He focused on sunlight. He imbued the blade with golden radiance. It started to glow like a miniature sun. He collected the power of creation around the tip of the sword, and now he pointed it directly at the enemy. And he braced himself, and the droning in his ears became so loud that he could hear nothing else. And he let loose a bolt of pure, white energy, a stream of light that burst free of its sword with such speed that he didn't even see it move through the air. He only saw it shoot into the trench, amongst the Ascendancy warriors. For just a moment, the night was burned away, and it was as though the sun had abruptly appeared in the sky. Screams followed the light. Flames filled the trench, shooting down along the length of it in both directions. Men, turned suddenly into human torches, screamed as they were consumed. The flames were white and burned so brightly and hotly that for several moments Marak saw the skeletons of the dying silhouetted amongst the radiance. A few climbed out of the trench and, blinded, rendered incoherent and uncomprehending, ran toward Marak and his approaching force, in too much pain to even scream. They collapsed in the grass shortly afterward, smoldering, The night air became thick with the stench of burning flesh. It was, as always, disgustingly appealing, and Marak's stomach growled even as bone-deep exhaustion settled over him. Marak's Sun Knights didn't hesitate. Nearly all of them had fought with him before, had seen him unleash such power in the past. However they felt about it, they wouldn't let it give them pause. They vaulted down into the trench amongst the burning and the burned, and began to kill. Everyone else, the knights and soldiers, followed suit. Marak jumped down into the trench. He smashed the first person he saw in the face with his shield, and then cleaved through a second warrior with sunlight. He sliced the third in half from the top of his head to his groin, vertically dividing him in two. Marak paused for a fraction of the moment to study the human anatomy on full display. Organs poured out in a hot rush. There was such an intense flood of blood that it audibly splashed against the dirt floor of the trench. Nearby, someone began to retch. Marak barreled on, detached, numb, and stabbed a woman through the throat, and skewered a young boy's heart, and twisted, and severed someone's spinal column, rendering them paralytic, and charged forward into the middle of two others, two young men, who looked at each other as though to say, "What is happening? I don't quite understand." But then Marak made them understand. He cut off a hand. It sailed through the air and slapped someone else in the face. Blood formed elaborate splatters and arcs in the space between and above combatants, offering a metallic tang that clung to Marak's lips, to the back of his throat, and the inside of his nose. It was chaos in that trench. Marak climbed out of it, already slick with blood. The enemy had already manned the second trench. By now, enough time had passed that the Ascendancy warriors, the so-called Beetle Knights, had armored up. Their steel plate was beautifully iridescent, and he understood where the name came from. Many of their weapons were a matte black that seemed to suck in surrounding light. They were, it had to be said, an impressive sight. Sir Deimos Caridon and 24 Sun Knights crashed into them. Deimos was a sight to behold. His mace, Retribution, crushed the helmet of the closest Beetle Knight, who collapsed bonelessly. Deimos, who was larger than most people who had ever walked the face of the earth, waded through the enemies like some giant from a distant heroic age. It shouldn't have been possible for someone so large to move so quickly and with such grace. His instincts were perfect. He knew exactly when to sway out of range, when to duck, and when to absorb a weaker blow against his shield, pauldrons, or vambraces. Even still, the Beetle Knights were formidable. Many were nearly as large as Deimos, and though perhaps not as fast or graceful, they were nonetheless powerful. Marak charged. Their armor was heavy, masterfully wrought, and difficult to bypass. Sunlight went through them as though they were clad in little more than air. Marak hacked at their legs, severing them with an ease that, even after 5 long years, he still hadn't quite become accustomed to. The Beetle Knights fell, barely even comprehending what had just happened to them. The earth drank in their hot blood. In less than 30 seconds, half of the surviving Beetle Knights were running, but not all of them, and now more were being rallied. A woman's voice cut through the sounds of combat, crying out in the language of the Ascendancy. Ascala. Marak growled. He pushed forward through the enemy, the tormentor singing brightly in his skull. He needed to get to her first. If he could take her alive, if he could use her as leverage. A Beetle Knight tackled Marak from the side, brought them both to the ground, turned to mud beneath so many boots and wetted with blood. A steel elbow crashed into Marak's helmet, near his temple, and darkened the world. It came down again, ringing his ears. He tried to shove the knight off of him, to create some space between himself and his attacker, but the knight held onto him. His rigid, iridescent helmet smacked into Marak's, and now he saw stars, and slumped down into the mud. He drifted into unconsciousness. Another thunderous elbow brought him back out of it. Then the Beetle Knight went completely limp, and Sir Deimos Caridon was dragging his corpse off of Marak. "Up you get," said the knight, offering Marak a hand. Beneath his helmet, Marak drooled blood. He allowed Deimos to pull him up to his feet, then swayed, bent over, ripped off his helmet, and vomited. Around him the battle raged, too messy, dark, and brutal to make any sense of. Deimos had a hand on his shoulder. "Allow me to escort you back." "No." Marak shook off the man's hand, wiped his mouth, put his helmet back on, and straightened up. Still unsteady, But it would pass. He looked down at the man who'd nearly killed him. Once he might have been off balance by the close call, but he'd had so many of them throughout the years, had danced with death 1,000 times before, and now felt little more than faint relief. Could have been him limp in the mud. Could have easily gone the other way. But it hadn't. It hadn't, and there was nothing to do but fight on. Marak hefted sunlight. Deimos followed him back into the fray. 28. Marak. A thought occurred to Marak as he cut his way through the beetle nights. How many people, throughout the course of his life, had he killed? He sliced through a shield, tore through the man behind it like he was nothing. 100? Certainly the number had to be higher. He ducked beneath an axe that might have caved in his head and swung sunlight at a beetle knight's legs. It traveled cleanly through their knees and exited in a red spray. 1,000. The number felt high. Didn't mean it was, though. 1,000 wasn't so many when you accounted for the arcane devastation he'd unleashed upon so many. Side by side with Deimos, he decapitated the next knight in line. How long had the man spent training? How many years had he dedicated to honing his mastery prowess? All just so sunlight could annihilate him with trivial ease. Wasn't fair. But then, that was war. And when calculating the number of people he'd killed, should he include all those who'd died indirectly because of him? If he did include them, just how high would the number be? How high was it yet to climb? The way forward cleared. At first he thought the beetle knights were running. They weren't. Instead they were pulling back in an organized line, making room. A Scala waded through them. Marak paused. So too did a Scala. They locked eyes. Marak tore off his helmet, threw it aside. A Scala scowled. The years hadn't changed her much. She was a little more scarred, a little more muscular. She wore the armor of a beetle knight, though had foregone a helmet. She had an axe in either hand. Perched upon her shoulder was a giant, malevolent hawk. His eyes were dark and fixated on Marak. He didn't like how long and sharp his talons were. Marak pointed his sword at her. Sunlight dripped blood. A Scala accepted the challenge. They came toward each other without hesitation. A Scala immediately dropped to a knee, chopped at his left leg with an axe. It dented his armor, nearly broke through. He stumbled, then grunted as the second axe bit into his chest plate, shearing off a gilded, decorative piece. He tried to kick her, slipped in the mud and nearly fell. When he went to hit her with his shield, she darted off to the side and struck him in the chest again with an axe. This blow stole his breath, left him wheezing. He took a step back, reappraising the situation. There was space around Scala and himself, a small island carved out of the battle within which they could duel. "Kill her," the tormentor seemed to hiss inside his skull. "Cut her to pieces." And then, to punctuate this message, and perhaps to motivate him, it set his mind aflame with waves of agony beyond anything he'd ever felt up until that point. There was, he knew, only one way to relieve the pain. He bit down and charged. He and Scala danced around each other. It was an ugly dance. Whenever sunlight came for her, she was quick enough to get out of the way. She'd seen the blade kill 100 times before, and knew well the importance of staying clear. And always she lashed out with her axes, never committing to the blows enough to deliver a serious blow, but nonetheless chipping away at his armor, at his stamina, at his patience. "Knew I'd get to see you again," Scala hissed as she kicked his left knee, buckling his leg. "You picked the wrong side," Marak grunted, parrying a blow. "But it isn't too late." "Marak," her voice was sing-song, "I'm afraid you don't quite understand the situation. You think you're very powerful, very capable. I get it, but you haven't seen my brother." "Your brother is little more than a distraction," Marak said through gritted teeth. "In the coming centuries, Scala, there will be many people like your brother, those who fancy themselves heralds, who believe they can best me." He kicked her in the chest, pushed her back. "They will fall one by one, each as delusional as the last." He backhanded her, twisting her head. "I will never be stopped. I will never die. I will not rest until all of creation is mine." And he swung a decapitating strike that missed her by only an inch. For several moments they circled each other, while the battle reached a fever pitch. All Marak could taste was blood. When he swayed out of range of Scala's next axe blow, A wave of dizziness washed over him, threatened to disrupt his balance entirely and send him sprawling. Somehow he regained some sort of composure and struck Ascala in the chest with his shield. She grunted. He swung the edge of the shield at her unhelmed head, but this time she was ready. She hooked the rim of the shield with both axes, yanked down hard, and tore the shield off of his arm.
"That sword is nice,"
Ascala grunted.
"but you rely on it too much. You're sloppy."
"And yet," said Marak, "I will survive this war, and you will not." Ascala grinned savagely. When he lunged forward in an attempt to skewer her with sunlight, she darted forward, past the point of the blade, too fast and now too close for him to do anything other than try to get his head out of range. He wasn't quick enough. Her left axe caught him across the side of his helmet. The clatter of metal against metal was so loud that he felt it in his very bones. He tottered to the side, finally unbalanced, but the tormentor refused to allow him to go unconscious. A knife of pain punched through his skull, bringing him back to full, terrible awareness, and he screamed, louder and longer than he ever had before, an animal scream, tortured and tormented, and charged at Ascala with no regard for defense, for his life, for anything other than destroying this woman. He saw Ascala's eyes widen with surprise. What should have been a fight-ending blow had merely seemed to wake him up. She tried to get out of his way, but there wasn't time. Her axes came up out of pure reflex to stop sunlight, but sunlight just passed through them as though they weren't even there, and sliced a long, perfectly clean line from the base of her throat to her lower abs. Not deep enough to kill, nor even to incapacitate her. Not immediately, at least. Blood welled, then started to pour down the neat, horizontal lines through her armor. Ascala stepped back, dropping her axes, now rendered useless. "Oh," she said, looking down as though wondering whether or not she'd just been killed. "Oh," and then she spoke several words that Marak didn't understand, reached down for the long knife at her hip, and fell into a defensive crouch. Marak stepped forward to finish her. Then the bone hawk arrived. He'd been aware in the back of his mind that the thing was still around, and that faint, lingering awareness was the only thing that saved him from having his eyes torn out by the 3-inch-long talons that blurred into existence at the very corner of his vision. He managed to turn his face, look down and away, so that instead of taking his eyes, the claws instead embedded themselves into his scalp. The hawk flew past him, taking something long and ragged and wet and red with it. This, he realized after a moment, was his flesh, with hair still attached. What an odd sight. He had time to think, and then Ascala was once again on him, refusing to be daunted by the blow he'd struck her, rage burning in her eyes, her knife coming for his face, his throat, for the joints in his armor. Marak gasped, panted, defending frantically, ducking low as the hawk swooped him once again. Shit, but the woman was fast. She seemed somehow even faster now, as though the sight of her own blood had only served to drive her into a frenzy. The hawk came for him again, but this time Marak was ready, and with perfect timing he hit the thing with a left hook, mailed fist, smashing its body aside, and sending it pinwheeling through the air with a squawk. Ascala shouted something and lunged at him. She'd expected that. In a fight, emotion made people predictable. He swung sunlight. There was a spray of red as he severed her right arm at the elbow. The detached limb spun away to the side, trailing blood. Ascala came to an abrupt stop, expression shifting. Disbelief making first appearance, followed quickly by shock, disbelief, and at last, fear. There was something about the way she turned to run, then, that triggered within him a primal, predatory instinct. She was prey, nothing more. Marak sent after her a gust of sudden, forceful wind. It struck her directly in the back, flipped her over, and sent her sprawling in the blood-soaked mud. There was a squawk as her bone hawk swooped in protectively, but Marak didn't even look his way. Sunlight flashed out and divided the bird in half. The two halves tumbled in opposite directions, trailing immense amounts of blood and viscera. Marak stood over Ascala. When she tried to rise, he placed his boot firmly upon her back and shoved her back down into the mud. He held her there as she struggled, sputtering, choking, flailing. The stump of her arm spurted out more blood, further wetting the earth she was now drowning in. "If you'd come back to me," Marak said sadly, "I would have let you join me.
This didn't need to happen. He removed his boot from her back so that she could roll around, face now covered in so much filth that it was impossible to even read her expression. He saw the whites of her eyes, though, saw the little "oh" of terror her mouth made. And that was the thing. People could be as brave as they wanted, as savage, as fierce, as cunning, as relentless and stubborn and determined. But when the end came, and they were down in the mud, staring up at death, waiting for that cold moment of final contact and the ensuing hot rush of their own blood, everything changed, and they saw themselves for what they really were, helpless, insignificant, and fools, forever thinking that they were unlike anyone else, that they could have ever hoped to avoid this fate.
"Please,"
Ascala whispered. Marak drove sunlight through her throat. 29. Iradan. They had sent his sister's head to him in a box. Iradan stared into her dead eyes, as wide as they had been at the moment of her death. Her killers had put a small amount of effort into cleaning away the mud and blood of her final battle, although her hair was still matted with filth, and there were dark stains around her throat. Enough of her neck remained for Iradan to see the neat little puncture wound that had stolen her life. He had never seen such a perfectly clean stab wound before, and there was no doubt in his mind that sunlight was responsible. He had heard much about the sword. Ascala had tried to warn him about it. It seemed one of life's little ironies, that it had ultimately claimed her life.
"Would you like me to go?"
Carolina asked, standing next to him in his tent. Iradan said nothing. A storm was building up inside of him. A part of him desperately wanted to be alone, so that he could rage in solitude, could smash things, could make of his tent an utter wreckage. But that was undignified. It would be like the tantrum of a child. No, he would save his rage up. He would let it build, and soon he would unleash it. Iradan ran a finger down Ascala's cheek. The battle had been yesterday, yet already she was starting to decay. Several flies buzzed around inside the tent. "My poor, sweet sister. I loved her," Iradan said quietly.
"Of course you did."
Carolina's voice was gentle. "It is strange to see her like this. She was so very fierce. So fierce that it seemed like she could never die. Does that make sense?"
"It does."
"And yet," Iradan let out a breath, "everyone can die. Everyone will die. That is a fundamental law of the universe. Nothing is eternal. Not even reality itself, I suspect. One day, Carolina, the last flame will gutter out. The last heart will beat its last beat. And there will be a great and infinite silence." Carolina said nothing. Iradan touched his sister's hair. If she was dead, Malaxis or Hawk was certainly dead as well, alongside a large cohort of beetle knights and slaves. It was a devastating blow to his efforts. Those numbers could not be easily replaced. He would send a letter to his mother and to the grand ascendants at the city, but the ascendancy was primarily concerned with defending their borders against the rising dominion. They viewed the autarky as little more than a side project, an idle distraction, a way to curry a little extra favor with the star. It was up to him to prove to them all the worth of his crusade, the importance of reinforcements. With Ascala dead, well, she hadn't exactly been popular, but their family was amongst the most powerful. She was the sister of a saint. He could use her death to play at the heartstrings of the priests and nobles alike.
"What are you thinking?"
Carolina asked. Iradan continued stroking Ascala's hair. "You know," he said, sounding strangely casual, "we had our differences. I never quite forgave her for what happened to me as a child. These scars I wear all across my face, they are not from battle. Her hawk, Malaxis, gave them to me. I was very young. To this day I'm not quite sure why it even attacked me, but it did, and I cried and bled all over the floor. Ascala heard me screaming and walked in. She loved that bird immensely. For a long time I wondered if she loved it more than she loved me." He sighed. "I held it against her. Of course it wasn't her fault, but it drove somewhat of a wedge between us. I feel silly for admitting that now. They are just scars. It was just an accident. At the time, however, I thought my life was over. I thought I was so hideous. I hid myself and dedicated myself to simply training and... Well, he smiled a little. Perhaps it was, in the end, a good thing that it happened. Carolina just placed a hand on his shoulder. I'm going to kill him, he said. Marak, the Doch, I'm going to fucking kill him. And I'm going to make it slow and painful. And I'm going to do things to him that have never been done to a person before, so that even the green star will look down upon my violence and think, is this too much? To that, Carolina didn't seem to know what to say. Iradan turned to her and cupped her face in his palms. Please remain by my side, Carolina. I think that I need you. The path ahead is a bloody, violent one, a dark one. I need you, my light, to keep me true, to illuminate the way. He touched his head to hers. I know that it's a lot to ask of you. You will be in the midst of a war. It will not be easy. I have nothing but you, Carolina said simply. Their lips came together. It seemed the only natural thing to do. Iradan had a war to win, battles to fight. He had an autarch to kill. But all of that could wait just a little longer. After all, what was the point in winning if one did not have love? The time for evasion had come to an end. Iradan amassed the entirety of his host, several thousand slaves in total, with hundreds of beetle knights and their squires at the head. He gathered them all together, countless banners decorated with the dark sigil of the green star fluttering in the cold wind. Drummers began to beat to the rhythmic pounding of a human heart. Cowled priests, trailing acolytes, roamed along the length of the assembled ranks, censers swinging, incense filling the air. They began to throat sing, a low, relentless drone. Their song was a prayer. Their request was for deliverance and retribution. Iradan climbed a ruined tower and stood above the army. He wore his iridescent armor, glaive held in one hand, his other hand extended toward the host. The throat singing reached a level of feverish intensity. Some began to chant his name. Others chanted for the star. At such a height, his army looked infinite, spreading out to the tree line behind them, to the river to the west, and the hills in the east. Their formations were neat and precise. When thousands of them began to bang their weapons against their shields or their mailed fists against their breastplates, the resulting cumulative sound was akin to thunder. How could he ever lose? How could this force be defeated, and with him in charge of it? He was a saint. He was chosen. Soon, he would ascend. Iradan and Marak spent the next week attempting to outmaneuver each other. Scouts from both armies fought 100 small, indecisive skirmishes. Gradually, both forces drifted northward, searching for a better defensive ground. They found themselves amongst autarky farmland, surrounded by green, verdant fields on all sides. There were plenty of hills and several rivers, and both commanders attempted to make use of them as best as they could. In the end, by mutual, unspoken agreement, they decided to do battle on flat, empty grassland. Neither would have the terrain advantage. The concession, Iradan suspected, was born out of their shared impatience. They could have spent months chasing each other's tails, hoping to gain the upper hand, but instead they would simply face each other head-on, each confident that they would ultimately triumph. The numbers were close to equal. Both sides would field around 6,000 soldiers in total. Marak had more knights than Iradan did, but Iradan was sure that his beetle knights were better in every facet. And though, in total, Marak's army was likely better armored, Iradan's forces were equipped with unbreakable devotion. Faith was a shield of his own. The day was bright, clear, and beautiful. It was surprisingly warm for the depths of winter. Iradan sat upon his destrier, glaive held loosely in one hand. He'd positioned himself in front of the army, out in the open where everyone could see him, the enemy included. And there, perhaps half a mile or so away, was Marak's army. At this distance, individual soldiers were turned into little more than impersonal statue-like figures, the sun shining off of their silver armor. A forest of autarky banners drifted in the air. Marak's sigil, that of a fist reaching for a star, caught Iradan's eye. He studied it. Every time he saw it, it filled him with a sense of dread. Here was a man so all-consumed by a desire for power that he would do absolutely anything in its name. A man who was obsessed with dominating others. His sigil felt oppressive,
That red, bloodied, mailed fist, strong and closed. Strength, it seemed to say. Strength over all else. Strength first. Strength and force. Lakathir, sitting astride his own warhorse close by, saw where Iradan was looking and said, "Arrogant cunt, isn't he?" "He's delusional," Iradan said with a frown. "Arrogant, delusional, and lacking morals. We have to win this battle, Lakathir, not just for our own cause, not just for the star, but to stop this man." Lakathir yawned. The young, handsome man looked half asleep, as though he'd just rolled out of bed. Iradan never could quite understand him, how he could be so relaxed at all times, so carefree. "Shouldn't be difficult," said Lakathir. "They're barbarians, and this autarch, he's just a child." Iradan glanced at him, reproachful. "I hate the man. He killed my sister, but we shouldn't underestimate him, nor should we discredit him. Doing so is an insult to a scholar." "My brother, I'll be honest with you. A scholar was fine enough with those little axes of hers, and she was a savage bitch, don't get me wrong, but she was no champion of the star, nor even a saint. You'll tear the boy apart. Of that I have no doubt." A single figure on horseback broke free of the enemy ranks, advancing across the field at a slow trot. The figure was heavily armored, and although too far away for Iradan to make out the details of the steel he wore, it was clearly resplendent, gilded and adorned with elaborate flourishes. Behind him, hanging from his shoulders, was a pure white cloak, and in the figure's hand, raised in the air for all to see, was a sword that caught the sunlight and glowed like molten gold. Lakathir said something else, but Iradan wasn't listening anymore. There he was, the enemy, the man who had killed his sister, who sought to oppress the whole world and might if Iradan didn't stop him. Iradan gritted his teeth. Every muscle in his body tensed. He could feel his thick, black blood pulsing all throughout his body. He tingled with anticipation, and when he looked up at the sky, he thought he could see, very faint, an emerald in the midst of that soft blue sea. "Give the order to advance!" roared Iradan. 30. Marak. Here they came. The saint rode at the head of the army, with another man close to his side. Marak had to admit that the man, Iradan, was an impressive sight. He was monstrously tall, and although covered in the iridescent armor that his people were so famous for, it was clear that he was strong and fit beneath it. He was armed with a glaive, a long, deadly weapon, formidable, and perhaps under different circumstances, Marak might have been afraid of it. But he had sunlight. Sir Deimos Caridon and his Sun Knights rode forward, taking up positions around Marak. "He's emotional," Marak noted. "Look at the way they're coming forward, all force and might. He wants to smash right through us." "He's in for a nasty surprise," Deimos said grimly. The commander of the Sun Knights couldn't seem to take his eyes off of the man riding next to Iradan. It must have been the Saint's champion. Marak forced his head to both sides, then twisted it around, cracking it into place. Years of fighting had taken a toll on his body. Of course they had, but he was nonetheless better than he'd ever been. Stronger, faster, more capable. Yet still, the fear. It never quite went away. There was something undeniably terrifying about staring down an army. An army of sufficient size ceased to consist of individuals, and instead took on an immense life of its own. It became a great, cumbersome beast, unstoppable, like the ocean itself rolling toward you. Staring ahead, watching them come forward one step at a time, it felt suddenly impossible to imagine that they could ever be stopped. There were so many of them, and the beetle knights in their thick, metallic carapaces looked like gods. People were bred tall and strong down in the Ascendancy. It was a land of ice, mountains, frigid woodlands, and savage steppe-land. They had to be strong, else they wouldn't have ever survived. "There's nothing quite like an army in motion," Marak said. Deimos glanced at him. "I ask you a heretical question, my lord." "Deimos, at this point you can ask me quite literally anything. I owe you my life, several times over." Deimos shook his head. "Not at all. I'm sworn to live and die for you. The question, do you still get afraid?" "Ha!" Marak grinned. "You know, I was just thinking about that, about how the fear never quite goes away." Deimos nodded slowly.
How many battles do you think we've fought? Dozens. Every time I emerge from one, the Sun Knight said quietly, I feel as though I've cheated death. Battles are insane things. It boggles my mind that anyone can ever escape from one. In fact, it staggers me that we humans ever think that this is a good idea at all. It's madness, when you really think about it. Marak slapped the man lightly on the back. You're not wrong. It is fucking madness. And yet the alternative is even madder. Letting this insane heathen bastards live. I've said it before, I'll say it again. War is a necessary tool. We use it to remove obstacles, to clear the path for civilization. That man right there, and he pointed with sunlight at the approaching saint, is a wolf at the edge of civilization. He represents savagery, the wilderness, the barbarity lurking in our hearts. But civilization will always win, Sir Deimos Carridon. I believe it, said the knight. He will come straight for me. Yes, Deimos said. I expect that he will, and I will be there to greet him. Marak nodded. I expect he'll throw himself right at me. It'll be the eye of the storm. That will make him vulnerable. Between us and the other Sun Knights, we should be able to strike him down. Once the saint is dead, their army will crumble. He'll be thinking the same about you and our army. Aye, that he will. Marak suddenly grinned. Almost makes me wonder if we ought to just duel and save several thousand lives in the process. Deimos shook his head. The future of the autarky would then rest entirely on the outcome of a duel. And in a duel, anything can happen. I know you're right. Marak swung his arms from side to side, warming up his shoulders. The tormentor was oddly quiet in his head. Perhaps he could sense the proximity of battle, of the immense bloodshed about to unfold. He would wake up soon. He was sure of that. And when it did, it was critically important that he did not allow it to control him. He would have to fight it every step of the way. But that was fine. He'd been fighting it for years. Each step the enemy army took made the ground tremble. Thousands upon thousands of boots pounded the soft earth. Marak began to ride forward. He raised his sword again. A horn blew. Drums began to beat rhythmically, and his army marched. Now both sides were nearing the bow range of each other. More importantly, the enemy was within range of him. Marak took several slow, deep breaths. It was not the first time that his future had felt as though it relied entirely on the outcome of a singular event. But perhaps, more than ever, he was feeling the pressure now. Deimos? Yes, my lord. Marak's eyes were locked on the approaching saint. Do not follow me. I'm going to unleash oblivion upon these heathens. You will know when the time is right to come. Deimos nodded solemnly. Give them hell, my lord. 31. Iradan. Blackathir laughed. The mad bastard thinks he can take us all on his own? Iradan frowned. He did not find the sight of Marak, riding toward them entirely alone, as amusing as Blackathir did. Instead, he found it deeply troubling. Marak was a shaper. It was thus not difficult to imagine what he was planning on doing. Blackathir. Your bow. Do you think you can make the shot from here? Blackathir shrugged his bow off of his shoulder. Aside from being the self-proclaimed finest swordsman in the world, he was also famously good with a bow and arrow. Easily, he drawled. Then make it, Iradan snapped. I want him downed. Blackathir smoothly drew an arrow from the quiver laying across his saddle. He fixed it to his bow, drew it back, one eye closed. The barbed iron head was perfectly still as the man aimed it at the approaching autarch. It was now close enough that Iradan could make out the autarch's sigil emblazoned across his breastplate. It was badly damaged. He wondered idly if Iskala's axes had been responsible. Blackathir let loose. The arrow sliced through the air, a black, lethal blur, and struck Marak in the head. Marak's head snapped back. He jolted in his saddle, swayed, but did not, as Iradan hoped, fall off of his horse. He brought his mount to a stop. He was close now. Soon the rest of Iradan's archers, hundreds of them, would be in range. The resulting volley would be impossible to survive, assuming they ever got a chance to use their bows. Almost got him, Blackathir murmured, producing another arrow. His visor, said Iradan. Aim for the visor. Blackathir, unhelmed, his beautiful curly hair framing his aquiline face, just glanced at him, as if to say, I'm trying. He aimed a second arrow, let loose. This time, at the very last moment, Marak twisted in his saddle,
The arrow sailed past harmlessly, and now Marak was raising his arms. The air felt oddly heavy. When Iradan drew a breath, he felt a crushing pressure against his chest, squeezing his lungs. The hair on the back of his arm stood up. "Do you hear that?" he murmured. There was a low, droning hum that seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere all at once. A small ball of fire appeared above Marak, perhaps 20 feet high. It began to grow larger, larger and larger. It twisted and spun, an orange sphere, tendrils of flame licking at the air. Rapidly it became a giant orb, and now it was burning so hot that it had become white. Even from a distance, Iradan could feel the scorching heat of it. Although Marak's face was hidden by his helmet, he could almost feel the other man's smile. Faint, perhaps even strained, but nonetheless present. Iradan's heart began to hammer at his ribs. "Protect us, Holy Star," he whispered. And then the giant, flaming bull hurtled toward him. Pure, utter panic. Iradan spurred his horse forward into a gallop. He thundered across the grass, realizing only a matter later that the ball of flame had never been intended for him in the first place. It soared overhead, warming up his armor as it passed. Its target was his army. Iradan twisted in his saddle, looking over his shoulder just in time to see it land. It was like seeing the sun rise. Or, he thought, like seeing the sun explode. The fireball detonated. For a moment, the world went white, and Iradan was made blind. He urged his horse to slow down, reeling in his saddle, flailing, fearing that Marak had come forward to meet him, and that any moment now, sunlight would sweep out and take his head. He blinked furiously and wheeled his horse around. Someone was screaming. Maybe it was him. His vision began to clear, white spots still dancing across his retinas, and now he could see the front lines of his army, the ruination of them, the bodies strewn about and scattered like debris, the great gouge in the earth, a crater filled with corpses. He saw dozens, or perhaps even hundreds of slaves, running in all directions, set alight, arms waving around madly as they were eaten alive by flames so hot that they stole their ability to even cry out. Several knights were struggling to get their horses under control. A large portion of his cavalry had bolted, their mounts spooked by the fireball. And all Iradan could think at that moment was that he had lost. Already he had lost the fight before he'd even swung his weapon. Marak hadn't suffered a single casualty, and the day was his. Iradan turned again, searching for Marak. The autarch had pulled back. Now his sun knights were around him in a defensive formation. His army was marching forward faster than before, no doubt eager to take advantage of the chaos and destruction, to deliver the killing blow. No, Iradan refused. It didn't end like this. It couldn't. He was a saint of the star, the youngest in a century. He was chosen. "Lakathir?" Lakathir was nearby, staring aghast at the destruction. "Lakathir!" The man turned to Iradan, his eyes wide. "Are you with me? Are you present?" Iradan roared. Lakathir nodded mutely. "Ride back, Lakathir, and rally the troops. We're not done. We're not fucking done. Reform the lines. Plug the hose. We're not done. Do you hear me? Do not take long, Lakathir. Come to my aid." And with that, Iradan set his gaze upon Marak, whipped his reins, and once again drove his horse into a fierce, frenzied gallop. Churned up grass flew into the air. The world narrowed, everything else falling away until it was just Iradan, his horse, his glaive, and the target. He laughed, loud and clear, at the absurdity of what he was doing. He was charging an army all on his own. This, he hoped, would inspire his army. How could they remain afraid when they were watching him charge in such a manner? How could they hold back? If this did not inspire them, nothing would, and the day was lost. "I am a saint," he told himself. "I am chosen." The world seemed so beautiful, so vast, so green. He saw it all with greater clarity than ever before. A bird soared overhead, and he watched it pass and thought, "This world is worth dying for." 32. Marak. "He's desperate," Marak said, watching the saint galloping toward them. All alone, while behind him his army was in tatters, struggling to regain any sort of cohesion in the wake of the fireball that had ravaged them. He'd poured a lot of power into that singular arcane exertion, and now felt leaden. His armor weighed him down, his head ached badly. The tormentor had finally kicked into life and was hard at work cutting into his brain with tiny knives. A trickle of blood leaked out of his right nostril and touched his lips. It hardly mattered. He'd already won. The saint clearly knew it and was now resorting to the last desperate action available to him. No doubt he was praying that his star intervened at the last moment. It wouldn't, Marak knew. There would be no divine intervention today. Today the victory would be whoever could apply the most amount of force. Marak itched to go forward. The tormentor urged him on, hot and buzzing in his skull, vibrating as though his head were full of angry, sharp insects. He could ride forth and duel the man, but Deimos was right. It was too much of a risk, however much he wished he'd test himself against his saint. The temptation was human weakness. Ego, pride. The smart thing to do was not engage, not alone, at least. He needed to take the long view, to do the smart, practical thing. "With me?" Marak growled to all of his Sun Knights. They gathered around him, 100 strong, the best individual warriors in all of the autarky. They were covered head to toe in the finest armor that could be bought. They were polished and gleaming. Their cloaks, though stained with dirt and with old blood, were still crispy white against the backdrop of a looming army. They were armed with swords, shields, axes, lance, warhammers, maces, flails, and poleaxes. They were all veterans, all killers, all sworn to him. "For the autarky!" Marak cried, and he rode forth to meet the saint. His Sun Knights took up the cry and thundered after him. If Iradan, saint of the star, was at all considered about the 100 knights upon their great war horses charging directly at him alone, he did not show it. Instead, he seemed to push his horse harder, faster, and he readied his glaive. And now Marak could see him clearly, unhelmed as he was. He had pale flesh, crisscrossed with deep scars that failed to diminish an almost otherworldly beauty. His hair was black, short, and slightly curly. His eyes were cold, glittering emeralds. Marak had several moments before the collision, during which time he observed the following. Iradan's army had rallied, their formations were restored, they were marching forward, their throats singing loud and inhuman. Then he crashed into the saint. Iradan's glaive came from Marak's head. He ducked beneath it and stabbed at the saint with sunlight, but by that point their horses had passed each other, grazed each other, and he stabbed only air. One Sun Knight managed to hit Iradan's horse with his lance, which snapped. The beast shrieked but plunged onward. The saint swayed in his saddle. That terrible glaive swept out again, the metal black, except for when it caught the light of the sun, at which point it became faintly green and iridescent, just like his armor. His slightly curved blade caught a Sun Knight in the face. Although it didn't pass through his head in the way sunlight might have, the Sun Knight's helmet nonetheless failed to truly stop the blade, which buried itself halfway through the man's skull and sent him flying out of his saddle. Fury gripped Marak, and now, surrounded by Sun Knights, Iradan had nowhere to go. He and his horse, which was bleeding badly, were forced to come to a stop. The saint turned and twisted in his saddle, avoiding an axe blow, the stab of a lance, the swing of a mace. Marak came up behind him and swung sunlight, and chopped off Iradan's left arm. What happened next was confusing. Strange black blood sprayed through the air, and almost immediately people started screaming, and the saint wasn't one of them. Marak saw one Sun Knight drop his weapon and reach with both hands for his face. He grasped at his helmet, which seemed to be melting away, melting into his face. Then the flesh started to dissolve, then bone, and all around Marak his knights were being eaten away by the saint's black blood. The saint turned his horse around through a newly created opening, still swinging his glaive despite having only one arm. Except now, Marak saw that where his left arm had been, a strange thing had begun to emerge from the stump, which was no longer bleeding at all. The growth extended, elongated, bones sprouting, flesh knitting, and Marak realized, numbly, that the saint's arm was regrowing. He stopped for a moment, taken off guard, paralyzed by the scene playing out before him. A Sun Knight managed to shove his lance through Iradan's face. Iradan cried out. The wound was grievous, horrific. An eye hung out at a terrible angle, his nose had been sheared off, his teeth were visible through his torn-off lips. But worse than his injury was what his blood was doing. The knight who'd lanced the saint began to wail like a child as his face was quickly dissolved. What magic was this? It wasn't shaping, that much was clear. Perhaps the saint truly was backed by the star. Doubt stuck at Marak's heart. He found himself frozen. He'd never been frozen before. And now the Ascendancy army was upon them. A beautiful man, who Marak recognized as Iradan's champion, smashed into the Sun Knights with a cohort of his own green-armored knights. It was a storm of metal, of horse, of men and women struggling in tight, bloody quarters. It was chaos. Something, he didn't see what, slammed into Marak's horse. He slid out of his stirrups and fell, hit the blood-slick grass hard, head bouncing off of the dense soil. The tormentor buzzed in his head, begging him to urgently get back to his feet. But Marak found that he didn't want to. He wanted to stay where he was, wanted to lay on the ground and close his eyes and have everything vanish around him. This was too much. All of it. How could he have thought himself capable of this? He was the son of a farmer, a peasant. He was a child. He was nothing. And then he saw from where he was laying, Sir Deimos carried and tackled the saint's champion from his saddle, and the two warriors, one grim and solemn, the other bright and princely, wrestling in the bloody mud, fighting for dominance over a knife. They were fast, powerful, almost godlike. They were war made manifest. And elsewhere Marak saw the saint tearing through his Sun Knights. His arm had now regrown, his face restored. His armor had been almost entirely dissolved by his blood, but he didn't seem to care. He was swinging that deadly glaive around in wide, lethal arcs, and all around Marak, warriors were struggling. He saw an autarky woman smashing an ascendant slave, also a woman, over the head with a mace. Once, twice, 3 times. Brains flowing, skull all caved in. And he saw a soldier, little more than a boy, wearing an expression of such absolute bravery and determination that, contrasted with his youth, with his smallness in the midst of this whirlwind of steel, he brought a tear to Marak's eye. And then he was crying, and the tormentor was screaming and cutting, and he was standing, his hand tightening around Sunlight's hilt, all of his doubts fading away, his fear vanishing, until all that remained was a single resounding urge. Kill! 33. Iradan. Within the first minute and a half of combat, Iradan had had his arm chopped off, his face smashed open, his intestines ripped out of his body, an eye crushed, 4 fingers from his right hand removed, and a lance shoved deep between his ribs. The lance was particularly irritating, since he had to pull it out of his own body with both hands. Not an easy thing to do, since the head of the lance was barbed and scraped against his ribs. When it got stuck, he had a moment of genuine concern that he wouldn't be able to get it out. And then his blood melted it. Just as it was melting anyone who got close to. He watched with no small amount of disgust as his would-be killers stabbed and cut at him, only to have his blood spray out in an arc and cause immense amounts of damage. It did not take the Sun Knights long to figure out that wounding him was a lethal proposition. Yet still they didn't stop. These were brave warriors. Iradan swung his glaive. He cracked open a Sun Knight's head. He pulled the weapon back and rammed the point through the faceplate of another knight. Where was Marak? He had ridden past the autarch and out of the corner of his eye thought that he'd even seen the autarch fall off of his horse. What had happened to him afterward, however, he did not know. Was it possible that the man was already dead? He hoped that he wasn't. Iradan wished to at least look him in the eye before then, and if he got his way, he'd be the one to take the autarch's life. Here the melee was brutal and chaotic. There were so many combatants. The action was unfolding at a blistering pace. The horses had little room within which to move, and so the mounted knights did their best to turn and readjust their position while swinging their weapons from side to side. Some had become unhorsed and were fighting down in the mud. For a brief moment he caught sight of Lakathir wrestling with a particularly large and golden Sun Knight. The two seemed to have lost their weapons and had resorted to throwing mailed fists and steel-plated elbows. This was a grimy, bloody battle, and now the infantry from both sides had engaged, If the autarky had expected a neat and sane approach from the ascendancy, the usual slow advancement of the rank and file while the front lines poked at each other, desperate for openings, they'd surely been shocked. That was not how the ascendancy fought. The slaves, thousands of them, driven on by devout beetle knights and roaring priests, swarmed the enemy with a fanatical disregard for their own lives. They fought like insects, any notions of individuality forsaken, operating as one great heaving mass. It was a beautiful sight to behold. A Sun Knight swung a warhammer at him. The bastard had picked a good angle, and the hammer came tremendously quickly. Iradan was in too much pain and too tired to avoid it. It flattened his face. He flew backward off of the horse, hit the ground, opened his eyes, slipped away into unconsciousness again. Gasping, wheezing, each breath causing black blood to bubble forth from his nose and mouth. He couldn't see. Something inside of him was broken, and yet already he could feel the abrupt tightness that signaled his face was pinching itself back together, healing rapidly. He felt bone shifting beneath his flesh, returning to its original position. New teeth began to push their way out of his gums. It was truly excruciating. He would have screamed his way through the process, if he'd even been capable of screaming. The battle had started to shift, to move, momentum on the side of the ascendancy, the lines drifting back, bending, threatening to break. From where Iradan was, it was impossible to meaningfully gauge how it was actually progressing, but wherever he looked, his people were pressing forward. Iradan climbed back to his feet. He found deliverance in the mud and lifted it. He felt light, powerful, restored. The pain had faded. He killed a Sun Knight, chopping through his mailed throat with his glaive. Hot blood splashed across his face. He killed another, a third, armed with a giant two-handed axe, put up a good fight, and for a while the two of them danced around each other. In the end, Iradan knocked off his helmet, then decapitated him. And soon enough he lost himself in the flow of battle. Time lost meaning. His arms ached, his lungs burned. Horses shrieked and reared up on their hind legs. Cavalry from both sides retreated, pulling away from the quagmire, perhaps preparing for another, fresh charge. Iradan found himself in the middle of another dense melee. Through the sea of churning bodies he once again caught sight of Lakathir, who, even after all of this time, was still fighting the giant Sun Knight. Now Lakathir seemed to be on the back foot. Both of them had managed to get their hands on weapons. Lakathir was faster than anyone with a blade, yet his opponent was powerful and relentless, a golden storm of flashing metal. But then the two were once again lost amongst all the other combatants. Iradan sensed a disruption in the battle around him, a change in the flow of murder. He watched two beetle knights cut in half as though they weren't even wearing armor. Viscera poured out of them in a steaming flow. And Marak appeared. The battle seemed almost to pause around them, to give way, to make room. The autarch no longer wore a helmet. Neither did Iradan. They locked eyes, and then stalked toward one another. Up close and in person, Marak did not look how Iradan had expected him to. He had a plain, boring face, with close-cropped brown hair and dark eyes. His jaw was strong, as was his chin, but otherwise his features were nondescript. A few scars here and there served to at least highlight his experience. He was nowhere near as tall as Iradan was, and though well-built, the saint still dwarfed him. It was difficult not to feel a twinge of disappointment. "You don't look anywhere near as impressive as I'd thought," Iradan said, speaking their wretched language. Marak hefted sunlight. That, at least, looked as impressive as Iradan had known it would. "Was it impressive?" asked the autarch. "When I set 100 of your knights on fire with little more than a thought?" Iradan grinned. "Aye," he admitted. "That was impressive. But you looked grey, Marak. I'd bet that you're still feeling it." Marak said nothing. As good as any confession. Iradan flexed his left arm. "And were you impressed when, before your very eyes, the arm that you stole from me was renewed?" The autarch was only a few feet away. The two circled each other. An island of space had cleared around them. The fighting had, in places, slowed. Warriors from both sides were turning to observe the meeting between the two commanders. "Good," thought Iradan. "I want them all to watch what's about to happen." "Your heathen magic doesn't impress me," said Marak. "In fact, it disgusts me." Iradan shrugged, said,
That demon in my tent, you sent it, didn't you?
Yes, said Marak.
So you are not as above heathen magic as you like to pretend.
Iradan gave Deliverance a twirl, green metal flashing through the air where Marak's face had been a mere second earlier.
It was a mistake,
said Marak. The man's face had become clouded. His eyes took on a haunted look.
But in the end I will not require the use of such foul arts to destroy you.
He lifted Sunlight.
This is all I need. We will see,
said Iradan, and lunged at him. The two danced and twisted around each other. Sunlight and Deliverance cut through the air, metallic lethal blurs that couldn't seem to find a home. Iradan was careful to simply use his speed and movement to avoid Marak's blade. He couldn't block with his own weapon, he knew, lest he wanted it to be severed in half. Deliverance smashed into Marak's left leg, stumbling him, but failing to get through his armor. In return, Marak lunged forward and slammed a fist into Iradan's right eye. Iradan felt his orbital shatter. He reeled backward, blind on his right side, and grunted as Sunlight slid into his stomach and found a home amongst his intestines. He smiled through the pain. His blood would destroy Marak's infamous sword, and then the autarch would be easy prey. Except when Marak ripped his sword free, Iradan saw that Sunlight remained unharmed. He had a singular moment of shock before Marak swung a decapitating strike. Iradan barely avoided it. He was not at all ignorant to the fact that he was not unkillable. His wounds could heal rapidly, yes, but what happened if Marak actually severed his head or punched Sunlight straight through his brain? He felt, at his very core, that this would be fatal even to him, and knew he needed to avoid it. The two clashed again and again. For how long, Iradan couldn't have said. Both were lightning fast, both skilled. As the duel progressed, a circle gathered around them, hundreds of warriors from both sides falling still and silent as they watched. They all sensed, Iradan knew, that the winner of the duel would be the ultimate victor of the day. So why keep fighting and spilling their blood needlessly? Iradan was better than Marak. That became clear as they whirled around each other. Yet the skill gap was closed by the lethality of Sunlight. And increasingly, as they fought, he began to suspect something else. That somehow, Marak knew what he was going to do a moment before he actually did it. Iradan frowned, a sense of unease growing. And was he just imagining the wriggling, crawling sensation in his head? A little as though something, or someone, was rummaging around inside. Marak's face was screwed up in concentration as he lunged, sliced, darted to the side, spun around. Blood was trickling out of his nostrils. His eyes were red. Something was causing him an immense amount of strain. Iradan snarled.
Get out of my head!
Marak's smile was grim and humorless.
Do not worry, Saint. There isn't much in here for me to look through.
Iradan growled and kicked the autarch in the solar plexus, sending him staggering back. He was caught by one of his Sun Knights, observing from behind, who nudged him forward. Marak used the burst of momentum to charge forward and stab Iradan through the thigh. Instead of recoiling, Iradan stepped forward, allowing the sword to slide in further and deeper, dropped his glaive. He was too close to use it, and elbowed Marak in the side of the head as hard as he could. Marak's head snapped back. His eyes rolled upward, dazed. Triumph. Sunlight was all the way through his leg now, but it didn't matter. He reached down and gripped Sunlight with one hand. He squeezed. The blade cut easily through his palm. And now, leering, ablaze with pain, Iradan brought his bleeding, sliced-open palm to Marak's chest, smearing his blood across the autarch's armor, which dissolved quickly. Marak screamed. His Sun Knights, sensing their lord's plight, charged forward, and the battle was back on in earnest. Iradan, however, cared for nothing but Marak. His gaze was fixed on the man. He watched with glee as his black blood ate into the autarch's flesh. Marak ripped out his sword, then dropped it. Now freed from the blade, Iradan reached for the knife at his waist, drew it, and thrust it into Marak's throat. There was a strange, unreal moment, then, when Iradan realized that he'd actually done it. He'd killed the autarch. Or, at least, he'd delivered the killing blow. Marak stumbled backward, taking the knife with him. It protruded from his throat, buried deep. Blood trickled out around the blade. Marak's eyes were wide with disbelief. He opened his mouth and choked. Iradan didn't advance. He stood there, knowing it was done, and watched as Marak fell to his knees. "I did it," he whispered. The strange writhing inside his head vanished. His body tingled. He looked up at the sky and knew that the green star was looking down upon him at that moment, that he would be greatly rewarded for this. The large Sun Knight, the one Lakathir had been fighting earlier, appeared at Marak's side. He bent and picked up the Ortarch as though he were a child. Before Iradan could charge, could finish the deed, the Sun Knight turned and ran. The ranks of the Ortarchy opened up to envelop him, so that a moment later, both he and the Ortarch were gone. 34. Marak. Marak was dying. He choked on blood, his own blood filling his throat, his mouth. He tried to say something, but the attempt only caused more blood to pour out from between his lips. He could feel the knife, the weight of it lodged deep in his neck. A lethal blow, there was no denying it. It was cold and sharp and jagged inside of him, and his mind screamed at him to reach for the hilt and pull this terrible foreign object out of his body. The more logical part of him, the tiny island of his consciousness that still remained reasonable, knew that if he pulled the knife out, he would die moments later. It was only the fact that it had been left inside of him that he would live for a little longer. Sir Deimos Caridon was carrying him. The surviving Sun Knights, several dozen of them, were surrounding Deimos and clearing a path through the army. They were escorting him to safety. "There's no point!" Marak wanted to scream at them. There was nothing that could be done for him. Marak wasn't a fool. People didn't survive a wound like this. Perhaps he could use his power to heal himself, but he didn't think so. In order for him to attempt to seal up the wound, the knife would have to be removed. And when it was removed, he might only have a handful of seconds before he lost consciousness, and soon after died. If he had to guess. And there was nothing else for him to do. The knife was lodged deep into an artery. The blade was stopping most of the bleeding. And wasn't that ironic? The blade that had just stolen his life away from him was simultaneously keeping him alive. Marak reached for his neck. His fingers made contact with bare flesh, wet and warm. The tip of one finger touched the ice-cold steel of the knife. It was honestly embarrassing. The killing blow had been dealt with no great finesse, no display of skill. The saint had simply rammed it through his neck, taking advantage of a brief moment of distraction. But that was the nature of violence. Unpredictable, brutal, unfair. Marak was very cold. He began to shiver. Death is coming for me. Absolute panic rose up inside of him, wrapping around his heart, his brain, his soul. It's too soon. I haven't done enough. And he would never see Amara again. That thought surprised him, though maybe it shouldn't have. He was fond of her. He didn't know enough about love to use that word, but maybe it was applicable. Certainly he loved Davina, and he would not see her either. She would return, proud and triumphant, from her overseas mission, only to discover that it hadn't actually mattered, that Marak was dead, and so too was the autarky. Marak did not think that his empire would survive without him. It was too young, too unsure of itself. Given another decade of stability, perhaps it would have possessed enough strength, purpose, and vision to self-sustain. Instead, it would die in the cradle, and become little more than a footnote in the histories of Telemere, yet to be written. "Out of my way!" Deimos roared, shoving people out of his way. Metal struck metal. The Sun Knights had their weapons out, were doing anything they needed to do in order to get Marak behind the lines. Marak closed his eyes. If he'd been capable of speech, he would have told them not to bother. They were wasting time and energy, and the battle was still raging. It would have been better for Deimos and the Sun Knights to keep fighting. Even without Marak, the battle wasn't lost. Not necessarily. They could still win the day, and perhaps save themselves for whatever would come next. He lapsed into a shallow darkness. The world became muted. A sort of peace descended upon him. No! He opened his eyes, stared up at the bright, beautiful sky. More blood poured out of his mouth. The taste of iron. It was sickening. He had to fight down the urge to vomit, though wondered idly if he even could vomit, with this knife lodged in him. 1,000 emotions waged war inside of him. Deimos was running as best he could with Marak in his arms. He felt as though every step the large man was taking was nudging the knife in a little deep. The blade was slicing open the surrounding skin, allowing more blood to flow. Or maybe he was just imagining that. He didn't want to think about it. Instead, he thought about the saint. He shouldn't have lost. He was better than the other man, more skilled. But the saint had been so much larger, stronger, faster. And the gifts he'd received, the ability to simply renew his own blood, to make his wounds vanish, and then the sheer lethality of his blood. It had all been too much. But Marak knew that he was better, that he could have won. He'd just been taken off guard, had become flustered, and exhausted in the wake of that ball of fire he'd produced. He hadn't had the strength nor concentration to shape. Excuses. He could think of 100 of them. What was the point? He'd lost, and now he was dying. Had to make his peace with that. Only problem was, Marak didn't know how. And now the fear started to really set in. Cold dread slithered into his head. Was there anything after death? If so, would it be kind to him? He felt strongly that, if there was an afterlife, he would not enjoy it. "Take him into his tent," a woman said. Who was that? She sounded familiar. "Save him!" Deimos roared. "You must save him, in any way you can." "I'll see what I can do," the woman said grimly. Essa, he thought distantly. The witch. "If you don't save him," said Sir Deimos Caridon, "I will kill you." My friend, Marak thought, it isn't her fault. You cannot blame her, even if she is a witch. "As I said," the witch said stiffly, "I will do what I can. Bring him into the tent. Will we win the battle?" "I doubt it," Deimos grunted. "How long will we have?" "No long." "In the tent, now." The sky vanished and was replaced with the inside of his tent. Deimos carried him to his bed, laid him down very gently, tenderly, and Marak felt a great warmth toward the man. It was nice that, in his final moments, there was someone here who cared about him. "I will fetch a surgeon," Deimos said. "No!" Essa's voice was sharp. "No surgeon, no doctor can save him now." "But—" "Listen to me, knight. That is a fatal wound. There is only one way he can survive it, and he needs no one here except for himself. Leave the tent. Allow no one else to enter. I will guide the Autarch through what he needs to do next." Essa took a deep breath. "What happens when we lose this battle?" "We will need to run," Deimos said simply. His voice made it obvious that he did not think it was very likely that there was much point in doing so, or that any of them would survive whatever would happen next. It was the only time Marak had ever heard the giant sound defeated. Marak listened to Deimos's footsteps retreating. Essa placed a hand against his cheek. "Can you hear me? Blink twice for yes." Marak blinked twice. "You understand, don't you? That you don't have long left to live. Perhaps mere minutes." Again he blinked twice. "No medicine can save you, nor any arcane art. There is only one way." To this he repeated the double blink. He understood the situation. The only thing he didn't know was what this last hope she was referring to was. In truth, he didn't believe it was real. Essa bent down and whispered into his ear, "My god, Tamatil, can save you. Do you want that?" Ah, so there it was. A god. He was hardly surprised. Who else could someone so close to death? "I refuse," Marak wanted to say. "I'd rather die with dignity than spend my last moments indulging in a heathen ritual." But then there was the panic. The absolute terror. Didn't he once promise that he would do whatever it took to rule, to grasp as much power as he could? Wasn't this just the next step? Another sacrifice? Anything was better than anything. There was too much to do, and he had Davina and Amara and everyone else he loved to think about. And so Marak blinked twice. Good, cooed Essa. And suddenly Marak had the strange thought that she'd somehow orchestrated all of this, that this was the moment she'd been waiting for. Ridiculous, of course. "Keep your eyes closed," she instructed. "You must drift off into death. Let go, Marak. Let go of everything. If you can do that, you will find yourself elsewhere, briefly occupying a space between life and death. You will be lost among strange geographies. You will need to find your way to Tamatil. There, You must strike a bargain. And what might the price be for my life? But the price didn't matter. If it meant that he could go on, that he could finish what he started, no price was too high. I will be here, said Essa, by your side. I will guide you as much as I can. Even with his eyes closed, Marak felt the witch take hold of the knife, lodged deep in his throat. No! He wanted to scream. Don't! Please don't! But he needed to be brave. It is time, intoned the witch. And then she ripped the knife out, and Marak drowned in blood. 35. Marak. Marak slipped away into a half-complete darkness. He was no longer in the tent. There was a thudding rhythmic sound, the slow beating of an immense drum. It took him several moments to figure out that this was his dying heartbeat. Likewise, the hoarse, rasping whisper, like a strange wind, was his fading breath. I don't want to die, he thought. I'll do anything, agree to anything. Please, save me. As if in immediate response to these thoughts, the darkness changed. It started to fall away, to retreat, and he found that he was standing, or at least floating, beneath a lightless sun. He looked at his hands, turned them over to examine his palms. Then he reached for his throat and searched for the knife, but it wasn't there. Instead, his throat was perfectly intact. There was no wound, no blood. He took a deep, comforting breath. Was it done? Had he been saved? The lightless sun, the color of a livid bruise, pulsed rapidly, in between pulsations of illumination, as though he'd simply blinked and the world had changed. Marak found himself standing in a garden. Trees of gnarled bones stood around him, an osseous forest with leaves of flesh and blood. Branches twisted and spiraled at impossible angles, grasping beseechingly for the sky, which was a blue so washed out and faded that it was almost pure white. The grass beneath Marak's feet was brown and withered. A path led straight ahead, narrow, with black stone, and up ahead was a hedge maze. The green of the hedge was the only green that existed in this decaying garden. A buzzing sound filled the air, and it took him a moment to discover its source. Thousands upon thousands of flies in the sky, a storm of them, a sea of tiny black bodies and iridescent wings. What was this place? Marak took several steps across the grass. He still wore his armor, the same he'd worn during the battle. It was cracked, dented, and damaged in all the ways it had been when he'd been dragged into his tent. He had sunlight at his waist. The presence of the sword was comforting. No matter where he was or what was happening, he knew that if he had that sword with him, there was nothing he couldn't defend himself from. A figure wandered out of the hedge maze. Tall, skeletal, wrapped in a pale shroud. Where a face should have been, there was only darkness. Flies buzzed around the figure as they shuffled toward Marak, leaning upon a long and white staff that appeared to have been carved out of bone. Marak approached the figure. Who are you? He demanded, a hand on Sunlight's hilt. The figure stopped. The Herald. What is it that you herald? The more, said the figure. His voice was a dry rasp, that of a desiccated corpse. This place, Marak said. Where am I? A place between life and death. Does it have a name? 1,000 names. Marak frowned. He tried to stare into the darkness of its face, to make out some hint of whatever was beneath. But his eyes couldn't penetrate the blackness. He opened his mouth to say, Tomatil, is he here? But as soon as he spoke that name, Tomatil, the ground began to violently shake, and the sky darkened, and the 10,000 flies buzzed louder than before, drowning out his next words. If you say his name, murmured the herald, he will hear you. Marak licked his lips. None of this was what he'd been expecting. His guts twisted themselves into knots. He didn't like this place, didn't like this creature. He considered cutting it in half with sunlight. He considered turning around and leaving, even if that meant death, but knew that he couldn't. What must I do? Said Marak. The herald turned and gestured toward the hedge maze. Venture forth. Marak took a step forward. A sword cut off the herald's head from behind. The herald collapsed in a pile of dust on loose robes. And there stood another figure, tall and dark and hidden in shadow. Marak recognized it immediately, the entity that had told him about the penetrating mind that had appeared in his dreams on several different occasions. Marak swallowed hard. I thought you said I'd never see you again. I hoped that would be the case, said the entity. I did not realize that you would be so foolish as to enter this damned place. You must turn back. If I turn back, said Marak, then I will die. I know, said the entity, and so you must die. You cannot do this, Marak. Trust me. The entity stepped over the herald's corpse. You must listen to me. Every time I've told you to do something, my intentions have been good. Things have worked out for you. You must trust me this one last time. Do not be afraid of death. Instead, be afraid of what waits for you on the other side of this maze. Marak's eyes drifted down to the entity's sword. A familiar sword. Sunlight. Marak checked his waist. Sunlight was still there, hanging from his hip. How? He pointed. How can you have that? The entity said nothing. Unease rose inside of him. He was confused, and his confusion enraged him. He was sick of riddles, of vague information, distant promises, and endless questions. He wanted the truth. He needed it. What are you? Marak asked, his voice hoarse. Tell me. Still the entity remained silent. It flickered out of existence for a moment, then returned, and now said, I cannot remain here for long. It is difficult to project myself into this realm. You must simply listen to me, Marak. There isn't time for this. This time when the entity spoke, there was something about its voice that triggered a deep sense of familiarity inside of Marak. Pure dread opened up inside of him. It can't be possible. Marak whispered, Are you? The entity sighed. The truth will do you no good. You're me, aren't you? After a moment, the entity nodded. Yes, I am you. You are me. When? Marak demanded. The future, said the entity. I guessed that, but how far into the future? The answer to that changes nothing, and the less you know, the better. Marak closed his eyes. How is this even possible? What power is this? The entity spoke gently. The answers to any of these questions will bring you no satisfaction, because I am supposed to die now. It is the only way. Explain. If you are me, even if in the far future, you ought to know that I won't be satisfied with vagueness. Give me something real, something tangible, and then we'll see. I speak to you now, said the future version of himself. From a point in time 2 millennia in the future, I've seen the threats of time. I know what the rest of your life looks like if you continue down this path, if you proceed through that hedge maze. It is a terrible thing. And in your reality, your future, did you go through that hedge maze? The entity shook its head. There has been a divergence. The battle unfolded differently for me. I dueled the saint, and the outcome was more favorable. By which you mean you didn't take a knife to the throat? No, said the entity. I did not. Marak mulled this over. The distant pale sun continued to pulsate. There were more flies in the sky than ever, and somewhere, something was loudly whispering to him. Why the divergence? In all honesty, future Marak said, I don't know. Even the most minor changes can, across a long enough span of time, have world-changing implications. It's simply impossible to trace a divergence back to its roots. So to get this straight, you never went to this place, but you know what happens if I go through with this. Yes. If it's so terrible, tell me about it. The entity hesitated. I will not. Why? Now Marak found his irritation building. Once again, I'll repeat myself. If you're truly me, then you know, better than anyone, that I can't simply take your word for it. I need good, solid information with which to work. Tell me what the outcome will be, and I'll weigh it up against my desire to live and to win. And that, said future Marak, is the exact problem. I fear that no matter what I say, it can't possibly outweigh those desires. Probably not, Marak confessed. I'm begging you, said the entity. I have more questions. Marak took a step forward. If I'm walking a divergent path, does that mean there are multiple different realities operating at once, all of which have a different version of me? No, said the entity.
There was only ever a singular reality. It sighed now. The act of me coming here was a self-destructive one. This is now the only reality. Mine has ceased to exist. I sacrificed it so that I might change my own pathway. I don't understand. Marak's head was aching, and not because of the tormentor. In fact, for the first time in many years, the cruel device in his head seemed to be completely silent. The absence of pain was like a gaping hole. Something was missing. Oddly, there was no sense of relief or peace. You don't need to understand. And now the entity came closer, anger coloring his toneless voice. None of this matters. Nothing matters. Only peace. Sweet oblivion. You cannot possibly understand. You have lived for less than 3 decades. You are so blind, so delusional. I have existed for millennia. I have suffered in ways you cannot comprehend and seen things that will break your mind in half. I am trying to save you. It roared at these last few words, voice echoing throughout the twisted dreamscape. Why do I never listen? And not even to myself. Why? Am I damned? Perhaps I am. Perhaps I'm cursed. I deserve it. The gods know that I deserve it. And yet, is there no such thing as redemption? All I want. The entity fell to his knees, shadows convulsing around it. All I want is a taste of salvation. Or peace. Please. Marak stared down at the thing that was supposedly him, at what he could have become, and felt only an intense wave of disgust. Pathetic. That's what this was. Absolutely pathetic. This blubbering and begging, this pleading verging on the edge of crying. Without even thinking, he drew sunlight and let the colourless light of the pale sun dance along the sword's impossibly thin edge. I'll give you peace, he said. The entity bowed its head. Do whatever you will. Just know that I warned you, that there was always an option, a way out. In the end, when everything is burning, when you sit alone upon a throne of bones at the heart of an empire that despises and fears you, when everyone you ever loved wants only to stick a knife in your back, know that you could have avoided it all. You could have had peace. Marak spat on the entity. He said, Maybe you were once me, but you certainly aren't anymore. And then he swung sunlight and decapitated his future self. The entity bled pure shadow. Its head hit the ground. Its body toppled, and then melted away into the soil, a puddle of darkness rapidly dissipating, until it was entirely gone. And Marak was once again alone. He stared straight ahead, toward the hedge maze, and he considered the sword in his hand. Then, without hesitation, he waded forward, and entered the maze. 36. Marak. The tried and tested method for solving a maze was to take only left turns, and so that's what Marak did. He touched his left hand to the outer wall, and he walked quickly down the twisting, turning passages of the hedge maze, only ever going left. Hours passed. Despite the passage of time, the sky remained blandly colourless, and the sun didn't move at all from its place directly above him. It continued to throb as though, at its centre, was a great beating heart. He could have sworn that he saw the outline of something titanic moving inside of it. The deeper Marak ventured into the maze, the more narrow the passages became. Soon his shoulders were brushing up against the rough green hedges, which rustled faintly as he passed. The dirt beneath his feet was an ugly dead brown. With every step he took, the buzzing of flies became louder, and as it did so, he started to feel as though he could almost hear words hidden amidst the noise, layered in between insectoid sound. Soon he ceased paying attention to the path ahead, and focused only on deciphering whatever message was concealed by the flies. The maze went on and on, with the sky refusing to change. Time soon began to lose all meaning. Marak's body refused to give any natural indication of time's passage. He didn't become hungry, his bladder never needed to be emptied, and the tormentor remained dormant. Nor did his ceaseless advance through the march tire him. His feet never became sore. His heavy armor refused to weigh on him. It was as though reality had frozen, and yet somehow he was able to keep moving, and the flies continued to buzz. In the end, he couldn't have even guessed at how much time he'd spent in that maze. Days at least, perhaps even weeks.
All he could do was keep moving. All he could think about was his desperation to return to the world of the living and resume his great mission. Eventually, he found an exit. A knight blocked the way. The knight was tall and broad-shouldered. His armor, which covered every inch of his body so that not a single patch of skin was visible, was ornate and brown with rust. The rust was so thick that looking at him, Marak doubted the knight could even move. A cloak hung from the knight's shoulders, the color of old dried blood. At his waist was a great sword, as badly rusted as his armor. It looked as though it had once been a fine blade, with an elegant hilt and crosspiece. Now Marak suspected that the whole thing would immediately shatter upon impact. "Get out of my way," Marak said. He drew sunlight. The knight didn't move. Perhaps it truly was incapable of doing so. Perhaps it was nothing more than a statue. Marak took another step forward. The knight drew its rusted greatsword. The weapon exuded a sense of weight, of force. "Very well," said Marak. His patience had all dried up. "We'll do it that way." Marak lunged forward and went to cut off the knight's head. The knight moved so fast he couldn't quite believe it. Marak was on the ground, staring up at the drained sky, eyes unfocused, blood in his mouth. Flies buzzed around the solemn, rusted knight, who'd resumed his original position. Marak picked himself off of the ground, stared at the knight. "Is this a test, then? How do I pass?" Silence. Marak gritted his teeth and again said, "Very well." He came forward once again. This time, when the knight's hand returned to the hilt of his great sword, Marak was ready for him. He leaped for the threads of creation, for the power of reality, and found it more accessible than ever before. In this strange place, it was like being out in the middle of a sea of power, and all of it was at his disposal. Bolts of black lightning crackled from his hands, striking the rusted knight and sending him flying backward, armor grinding and creaking. The knight hit the ground, rolled, came back up to his knees, but the lightning didn't relent. It surged forth, a tide of energy pouring out of Marak with absolute ease. There was no exhaustion, no pain, no sense that he was harming himself. It was boundless. The knight took the punishment silently. Its armor refused to show any signs of damage, even when the knight writhed and twisted across the barren soil. Marak cut off the power, sagged. There it was, tiredness sweeping over him, but nowhere near as bad as he'd have expected. He walked forward. The knight was rising, but so very slowly, and as it started to shift glacially to his feet, Marak again attempted a decapitating strike. This time his blade passed through the rusted gorget, separating the knight's head from its body. The knight fell, and immediately its body began reaching for its severed head. This did not stun Marak as perhaps it should have. It was clear this was a place where the rules were different. He continued forward, ignoring the knight, and stepped over his body. A bridge of bone stretched out before him. It was suspended by lengths of tendon. Marak began to walk across it. The bridge swayed in the fetid war. He looked over his shoulder but could not see the knight and assumed that, if the Knight of Rust had been a trial, then he had passed it. "Come to me," a voice hissed into his head. "I'm coming," Marak said softly. Something stirred to his immediate right. A thing perched upon the edge of the bridge, roughly the size of a small dog. It resembled a strange mix between a spider and a crab. It was black and shiny. It scurried from side to side, long finger-like limbs tapping against the dull bone. A single gleaming idea closely observed Marak. He swallowed hard, filled with dread. But when the strange creature seemed unwilling to come any closer, he continued across the bridge. The thing scurried after him. Marak stopped, slowly turned. Its eyes was fixated on him. It was gently swaying from side to side. His mouth was dry. He didn't like the look of the thing. It made him want to scream, and run far, far away. Instinct told him that if he ran, it would bounce. He raised sunlight, ready to strike. Perfectly silent, it leaped at him. Fast. Far too fast. It slammed into his chest, knocking him off balance, and then it thrust its fangs into his throat. Marak gasped. The fangs were cold and sharp. The creature, still without a sound, leaped off of him, then scurried across the bridge, down the side of it, and out of view. leaving him alone. He touched his fingers to his throat. They came away bloody. "Ah," he hissed. A chill was spreading through him. His skin tingled. Around the site of the bite, his flesh felt painful and lumpy. And as he continued to feel his neck, it was impossible not to notice that the swelling was spreading, traveling downward. He coughed. There was blood in his mouth. A spasm racked his body. He tore off his left gauntlet and glove so that his hand was bare. It had turned grey, like that of a corpse. "What is this?" he whispered. "Come to me," the voice repeated, droning and thunderous. Marak began to run. As he ran, his legs began to feel leaden. Every step was an immense labour. His breath rasped in his chest, and it felt as though his lungs were filling with hot liquid. His organs throbbed inside of him, expanding painfully against his skin, pushing out against it, seemingly desperate to escape his body. His hand was now covered in terrible weeping sores that put him in mind of the pox, which he had only ever seen once before, the sight of which had haunted him for many months afterward. Tears filled his eyes. What was happening to him? What was this place? Had Essa deceived him? Had she sent him to some realm of torment and punishment? Perhaps he deserved it. Perhaps he belonged here. At the end of the bridge, he fell heavily to one knee. When he looked up, he saw an overgrown palace. Its dark stone walls were covered in vines. Flowers sprouted out from between cracked, misshapen bricks. Impossibly, trees protruded from the tops of towers at odd angles. "Come to me. Come to me," the voice repeated itself. Marak was dying. He knew that with absolute certainty. He knew also that if he died in this terrible place, his soul would be lost forever. Thick, black liquid oozed out of the holes in his throat. Despite that, Marak surged forth, running even faster than before. Fat, pestilent flies soared past his head, each the size of a bird. Naked women danced outside of the palace, lithe and sensual, but when his gaze properly fell upon them, he saw that they were long since dead, their bodies thoroughly rotted, bones visible through putrefied flesh. They leered as their eyes hung from gaping sockets, as their faces bled and fell away. Marak resisted the urge to cry out. He ran past them, and into the palace. Dark inside, the ceiling dripped with a viscous fluid. He slowed, panting. A hallway ahead, cracked stone stairs ascending to his right. A single fly had followed him inside, and flew blindly in lethargic circles. Marak took the stairs. Every step felt like it required everything he had left in him, yet always he took another step. By now his bare hand had totally decayed. He could see his bones, thin and white. When, without thinking, he lost his balance and reached out with his decayed hand to grab the wall and stop himself from falling, the sensation of his own raw bones scraping across rough stone caused him to convulse. The revulsion he felt toward himself was so immense that he half wished he could simply blink himself out of existence. He reached the top of the stairs. His armor was covered in rust. The rust was advancing rapidly, and now it was eating through his armor, corroding the steel, until none of it remained. Until he was naked, and he saw his bloated, half-devoured body, saw the gaping holes, the places where his flesh had melted. There were flies inside of him, buzzing around frantically. He let out a gasp, and it took all of his strength of will to even remain standing. Still, Marak pushed on. He stumbled his way through the overgrown palace. He passed through hallways filled with glowing mushrooms. He dragged himself through dense undergrowth. He pressed himself up against a wall, hiding and watching, as a line of skeletons with strangely elongated skulls marched on by, bones jangling. His left eye simply fell out of his head, shriveled and blackened. He screamed for a while after that, but eventually quieted. This wasn't real, he told himself. He could endure anything and everything because it wasn't real. He simply had to find Tamatil. He had to keep on living. And then he found the throne room. He pushed open the great bone doors and fell to the polished marble floor. The throne room was as vast as a continent, and although the throne and its occupant were an immense distance away from him, they simultaneously appeared right before him, almost within reach. The throne was colossal and made out of bodies. The bodies he saw were still alive, pale and naked, and afflicted with an assortment of diseases, moaning and weeping. They were fused together. The throne's occupant was heedless to their suffering. The occupant was a beautiful young woman. Her skin was soft and white, her hair long and platinum-colored. She wore a flimsy silk gown, through which he could see her naked body. When Marak blinked, the young woman was replaced with a rotting corpse shrouded in flies. He blinked again. The beautiful woman had returned, one leg crossed over the other, barefoot hanging. She smiled down at him. "You made it. I'm so glad." 37. Marak. Marak could hardly get off of his knees. Very little of his body remained, and now in the presence of this woman, who might have been dead, or who might have been beautiful, he seemed to be decaying quicker than before. "Tomato," Marak rasped. "I need to reach him." The woman's smile was benevolent. "I am him. Or it." Her smile turned mischievous. "It, I think, would be more appropriate, if my knowledge of human language serves me correctly." "Tomato," Marak murmured, "I've come to you seeking life," said the woman, who might have been a god. Marak nodded. Speaking was difficult. His throat was swollen and filled with holes. There were even a few flies trapped inside of his throat, buzzing around his vocal cords, bouncing off of the inner walls of his neck. He thought that maybe he'd gone insane. The woman leaned back on her throne and sighed. "You've done well to come this far. Most never make it to my realm in the first place. The few who do rarely get past the night of rust, and then to survive my kiss. That is, the disease now wreaking havoc inside of you. Well, let me just tell you that most succumb to it within mere minutes. You, Marak, have lasted weeks." Marak blinked. It hasn't been that long." "While time means very little here, from your perspective, it has indeed been weeks, or the equivalent of weeks in any case." It hadn't felt like weeks, but then his mind was barely functioning. His thoughts were distant, his feelings dead. He did not feel himself, and doubtless his perception of reality was badly askew. "This place," said Marak. "I don't understand it." "You couldn't," said Tomatil. "It is beyond the scope of your mind. Any attempt at comprehending it would break your psychology in half. Now," she recrossed her legs in the other direction. For several moments she was once again a putrid corpse. Then she was beautiful once more. "You've come to me because you are dying." She closed her eyes. "There is a knife in your throat and—" "Oh." Her eyes opened. Her smile became a snarl. "Now I see who put it in there. A servant of my enemy. And so the war between us continues on, one aeon after another, seemingly without end." She drummed long, sharp nails against the arm of the throne, which was the arm of a crying woman. "Fortunately for you, I do love to spite my siblings." Marak said nothing. For the first time in his life he felt as though he'd found himself in the midst of a situation that was so far beyond him, he didn't even want to try to understand it. None of it even felt real. He just wanted to live. He would do anything to live. "Anything?" asked the god. Marak blinked. "I didn't say anything." Tomatil's smile returned. "You do not need to speak, sweet child. I will give you the life you're so desperate for. I will pluck that cruel little knife from your throat, and I will restore what has been damaged. Will renew your weak and ruined biological systems, and you may continue along your path." "Please," said Marak, bowing his head. "But there is, of course, a cost." Marak closed his eyes. He'd known there would be. Everything had a cost. "Name it," he whispered. "Pledge yourself to me." And he'd known all along that that would be the cost. Predictable. It made sense. And because, deep down, he'd known that that would be the cost, he was already prepared to accept it. What did it matter? He could find a way out of it, he was sure. All he needed was to live. If he could keep on living, he could figure out anything. Absolutely anything.
Perhaps one day he would find a way to return to this place, and he would burn down this creature's gardens, would turn the night of rust into sludge, would smash apart the bridge of bone, and then lay siege to this rotting, decrepit palace. And he would march into this throne room with sunlight and—
"Will you now?" purred the god. "You'll take my head, will you?"
She stood and turned into a cloud of fat, dripping flies. The insects swarmed him. Marak cried out and tried to wave them away. His withered skeletal hand made contact with a bloated body and sent it careening.
"I challenge you to try,"
said the flies in unison, with the voice of the pretty young woman.
"Come back here, Marak, with your delicate little sword, and burn down my gardens, and destroy my bridge of bone, and march into this hall of mine, and take my head, if I even have a head to take, and we shall see what happens next."
"I swear myself to you," Marak whispered. The flies retreated. They reformed into the young, platinum-haired woman. She reached out and took Marak's chin in her hand. He tingled at her touch.
"Will you swear yourself to me, forever and always? Do you promise to be a scion of Tamatil, a child of the Maw, a tendril of the great devourer?"
And what choice did he possibly have? "Yes," said Marak simply, to which Tamatil extended a perfect feminine hand. Marak didn't hesitate. He was done with hesitation. He reached out and grasped the god's hand. No longer was it perfect. Now it was old, bleached bone, strips of tattered rotten flesh hanging from it. Marak didn't react. He met the god's eyes. There would be consequences, but he would not allow himself to regret this. Whatever happened next, whatever he was now locking himself into, Marak would solve it, just as he'd solved everything else. He would find a way. Tamatil's smile was wide. She had far too many teeth.
"Now go forth, my child, and spread your sickness."
38. Iradan. What happened next was a slaughter, and Iradan was his architect. He strode forward with deliverance in hand. The fingers of his left hand found the locket hanging around his throat, pried it open. Asvar and Sion slithered forth, at first intangible, and then increasingly physical. Their scales caught the light of the waning sun. They hissed, reared up high above the knights of the autarky. Their thick, muscular bodies framed Iradan. He couldn't help the smile that crawled across his face. Marak was finished, mortally wounded and dragged away by his servants. Now all Iradan had to do was finish what he'd started. The battle, if it could even be called a battle, lasted for several hours after Marak was taken away. It very quickly became a rout. The autarky fought well, for a while, but their morale already badly shaken by the loss of their leader, completely shattered when Iradan and his two serpents waded, alone, into the midst of their ranks. They tried to kill him. They tried very hard indeed. Iradan suffered 100 mortal wounds. Each seemed to heal quicker than the last. His blood melted men. It reduced soldiers to screaming, dissolving messes. Meanwhile, his beetle knights hemmed the enemy in from both sides, screaming prayers to the green star while they cut and smashed their way through one line after another, until the autarky had broken, had turned and fled across the blood-soaked field, and Iradan had screamed for his troops to pursue. His throat was still sore. He and his troops had pursued the enemy army for 6 days straight, hunting down one company after another, mercilessly slaughtering them in increasingly ritualistic ways. And, as hundreds of autarky troops were murdered, and then thousands, Iradan felt himself beginning to once again change. It started as a dull ache near his spine. Then his entire back started to ache, as though a great weight was pressing down on him from behind. His skin itched. He scratched it raw and bloody. In that time, during those 6 long and red days, Iradan did not sleep. His eyes were gritty, as though full of sand. He thought he was losing his mind. He couldn't stop. He rode endlessly, followed by beetle knights, chasing the enemy all through the night. No matter how desperately they fled, the autarky could not escape him. Iradan was tireless, relentless. He was manic.
and he felt that the green star was watching him. The ache became worse, almost unbearable. Away from his command tent, out in the wilds with only his hunting parties for company, he was denied access to a mirror, so that he could not see what was happening to his back. Nor did he dare ask anyone to look for him. There were only 2 people he might have asked. Carolina, who was still with the bulk of the army, and so not within reach, and Lagathir, who, during his fight with one of Marak's Sun Knights, had lost his right hand. Iradan had not seen Lagathir since. He felt for his brother, who was surely broken by the loss of his sword hand. Lagathir would not be the same, but he ought to be proud of himself. He had done well. He had helped to rally the army. He would be sent home and honored as a hero, as one of the men who had made their great victory against the autarky possible. He would be given a good, comfortable position amongst the assembly. Perhaps he would become a priest, though if Iradan was being honest, it was difficult to imagine the sardonic Lagathir, who lived to fight, meshing well with a civil role. But sometimes in life, one was forced to change, just as Iradan was changing now, in an entirely different way. By the end of the 6th day, there was almost nothing left of Marak's army. Thousands upon thousands of the autarky's best soldiers had been piled up, helping to form a mountain of corpses, or had been nailed to trees, or flayed and impaled, or they'd had their hearts torn out, or their eyes removed, or their spine ripped out of their body. One of Iradan's commanders, a devout beetle knight named Iradan, had created a monument to the Green Star out of 700 autarky corpses. He and his company, who called themselves the Sons of the Jade Path, had used the bones as the foundation of their great monument. They had then stripped all of the flesh of the corpses and draped it over the bone foundation, using nails to hold the strips in place. A 6-pointed star had been made out of collected eyeballs. It stared balefully out at the world. The Sons of the Jade Path had gone to great effort. The eyes that made up the star had been arranged in a color gradient, the lightest color eyes fading into the darkest. After that, people started to call Iradan the architect. Still, despite 6 days of pursuit and slaughter, Marak remained out of reach. It didn't much matter. Iradan well remembered the sensation of shoving a knife deep into the man's throat. No one could survive that, except, of course, for Iradan himself. More than likely the man had dropped dead somewhere and had been lost beneath all the other corpses. Perhaps he'd been rendered unrecognizable by the chaos, and his body had even been utilized in Iradan's masterpiece. It was also possible that his surviving Sun Knights were dragging his corpse all the way back to Althera, out of sheer loyalty. If that was the case, Iradan suspected he would get his hands on the Autarch's body, sooner or later. In any case, what mattered was that the Autarch was dead. Later, Iradan returned to his camp. By then he was beyond exhausted, slumped over in the saddle. He'd burned through 6 horses during the last few days, riding them until their noble hearts exploded. Iradan could scarcely see, walk, or speak. Slaves rushed to aid him as he practically fell off of his saddle. They guided him to his tent, where Carolina was waiting for him. He had only vague memories of the next 2 days. Carolina bathed him, dressed him, fed him delicious food that she'd made herself. She spoke to him, but he'd registered very little what she'd said. In that state of half-consciousness, all Iradan was really aware of was the unbearable pain of his back. There were 2 particular points of agony near his shoulder blades. He felt as though his very bones were attempting to escape his body, pushing their way out of his flesh. He would later come to see that that was, in fact, exactly what was happening. When he began to return to true consciousness, he found that he was lying on his side in the small bed inside his tent. Carolina was seated several feet away. She was asleep, hair framing her beautiful face, lips slightly parted, chest gently rising and falling. Fierce protectiveness swept through him. He sat up, groaned, and reached for his back. His hand came into contact with something, a strange protuberance, and now he became aware of a foreign weight. His mind itched. Something had happened to him. Iradan didn't want to get off the bed. At the same time, the urge to examine himself in the mirror that was currently angled away from him was overwhelming. He lurched to his feet. He was naked. Carolina must have undressed him. How much time had passed? He was aware that she'd been caring for him, that while he'd tossed and turned in bed, feverish as though terribly sick, she'd caressed his face, and had whispered soothing words into his ear. He really did love her, more than anything, except perhaps for the star. Iradan dragged himself to the mirror. For a moment, his heart stopped. He slowly turned so that he was side on to the dull glass. His reflection, blurred and distorted though it was, revealed to him the source of his pain and discomfort. Something was growing out of his back. Were they wings? That's what it looked like. Great, bat-like wings. Black bone made up the main structure of the wings. Between them was a thin, delicate membrane. They were like nothing he'd felt before. Currently they appeared incomplete, as though they hadn't finished growing. They were too small, only half-formed. Iradan found it difficult to breathe. It was no great mystery what had happened to him. The green star had bestowed upon him another gift. He had, after all, killed Marak, destroyed his army, and sealed the fate of the autarky. That he deserved a great gift was no question at all. Yet this was beyond anything he could have imagined.
"Iradan,"
Carolina said softly. Iradan startled. He turned suddenly and violently, so that he was facing her, so that as much of his wings were hidden from her as possible. Carolina. He didn't know what to say. He didn't want her to see this, to see him. They stared at each other in silence.
"How are you feeling?"
she eventually asked. That is a difficult question to answer.
"You won."
I won the battle, he said. The war is yet to be won.
"They say that Marak is dead."
I shoved a knife through his throat. It felt good. Carolina's hands curled into fists.
"Good. That bastard deserved it. He's brought nothing but misery to the people."
Carolina, this thing that's happening to me.
"You don't need to hide it."
She took several steps toward him, closing the distance between them.
"I've been taking care of you since you came back. I've seen them up close. It's okay."
It's okay, she'd said. Iradan found that he didn't quite know what that even meant. It's another gift, he said quietly.
"I know."
And you do not find me disgusting, unappealing. Carolina came even closer. She placed a warm hand on his chest.
"I find you to be none of those things. I'd be lying if I said I fully understood what was happening to you, and if I said that it didn't scare me, because it does. It scares me a lot, and sometimes I wish that, I wish that it wasn't happening. But I trust you, Iradan, and I love you."
And like that, Iradan's fears melted away. He felt better, safer, more comfortable. They were in love. They had nothing to hide from each other, nothing to be afraid of. This was how love ought to be. It was what he wanted his whole life, but had never been able to actually find. And it seemed to him that Carolina was the true gift that had been bestowed upon him.
"What happens next?"
Carolina asked. Iradan led her to his bed and they sat on its edge for a while, holding each other's hands. Finally he said, "We'll march for Althira. With Marak gone, I hope that I can crack open the city quickly, and with little opposition. They'll fight, of course, but for how long? I suspect they'll break easily, and there may very well be splinter factions who will want to sue for peace."
"And once you're in the city?"
Iradan grimaced. The answer was not a pleasant one.
"You're going to kill them?"
Carolina said. Her voice sounded a little flat then. "Has to be done," Iradan said. "The star demands it. We'll burn Althira to the ground. That'll kill the autarky forever. It'll also soften up Telemere. Then it'll be a race between us and the Dominion to see who can scoop up as much of their land as possible. Probably that'll just escalate the war between us. Next few years won't be pretty, in my estimation. And Carolina, I know how all of this must seem to you. It's why I hesitate to engage myself with you. This is my path, but you don't need to walk it with me." Carolina was quiet for a while. The quiet hurt. He wanted desperately for her to speak, for her to say something comforting, to tell him that she would support him and follow him no matter what. Instead, Carolina said,
"I heard about some of the things that happened to Marak's army after the battle."
"Ah," thought Iradan, "that is difficult."
"I heard terrible things, Iradan."
"I know," he murmured. "I know." He still couldn't quite get the image of the architect's gruesome work out of his mind. He'd seen a lot of violence in his time, But this had been different, and the way that great star, made out of eyes, had seemed to stare at him, to see him. Carolina pressed herself up against him. "I feel lost." He wrapped an arm around her. "I won't let anything bad happen to you." He meant it too, with a sudden and explosive fierceness. "Iradan." "What is it?" He kissed her cheek. "Are you going to keep changing?" That stopped him. It was a question that had been reverberating through the halls of his mind. He had no real answer to it, and he found that, in truth, he didn't want to change much more, or at least he wished he had some kind of control over the changes. But perhaps that was the point, offering himself up to the star, giving himself away. "No matter what happens to my body," Iradan said softly, "no matter what the star decides to do with me, know that I will always be me, the man that you love. I hope that that can be enough." They made love. As they did so, Iradan's newly formed wings got in the way several times. They did not seem to give Carolina any pause, however, and in the bliss that followed, Iradan allowed himself to forget about everything that did not involve the woman he was with. Afterward, while Carolina slept, Iradan got dressed, or tried to. With the addition of his wings, his clothes no longer fit. He would have to have custom pieces made. He wondered, a little idly, if they actually worked, if, once they were fully grown, he would be able to fly. Despite whatever discomfort he felt regarding the changes, the thought of soaring through the air excited him. He would be like one of the angels of old myth, except that they had wings with beautiful white feathers. They had been creatures of purity. Iradan did not feel pure. Iradan was not the only person to have been gifted by the star. He found Lakathir at the center of a dueling circle, each stripped to the waist, muscular body glistening with sweat as he turned, spun, stepped to the side, his sword flickering out like lightning. His opponent staggered, off balance, a long red line carved across her face. Lakathir grinned triumphantly, almost boyishly, and kicked her in the stomach, sending her sprawling in the mud. The tip of his sword came to rest against her throat. "I yield," she croaked. "Of course you do," Lakathir said imperiously. "Nothing to be ashamed of." And he offered her his left hand and helped her to her feet. His right hand, the one that he'd lost a little over a week ago, was wrapped around the hilt of his dueling sword. Iradan stared at it. Lakathir saw him. His grin widened. He strolled easily across the field, out of the dueling circle, and sheathed his sword with a little flourish. His right hand had too many fingers, was oversized. It was red and wet like raw meat. "Brother!" said Lakathir. He stopped, his eyes went wide. "Oh, blessed star! I had heard that you had been blessed, but this is something else." Carolina had cut holes into Iradan's tunic, so that he could fit it on even despite his wings. People were gathering around both him and Lakathir, a crowd steadily growing. Dozens, then hundreds. Iradan had been gifted. So too, it seemed, had Lakathir. "Your hand," Iradan said. "Nice, isn't it?" Lakathir held it up. It was repulsive. At the same time, it was divine, and thus inherently beautiful. Iradan felt a pang of jealousy. Now he wasn't the only one in the army. But why should that bother him? It was a wonderful thing, really. It meant that the star was well and truly with them. In fact, he should celebrate it. He should hope that as many of his brothers and sisters as possible became blessed. They would be unstoppable. But the jealousy remained. "You earned it," Iradan said, meeting Lakathir's bright eyes. "I owe you my thanks, brother, for what you did, the way you rallied the army, and the duel you fought against that Sun Knight." Lakathir's expression soured. "I nearly had the bastard. I swear the two of us must have fought for an hour or more. I was the more skilled, of course, but the size of him, and his fury. But you should have seen it." "I saw some of it." "In the end, the result was desirable." Lakathir admired his hand. "This is just the beginning. I feel that in my bones. We're changing, Iradan, all of us. And look at you, those wings, how absolutely splendid. To see a saint such as yourself in possession of such gifts, unkillable, endlessly lethal, and now with these wings. It is an honor, my friend, it truly is." He spun around and waved to the crowd. "A cheer for Iradan, holy saint of the green star." 1,000 voices cheered his name. Iradan's wings unfurled and flexed in the cold air, stretching out to their full size. They had grown more overnight. They now cast a mighty shadow. Iradan's feelings at that moment were complicated, but he was a saint, and he had a flair for the dramatic, and so he beat his wings. He beat them hard, and he ascended into the air. It required several steps to generate some momentum, and then a leap, but then he was up, his wings beating without him, consciously needing to command them. It was like running. Once he started to move, his body knew exactly what to do. It was as though he'd had them all his life, so natural. And now he was above the 1,000 souls who had gathered just to see him. They were cheering louder, louder, their voices a deafening crash, their bodies growing distant. He saw his camp stretched out before him, his army. From up here, he was given a true look at just how magnificent a thing armies truly were. The sheer scale of it was mind-boggling, that human beings could come together, united by a single cause, and accomplish something so complex, was deeply inspiring. These were his countrymen, his brothers and his sisters. He would do anything for them. He breathed in the air, which at such a height was even colder. Exhilaration flooded him. He didn't exactly like the look of the wings, but he knew it was something he would get used to. There was something deeply and disturbingly wrong about the new additions to his body that he couldn't quite articulate. But that was nothing more than his own weakness, because up, borne aloft, the world spread out before him in all directions, seemingly infinite. It was impossible not to feel that this was the truest and greatest gift that anyone could ever possess, the chance to gaze down at all of creation. He would dominate it all, but not for himself. He would do it for the star. 39. Davina. Davina arrived at Althera on board Stormlight, alongside its sister ship and 6 Sihalian war galleys. Accompanying them were 500 Sihalian soldiers, forming a full company. The company called themselves the Scars of Iados. Their banner had been flown in 1,000 campaigns throughout the course of long centuries. They were, Davina was told, an elite company, honored, with a long line of traditions, victories, and glory. Alongside them, Emperor Kiri had sent 15 of her storm dancers and a mage. The mage, a young woman no older than Davina herself, kept to herself during the multi-week-long voyage back to the autarky. Her bronze flesh was covered in tattoos. Not a single inch of skin was unmarked, at least as far as Davina could tell. She was tall, lean, and shaved her head so that it was always just lightly stubbled. Her ears were pierced, as was her nose. She had violet-colored eyes. Davina found herself endlessly curious about the young woman, but since neither of them spoke each other's language, conversation was impossible, even assuming the mage was interested, which she certainly didn't seem to be. In fact, the mage, whose name was Sayori, perpetually wore an expression of sullen resentment. Evidently, she had not volunteered for this. More importantly, when they anchored in Althera's harbor, they did so with a total of over 4,000 tons of cargo: spices, grain, alcohol, silks, jewels, salt, vellum, and seeds for fruits and vegetables not found on the continent of Telemere. The list of commodities was long. Davina only wished that she'd brought more ships with her, with which to load full to the brim. After all, both the autarky and Zyhalia had their strengths and their weaknesses, and she could not stop thinking about the sheer potential of a long-lasting, ongoing trade agreement between the two nations. While her trip to Zyhalia had not been particularly thrilling, and she spent most of her time poring over documents, she was also convinced that she'd just dramatically bolstered the autarky in ways that would make all the difference. They'd be able to grow new fruits, new vegetables, and the northern spices they'd acquired, cinnamon, cardamom, paprika, and so forth, could be sold for a fortune on Telemere. And this was just the beginning, a taster for what was to come. And then there was the thing she was most excited for, the printing press. Now she stood with her arms crossed and watched as the Stormlight's crew unloaded the printing press Akiri had sold to her. The Emperor had not sold it cheaply, but to Davina, any price would have been worth paying for something with so much potential. Maya strolled up to her, looking a little green. "Never again," said the knight. "Never fucking again." "Oh, come now," Davina said. "It wasn't that bad." Maya scowled at her.
For you? Davina touched the other woman's arm. She'd never seen someone throw up quite as much as Maya had during the voyage there and back. The return trip had somehow been even worse. I suspect we'll have no need to sail again anytime soon anyway. Although saying this, she experienced a sharp pang of disappointment and longing. Traveling so far away from home, exploring a new continent, and discovering a new culture. It was the greatest thing she'd ever done. She'd depart again the next day, if only she had the chance. But she rather suspected that she'd missed a lot, and that there would be an endless number of things for her to do in Althera. Maya nudged her in the ribs with her elbow, and then gestured behind them. When Davina turned, she saw Amara walking toward them, from the direction of the city. She wore rich, colorful silks. Her shoes were black, pointed and finely polished. Jewelry decorated her fingers, throat, and ears. 6 sun knights ghosted her steps, hands never far from the hilts of their weapons. Amara's expression was grim. Something terrible had happened. "Amara," Davina started to say. "Come with me," said Amara. "It's urgent." Maya and Davina exchanged a look. This certainly was not how she had expected to be greeted back. "Can't be so urgent that you can't tell us what's going on," Maya said, eyes narrowed. She and Amara never had grown to like each other. The tension between them was palpable as they locked gazes. "Marak is dead," Amara said. Her words were cold. They hung in the air. "Killed in battle, along with his entire army. And as we speak, Saint Iradan is on his way with a large host. He'll be at the city within 3 weeks. There is no doubt that he intends on besieging us." Davina didn't move. Her breath caught in her throat. Her heart stopped, then restarted, beating harder and faster than it ever had before. She must have heard incorrectly, or Amara was operating on poor information. She'd been fed lies. At the very least, there had to be some other explanation, because no matter what she'd just heard couldn't be true. It just wasn't possible. But it is, in fact, quite possible, the logical part of her brain whispered, because this was war, and in war, anything could happen. And it was Marak they were talking about. As powerful as he was, as competent, as smart and cunning and ambitious, he was also fundamentally reckless. A man who thought he could solve most of his problems through the application of force. The sort of man who liked to lead from the front, who, without any hesitation, would plunge headlong into the deepest and bloodiest melee because he wanted it. Wanted the glory, the thrill, and had weighed up the costs and benefits, and had decided that there was nowhere else in the world he would rather be. Marak was a conqueror. Davina had studied history. She knew exactly what happened to most conquerors. They died, and almost always they did so in a bloody, destructive way. They just couldn't help themselves. And now Marak was dead. Marak, her brother, the last of her family. Coldness spread through her, and with it Davina detached from her emotions. She became so numb that the only thing that remained was the calculating part of her brain. She said, "Tell me everything." They gathered in the royal dining hall of the godless palace. The table had been set out with an extravagant array of food and drink, but Davina wasn't hungry, and it seemed that few others were, judging by how untouched the feast remained. The only person actually eating was Haron. The old ex-mercenary was bent forward over a plate loaded with so much roast duck, potatoes and gravy that Davina had to think it was surely impossible that he'd be able to eat it all. Yet before her very eyes the mountain of food began to diminish. Amara was present, of course, seated to the immediate right of the chair Marak would have occupied, had he been present, and alive. Maya sat opposite Davina. Also in attendance was Commander Brizengand, who'd returned to the city several days ago, fresh off the back of his latest victory. He'd finally delivered the killing blow against the old loyalists of the Kingdom of Ostromir, breaking open the last castle to still resist the rule of the autarky. Already in the few hours Davina had been in the city, she had heard plenty of rumors regarding the aftermath of the siege. Brizengand had been merciless. He'd flayed and impaled 1,000 of the defenders, even after they'd surrendered. The message had been clear. Further resistance will be met with further cruelty. As vile as Davina found his conduct, however, the effectiveness was unquestionable. The loyalists were finished. The autarky was united. It seemed like a cruel twist of fate that the ascendancy now threatened to undo all of their work. Davina didn't like Brizengand. He was a cold, hard man who had changed dramatically throughout the course of the Civil War, becoming gaunter, quieter, and even more icy. At the same time, she was immensely relieved to have him back in the city. He was the most experienced field commander they had. They were going to need him. There were others present too, generals she hadn't met before, administrators, friends and allies of Amara's. Even Master Timothy's was there, which was a surprise, because Davina had assumed that the presence of a printing press in the city would have diverted his attention entirely. At the end of the table, Amara stood up. "Friends," she said, expression as grim as it had been when Davina had first seen her. "You all know why we're here. We face a crisis. Marak is gone. Our best intelligence indicates that the Autarch is dead, yet we do not have true confirmation of that. We must hope that he is simply stranded and attempting to make his way back to us as we speak. Of course, we cannot rely on that. So now, all of us here must decide on what to do next. The Ascendancy is coming for us. They number at least 10,000 in total, with the addition of more slaves. But perhaps more concerning, they are led by this saint." Amara sneered at that last word. "Everything we have heard tells us that he is no ordinary warrior. He is," the woman sighed, "possessed of some kind of power, magic, heathen gifts. Whatever the true nature of it, he is a formidable foe." "He is a single man," Brisinghan said dismissively. "Effective on the field, no doubt, but an individual cannot make the difference. And he has only 10,000 troops. We have that many in the city alone, and can double the number simply by calling upon help from Aemon, not to mention the rest of the nation. Add on to that the advantage of being the defenders." He shook his head. "The saint would be a fool to besiege us, yet I believe he'll try. And we will, of course, crush him." "How many troops did Marak lose?" Aaron asked, raising his head. There was a moment of quiet. Then Amara said, "At least 7,000, possibly up to 10. Silence around the table. "And," Aaron said slowly, "in all the years you've known Marak, how many battles has he lost?" Brisinghan frowned. "There have been battles with high casualties, of course, but no losses like this." "Exactly." Aaron pushed his plate away from him. "So I reckon it'd be a little foolish to underestimate the man who defeated Marak, crushed his army, and possibly even killed him." Brisinghan waved a hand. "The fact is, our position doesn't mean as much as you'd like to think it does. If this man is actually chosen by his god—"
"That's enough of that," Amara said sharply. "We're here to talk strategy, not to entertain heresy. All of you need to shut your mouths," Davina said, standing. She was more than a little surprised that everyone actually went quiet. Their eyes turned in her direction. What was she going to say next? She had no idea. She just knew that this bickering was going to get them nowhere, and there was hardly time to waste. Davina took a deep breath, said, "We will not underestimate the saint, nor will we panic, and nor will we assume that my brother is dead. If the Autarch is anything, he's a survivor. Wouldn't have gotten this far if he wasn't. Now you all need to listen. There's a very good chance that the Ascendancy will be sending reinforcements after the saint. They'll want to capitalize on his recent success. And the Dominion, I'm sure, once they hear about what's happened, will be thinking the same. To that end, we need to keep all of our soldiers in Aemon, at Aemon. They're there to keep an eye on the Dominion. We won't let our guard down."
"The army at Aemon is the only one that could reach us in time," Brisinghan grunted.
"True," Davina said. "So we'll just have to deal with the situation without them. I know for a fact that if Marak were here now, that's what he would do."
Everyone looked at Amara. There was apparently some assumption that, since they were engaged, she should know exactly what he would do, say, and think. Amara folded her hands together.
"Davina is right. We will do it without reinforcements, although we should nonetheless send word to some of our northern armies. They may not make it here any time soon, but what if the siege turns out to be a protracted one? They could relieve us. At the very least, their approach will add some pressure to the saint's position. He'll need to be quick if he wants to avoid them."
There was a murmur of assent from around the table.
"Now," Davina said, "there is the matter of how exactly we're going to prepare the city for the siege. We have 3 weeks, maybe 4, but safer to assume 3.
Timothy, who looked so old it was a miracle he was alive at all, finally stirred in his chair. He squinted out at them with his unusually bright eyes, a liver-spotted hand resting on the table. "Some of you might already know this," said the old man, voice surprisingly strong for someone who was nearing his 9th decade. "I have spent the last 2 years outfitting the walls with a new scorpion design. My finest work yet. Their frames are steel." He leaned forward. "The bolts are heavier, capable of punching straight through full-plate armor, not just once, but several times over. Imagine for a moment 6 fully armored knights skewered by a single bolt. Currently, the southernmost length of wall boasts 240 of these scorpions. Each scorpion team, I assure you, has been well drilled. They can fire their weapon 3 times a minute. That is 720 bolts a minute in total. Now each team will have the ammunition and stamina to maintain this pace for at least 5 minutes. In such a time, they would hurl, directly at the front lines of the enemy army, a total of 3,600 bolts. That is under optimal conditions. The number may be slightly smaller in a real scenario. Nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to impress upon you all an idea of exactly what the enemy army might experience during their approach to the city gates." The old man leaned back. "I would not be concerned about the odds of us succeeding. We could not possibly lose. Soldiers no longer win wars. Technology does." They all stared at him. Davina raised her eyebrows. The image in her mind was certainly impressive. That of an enemy army quickly torn to pieces by a long line of massive shining siege weapons perched high above them. Brisingand, however, did not seem so surprised. "That last comment," he said with a sniff, "tells me that you have a fundamental misunderstanding of how war works. War is not won with technology. It is won always, and no matter what, by soldiers. And if you think the saint is going to simply walk his knights up to our walls at a leisurely pace, just so that you can sieve them down with your oversized crossbows, well, you have another thing coming, you old fool. The more likely scenario is that they camp just beyond the range of our weapons and burn and pillage their way through the countryside. Then they may make siege weapons of their own, trebuchets they can use to smash your scorpions apart, or they'll advance under the cover of darkness in small companies, or they'll undermine the walls." "I have a solution to each of these problems," said the old man, scowling. Davina once again cleared her throat, demanding attention. She received it. "There is," she said slowly, "something else we could do." More silence. Davina hesitated, unsure of whether to commit to the idea. Once she put it out there, she suspected they would go for it. They would see it as the potential solution it was, without necessarily considering all the consequences that she could already see playing out in her head. But it was a solution. The only question was, what would Marak have said about it? "There are still shapers in the city," she said. They stared at her. As far as any of them knew, Marak had executed every shaper in Althera. When he'd taken the city, he'd put them to the sword. All of those he hadn't already killed in battle, anyway. Aristia had helped him. Together, they and the Sun Knights had rounded up every arcane practitioner and slaughtered them. But not quite all of them. Only a handful of people alive knew about what Marak had done, the terrible secret that lurked right beneath the godless palace. Because the one thing you could never deny about her brother was that he was pragmatic. He saw, as anyone would, just how useful shapers could be. Although he feared their power, he'd also recognized that he'd be a fool to throw away such a tool completely. And so he'd kept alive all of the shapers who still had family inside the city. He'd made a deal with them. They would live beneath the godless palace, in an underground section that had been made as comfortable as possible, yet where they wouldn't be seen by anyone except for the servants who brought them food and supplies. In return, they would live in relative luxury, albeit isolated and deprived of the sun, and their families would be paid a large sum of money every year by agreeing to remain beneath the palace as dormant weapons, a last resort in case they were ever needed. They were securing the futures of their families. The unspoken part of the agreement, if they ever disobeyed, their families would be slaughtered. It was not dissimilar to how the shapers had been enslaved in the past. A little more humane, perhaps. Still, Davina had never quite learned to become comfortable with the fact that beneath her feet, several dozen shapers lived in isolation. But now, it seemed, the time to unleash them had arrived. 40. Marak. Marak sat up. He sat up and coughed, wheezing, and reached up for his throat. Where a knife should have been, his hands instead found empty air. His fingers touched the soft, smooth flesh where the wound ought to have been. There was nothing.
He breathed hard. In, out. The thumping of his heart was rapid. Mouth dry, he licked his lips. Shadows danced all throughout the interior of his tent, black sky of night visible through the tent opening. Candle flames flickering, flailing, thrashing. Smell of smoke, too strong, causing him to choke, cough, splutter. In a nearby chair, Essa jolted, eyes opening, finding him, then widening. "You're alive," she breathed. Yes, he was alive. An undeniable fact. But how? He remembered the knife, the pain, choking on his own blood, gurgling, gasping, panicking. Marak closed his eyes. Something was missing. Memories flooded in, memories of a place that wasn't here. A world beyond this one. A world that wasn't really a world, but instead something more. Conceptual. A spiritual realm. A divine place. He remembered the garden, the hedge maze, the night of rust, the creature that had bitten him, then his body rotting away before his very eyes, then the palace, and lastly, the god, Tamatil. Marak opened his eyes. Something was missing, and he knew exactly what it was. His head didn't hurt. The tormentor was dead silent. Essa said, "Tell me exactly what happened." Marak turned toward her. He felt different, and not just because he could no longer feel the constant sting of the tormentor, which had become so strangely familiar. "I spoke to your god," he said simply. Essa studied him with something like awe written across her face. It became clear to him then that she hadn't actually quite believed that it would work, that he would successfully venture into her lord's realm and make a bargain. Essa came forward and touched his arms. "Tell me everything that was said, everything that you saw." Marak shrugged her off. "I don't have time to indulge you." And when she didn't get out of his way, he shoved her, strode past and made for the tent exit. Sir Deimos carried and sat outside in a chair, his mace across his knees, head slumped forward. He was snoring lightly. Marak paused. He didn't blame the man for sleeping. It had likely been days since he last rested. He placed a hand on Deimos' shoulder. The Sun Knight jolted awake, shot to his feet, mace in hand, and saw Marak. The grizzled knight's eyes widened. "My lord." "Relax, Sir Deimos," Marak said. He offered the man a smile. Few men were as good and loyal as Deimos. Having him here, by his side, was an immense relief. There was almost no one else he'd rather have with him. Maya, perhaps, but they'd grown distant lately. And there was Amara, but he didn't want her anywhere near this disaster. "My lord," and now Deimos peered closely at Marak. Am I dreaming? Do my eyes deceive me?" "No, they don't. I am restored." Marak touched his throat. He could still feel it. The knife. The weight of it. How cold it was. "Perhaps I'll explain later. For now, call it a miracle. Deimos, I need to know what's happened. I need you to tell me everything." Deimos followed him into the tent. They sat opposite each other across a small wooden table. Essa, he noticed, had disappeared. That bothered him, just a little. He'd have preferred to keep an eye on the witch. He didn't trust her. "Casualties," Marak said. "Give me numbers." Deimos was quiet for a moment. He looked older than Marak had ever seen him. Hair streaked through with grey, dark rings around his eyes. A week's worth of stubble decorated his jaw. The right side of his face was badly bruised from some blow he'd taken during the battle, and his left ear was in tatters. Worse than the physical exhaustion was the sense of grim resignation. Deimos had always been the pinnacle of stoicism, an unbreakable mountain of a man. Now he looked tired and defeated. "It'd be quicker and easier to tell you how many people have survived," said Deimos. "We have 200 in this camp, 50 Sun Knights, 100 soldiers, 50 others, cooks and servants and squires. Not enough food or water for any of us, I should mention." Marak's voice was hoarse when he said, "Do you know if any other survivors are out there?" "No." Deimos' jaw tightened. "And in all honesty, I doubt there are others." Marak closed his eyes. Thousands dead. His very best army had been absolutely crushed. The damage done to his empire was beyond measure. Yet it was not irreversible, and it would not be fatal. He'd started from the very bottom and made it this far. Now he had access to far more than he'd had when he'd started. "Yet," whispered one part of him, You never had to deal with such a difficult foe. True, but then Marak was also more powerful, more capable than he'd ever been. He would find a way. He had to. Marak let out a breath. I see. Well, he stood, cracked his neck from side to side. He refused to be beaten. We'll make for Althira immediately. I imagine that's where the saint will go. We need to be first. That shouldn't be difficult. He has an army to drag along with him. We don't. They'll be hunting for you. No doubt, Marak said. Deimos also stood. I'll give the order at once. Hold on. Marak ran a hand through his hair. There's a place close by I'd like to stop at. I'm not sure where we are now. Perhaps you can help describe to me exactly what happened, but it should be to the southeast regardless. It'll delay us by no more than a week. Deimos frowned. There's nothing to the southeast but woodland and ruins, Marak said quietly. Deimos's frown deepened. I don't understand, my lord. Marak's hand drifted down to the hilt of sunlight. Let me tell you a secret, Deimos. This sword isn't as unique as I've led people to believe. The place I'm speaking of is the very same place I found this sword in the first place. There are others like it, and other weapons besides. He half grimaced, half smiled. I know what you're thinking. Why have I kept them hidden for so long? Deimos's silence was confirmation enough. Truthfully, he said, I was afraid. I didn't know if I could trust anyone else with them. This sword alone makes me particularly lethal. I'm not going to pretend as though I'm the greatest warrior alive. I hope to be, one day, but I'm not. Now if there are others out there with these swords, the field is leveled, my advantage is removed. He let out a breath. And what if they get into the hands of the enemy? Still Deimos didn't say anything. But I've decided that it's time I stop jealously guarding them, Marak said. I must push aside some amount of ego and do the smart thing. So we will go to those ruins, Deimos, and retrieve the weapons. I want you to have one. In fact, they will be wielded by my Sun Knights, and my Sun Knights will thus be a force of pure destruction. Deimos nodded slowly. I hope you won't judge me for this, my friend, Marak said quietly. It isn't my place to judge, Deimos said simply. Relief, but also disappointment. He wanted Deimos to be more than this. More than just a stoic bodyguard, agreeable to whatever he said. He wanted... What was it that he really wanted? He found the question difficult to answer. Perhaps he just wanted a friend. 41. Marak. It was impossible to ignore the difference in the way people were treating him. It was almost as though they were afraid. They travelled hard and fast in the direction of the ruins. Marak rode at the front, surrounded by his Sun Knights. He attempted idle conversation multiple times. They engaged with him. Out of etiquette, there was a hesitancy to their replies that caused him to feel monstrous. Many of them had seen the knife buried in his throat. They had seen him dying. It wasn't no easy thing for a person to see their leader so vulnerable, so mortal. And perhaps they couldn't help but question just how he'd survived it. What sort of witchcraft might be responsible? Esther rode next to Marak at all times. The others didn't like that. He could see it in the way they hunched their shoulders, the way they grasped the hilts of their weapons every time she came close. They distrusted her, feared her, wanted to kill her. On all 3 points, Marak found that he was in agreement. Snow fell heavily from the grey sky. They hadn't seen the sun in days. Here the woodland was thick, dark and treacherous. Wolves howled in the distance. The roads were buried. Aspen trees watched them pass with dead, sightless eyes. Flies gathered around Marak. They'd been insistent lately. Constantly he found them buzzing around his head, following him as he rode upon his horse. They would even sneak into his tent. They harassed him as he tried to sleep until he was forced to cower beneath his blankets, where they couldn't get to him. They didn't seem interested in anyone else. That disquieted him. Spread your sickness, a voice hissed into his mind. Days dragged by, and still the tormentor remained dormant within his skull. The freedom from agony was difficult to adjust to. He'd become too used to spending his idle moments fighting off the pain, going through meditation rituals, focusing on his breathing, and doing whatever he could to distract himself. Now there was a gaping hole in his consciousness. His mind was more free to wander, to do whatever it pleased. It no longer needed to contest with constant torture. Yet he almost found himself missing it. It had been his constant companion. Soon, the ruins loomed up in the distance.
Massive grey towers jutting out of the snowy landscape, far too large. The same questions as always. How were they built? How old were they? And what happened to whoever made this place? The wind howled. Snow blew across Marak's face, an icy kiss. Sotemos, Telemakos, the two of you are with me. Marak swept his gaze over the others. Everyone else is to wait for us. We shouldn't be long. And so the three of them rode through the desolated city. It was impossible to avoid the memories. As he rode, his mind dragged him into the past, when Ajan and Estamir had both still been alive, when the world had seemed so much more simple, and back before so much damage had been done. He thought of Ascala, of Avakan, who had simply disappeared during a raid and was presumed dead. He thought of that first moment he set eyes upon sunlight, and what he'd done to make sure it would be his. The ghosts of the past seemed to whisper at him as he rode. "What is this place?" Telemakos asked, riding to Marak's left. Marak glanced at him. "Old and dead. I know very little about it." Deimos was staring up at the towers all around them, badly weathered, blackened, and missing large chunks of their original structure, yet still impossibly massive. "How old do you reckon they are?" "Thousands of years at the very least," Marak said. "Tens of thousands, maybe? Or 100,000 years, there's no way to know." Deimos pointed to one particular tower. It was nearly entirely black. "That one is burned, but how does one even set such a thing alight?" "Magic," Telemakos offered. "Maybe," said Marak. "Might also be how they made them in the first place." "Surprised I haven't heard of this place," Deimos mused. "People know about it," Marak said, "but not many of them. It's close enough to Aemon that every now and then we used to hear from adventuring parties who'd gone exploring, but there isn't much to find, from what I've seen, except for these." He patted Sunlight's hilt. "And they're not accessible." He remembered the labyrinthine building they'd spent hours exploring, the hidden, lethal traps within. Now that he was here again, though, and now that he was thinking about the place, he made a note to investigate it further. Once he was back in Althira, and the situation was under control, he would send an expedition to these ruins. He would send scholars, the best and the brightest, and order them to study the ruins thoroughly, even if it took months or years. But first, he had to make it back. Marak stood before the heavy steel door, the one he'd melted into the wall. Felt like a lifetime ago. In a sense, he supposed it was. He drew Sunlight. The long, heavy blade had never felt so comfortable in his hands. Telemakos and Deimos stood back and said nothing as he activated his blade, filling the darkness with a faint blue light. Then slowly and carefully, he began to cut through the steel door. It was thick enough that Sunlight was forced to actually work. He grunted, teeth gritted, straining as he sliced upward, through the steel, until he reached the top of the door and cut horizontally instead. It took him several minutes to cut a new rectangular opening into the sealed door. Then he leaned back and kicked the metal. The piece of steel collapsed inward and hit the ground with a deafening crash. Dust wafted through the air, along with it the stench of decay. Marak sheathed Sunlight and covered his nose. Telemakos coughed. When Marak stepped forward into the chamber beyond, bright blue lights flickered into life above his head, illuminating the space he now found himself in. The first thing he looked at was the corpse up against the far wall. Tyros. The passing of almost a decade had rendered him skeletal, although he wasn't as thoroughly rotted as Marak might have expected. With the door fused shut, there had likely been very little air in the room. Tyros's corpse was mummified. His steel armor was still in good condition, except for where Sunlight had sheared through his legs. His head lay several feet away from his body. The floor was stained a light brown. Both Telemakos and Deimos stared at the dead knight. Then, when their eyes turned to Marak, he saw their expressions. Questions they were too loyal to actually ask, but which were no doubt echoing through their minds. "He was a servant of the Exarch," Marak said. He felt as though he owed them some kind of explanation. "That was why we came here in the first place. He knew about the weapons and he wanted them." He let out a breath. "Right here in this chamber is where I decided he needed to die, and urgently. Originally I thought I'd serve him for a while. I figured he could be useful. He could get me places. But then I saw these weapons." And he turned to the racks lining the walls. "And I simply changed my mind." To their right, swords, just like Sunlight, sat comfortably along the rack. There were 11 of them remaining. Then to the left were the long dark weapons that Tyros had seemed so interested in. "They spit death," is what he'd said.
At the time, with several hundred Ascendancy warriors hunting him, and all alone, Marak had been forced to leave them all behind. Things were different now. Marak turned to his 2 knights. "Lay down your weapons." Obediently, Telemachus laid down his axe, and Deimos discarded his mace. "And now," Marak said, "each of you, take up a blade." The 2 knights walked slowly, as though in a dream, toward the rack of weapons. Telemachus didn't hesitate. He picked a sword, hefted it, turned to face Marak. "I'm much more partial to axes, I have to say. But this," he grinned, "this is a fucking sword. See that square up on the hilt? Press it." Telemachus's blade began to glow, to hum. The Sun Knight waved it through the air, which hissed. His grin widened. Marak remembered well that first feeling of absolute power, of wonder. Deimos seemed slightly more hesitant. "So Deimos," Marak said, "are you well?" Deimos grimaced. "Not sure this is a good idea." "Why not?" "Like you said, if these things fall into the hands of the enemy." "Are you going to let that happen?" Deimos stiffened. "Of course not." "Then I see no problem. Just imagine yourself and a dozen of the finest Sun Knights armed with these swords, Deimos. Imagine the devastation we could bring to the enemy. Imagine how many lives we could save on our side." Deimos lifted a sword in one hand. It suited him, Marak thought. A part of him, however, wondered if one day he might regret this, if perhaps the sword might come to be used against him. Paranoid. He shook away the thought. Flies buzzed around his head. How had they gotten into the chamber anyway? Telemachus and Deimos retrieved new scabbards and sheathed their swords at their hips. Then all 3 of them pulled out the cloth sacks they'd brought with them. Moving quickly, they filled 2 of the sacks with the rest of the swords and matching scabbards. Marak filled the 3rd sack with several of the long black weapons. He managed to fit 4 of them. On a rack directly next to the black weapons, there were hundreds of smaller but equally black rectangles made from the same material. Upon first glance, it was obvious that they were related. The design was too similar, and each of the long weapons had one such rectangle inserted into the base. He tried to remove one but couldn't. He picked out a dozen of the small rectangles and added them to the sack. He didn't know how any of it worked, what any of it even was, but if he could bring them back to Althera, he'd have plenty of time to figure it out. "They spit death," those words echoed through his mind, and when he held one of the long weapons, cradled it in both arms, he could almost feel its power, its potential. It felt heavy with the promise of death. They carried a sack each, and grunting and straining beneath the respective weight of the weapons, they slowly found their way back through the labyrinthine complex, and to where their horses waited for them outside in the snow. 42. Marak. They ran for Althera. After several days of hard travel through the woods and the snow, they were found by a group of Ascendancy scouts. The scouts, all of whom were on horseback, didn't try to fight. Instead, they turned around and galloped away, and the chase was on. They could only push so hard without killing their horses. They camped far away from the road, trying to hide themselves away in the darkness of night. They covered their tracks as best they could, but, numbering a little over 200, and with many of them weak and hungry, it was a doomed effort. Essa in private suggested that it might be best if they simply took the Sun Knights, left everyone else behind, and continued on their way. But Marak refused. He'd failed his people enough, and would not abandon these survivors. Soon they could see the clouds of dust in the distance behind them, kicked up by the Ascendancy riders sent after them. Judging by the amount of dust, there had to be hundreds of them, likely Beetle Knights. A part of Marak was tempted to ride back, alone, and confront them. How many could he alone kill? The answer depended on whether or not the Saint was with them. Tempted though he was, he couldn't afford to take the risk. And so they rode onward. One night he gathered 9 of the best Sun Knights he had with him, and he gave them each one of the swords from the ruins. It was a quiet, private ceremony, just him and the 9, as well as Deimos and Telemachus. He brought them into a small clearing through which a narrow river ran. It was late at night, and the moon was half full and bright in the clear sky. He had the Sun Knights kneel, one by one, and he touched their shoulders, left them right, the flat of their new sword. And when they rose, he held it out to them, hilt first, and just like that the 12 knights were anointed as talons of the autarch. They were sworn, first and foremost, to him as an individual. while the Sun Knights as an order existed in service to the autarky as a whole. After the ritual was complete, Marak clasped his hands with each of the Talons in turn. Miss Arya, one of the 3 women amongst the Talons, met his eye as they went forearm to forearm. "Until the day I die," she said. "Infect them," a voice hissed into Marak's head. "Each shall swear themselves to me. They will be your children, my grandchildren, and the 13 of you shall be my harbingers, and every mouth shall utter a name, and that name is Tamatil, the great devourer." Marak gritted his teeth against the force of the voice. He found it more difficult to deal with than even the tormentor. Pain, at least, was simple. He could understand that. Whatever was happening to him, however, whatever he'd agreed to, he wasn't sure he knew where it would take him. Weeks of evasive action followed. Marak had never been so exhausted. The Ascendancy riders pursued them relentlessly. Each day was spent moving, was spent covering their tracks, setting up traps and creating diversions. Every moment felt borrowed. He slept little, ate even less. They took food from farmsteads that they passed, and each time he felt a pang of guilt, knowing that he and his band of 200 had just undone months, if not years of hard work done by good, honest folk. But there was no other choice. And soon enough, the walls of Althera came into view. As soon as they did, relief swept through him. He nearly dropped to his knees. "The heart of corruption," hissed the voice. "Get out of my head," Marak thought. "Get the fuck out of my head." It was there, a physical thinking presence, a foreign object lodged in his skull, and in that regard, just like the tormentor. He would get it out of him. He would get out both things. Right now, his priorities were elsewhere. The walls were tall and white and glorious. The towers reached beseechingly for the sky. Over the past few years, the grandeur of the city had started to wear off on him, but it came rushing back, an overwhelming sense of awe and pride. Individuals could not make cities, but a collective of people, united by a shared goal and vision, could build something on the scale of Althera from the ground up. Once there had been nothing here. Just grass. Grass and rolling hills and then the sea, with no towers from which to watch the churning waves below. And how many cities were in the world? 100? 1,000? The sheer amount of effort that had gotten into them all. Cumulatively, the number of people who lived in them, the number of bricks used, trees logged, acres of land transformed, the summation of so much history, the passing of centuries and even millennia in not just one city, but countless others. The scale of it all. Marak felt an itch. He wanted to build new cities. He wanted to cover the world in them. He wanted to build a nation with so many citizens that they couldn't be counted. He wanted to find other worlds, other realities. Wanted to colonize them. He wanted to build impossibly vast monuments just because it could be done, as an act of defiance against natural law. He wanted to discover all the rules that governed the universe and what was possible and break every single one of them. He wanted to do all of these things and more. And he would. But right now, Iradan, Saint of the Green Star, was standing in his way. Fury ignited inside of him. If the Saint had his way, he'd burn this city to the ground. He'd tear Althera down brick by brick, an act of such wanton destruction that it made him sick to think about. And that was all he could think about as he led his 200 to the ashen gates of Althera. One of his Sun Knights held high the banner of the autarky, the crimson fist fluttering in the cool wind. Without hesitation, the gates ground open. Davina, Amara, Haron, and a full company of soldiers were waiting for him in Malor's courtyard. Marak smoothly dismounted. He made the landing look graceful and removed his helmet in the manner of a hero returned from war, holding it under one arm. And the whole time he was thinking, I can't let them see just how terrible I feel. There was nothing he could do, of course, to make the shadows under his eyes disappear, and to truly hide the toll the last few months had taken on him. Davina ran at him. He held out his arms and she threw herself into his embrace. Marak closed his eyes. He hadn't expected her to be back yet. That either meant that things had gone exceptionally well, or terribly. He was sure he'd find out which soon enough. Davina stepped back and looked at him with wide eyes. "You're alive! You're actually alive and here and—" She shook her head. "We all thought that you were gone.
That he'd killed you. We heard such terrible things.
Because there were hundreds of people watching him, because he was the center of attention, and he knew many of them were afraid, were waiting for inspiration, for a sign, for comfort. Marak stepped past Davina and drew sunlight. The focus of the onlookers intensified. People leaned forward. Words died on their lips. A silence followed. Marak broke it. "I am alive!" he roared. "I am alive! I will always be alive! I will be a god! And all of you standing here will be gods too. Every person in this city will be a god. Every citizen of the autarky will be a god. After all, gods create. And all of us together will create something beautiful, something eternal, something glorious. The Tyran autarky will survive for 1,000 years, and then 1,000 more. You will never want for anything, nor will your children or your children's children. Everything will be yours. Anything you could possibly imagine." Spittle flew from his lips. His face contorted with fury. "And yet the one who claims to be a saint, the heathen Iradan, is desperate to take all of this away from you. He would have all of us in chains. He would make us slaves to his wretched god. He would burn down our beautiful city and our burgeoning nation. Would scatter our dreams upon the wind. I'm here to tell you all that I will resist him. And everyone like him. Everyone who will take away what is rightfully ours until my very last breath. I will never stop fighting. And I would like to ask you all, sons and daughters of the autarky, will you stop fighting?" "No!" they roared back at him, hundreds of voices in unison, perhaps even thousands. And then a chant began. "We will never stop! We will never stop!" repeated over and over again, deafening, enthusiastic. Fists pumped in the air, feet stomped the ground. "We will never stop!" Marak cried, switching on sunlight and cutting at the air, causing it to hum and hiss. When, later, Marak sheathed his blade and he and his inner circle were escorted into the godless palace by sun knights, the chanting followed them all the way inside. For a while it sounded as though the entire city had joined in. The next day, the ascendancy arrived. 43. Marak. Standing upon the walls of Althera, with the ascendancy army stretched out before him, their banners flapping languidly in the cool afternoon wind, Marak found that the only thing that truly interested him, the only place he wanted to look, was at Amara. Her hand clasped his. Hers was small and delicate, yet strong. His was rough, the knuckles and joints swollen from years of abuse. His very bones seemed to ache. "I missed you," Marak said quietly. Her smile was crooked. "How could you not?" His own lips twitched. Did I miss anything? He'd already been informed that Davina had been successful, and had returned with ships full of cargo, hundreds of Sihalian warriors, and even a mage. He'd also been told about Davina's decision to unleash the Shapers from beneath the godless palace. At first that had displeased him. He wasn't sure it was the time to use them. But then he thought about Iradan, about the expression that would crawl across his face when a dozen Shapers rained death and destruction down upon his army. "Haron fell down a flight of stairs," she said, "and knocked himself out. That was amusing for a while. The jokes are ongoing, I believe." Marak snorted. "How'd he manage that?" "How do you think?" "Wine?" "Plenty of it. Aside from that, Commander Brisingant is in a mood. Hasn't been enjoying the fact that here I outrank him." Marak nodded. "He's been commanding armies for 6 years. That has an effect on a man." "I nearly slapped him last night." "I'm sure he deserved it." The two of them were quiet for a few moments. Marak finally allowed his gaze to wander out across the enemy army. They'd camped just outside a range of the Scorpions. Their tents were all dyed a deep, dark green. Even from such a distance, he could see that they had already started logging into the surrounding woods. Within the next few days, they would begin to construct siege weapons, and that meant that they planned to really dig in and to draw the siege out. But Iradan had to know that reinforcements would be coming from other autarky cities, and if he knew that, and was still planning on besieging Althera, more than likely he had his own reinforcements on the way. Marak sighed, and so perhaps the next few months of his life would be spent fighting a siege. The fighting, it seemed, would never end. But it will, he told himself. One day, when the world was united, when the autarky was the only power in the world, then things would finally change.
There is one other thing,
Amara said slowly. When he turned and looked at her, she had one hand placed upon her belly. Hmm? He arched an eyebrow. She grinned at him.
You can be a very sharp person at times, Marak, especially when it comes to the things you're good at. But I swear you can also be the most unobservant man in the world.
Marak winced. What have I missed?
Where is my hand right now?
Holding mine?
Don't be deliberately dense.
On your belly. He paused, heart beating harder. And why, pray tell, is it there?
Do I look any different in your estimation?
He stared at her hand, at her belly, at the shape of her, and definitely there was a swelling around her midsection, not particularly large or obvious. But now that he was looking,
I'm with child,
she said simply. Marak's breath caught in his throat.
Oh,
she raised her eyebrows.
Oh, is that all?
I don't know what to say. And since he didn't know what to say, but was feeling plenty, he wrapped her up in his arms, held her tight to his chest. He could feel the beating of her heart, the rise and fall of her chest. She buried her face into the crook of his neck, breath warm against his flesh. She smelled of lemons, bright and sweet. When they broke apart, Marak found that his eyes were stinging, that they'd started to blur. Amara smiled up at him.
We're going to have a child together, Marak.
What could he possibly say that would do justice to what he was feeling? Amongst all of his dreams, all of his ambition, he had never considered that he might be a father, that his ambition might extend to the raising of children. Now that he was faced with the prospect, he found that he liked the idea very much. I love you, he said, voice nearly a whisper. He placed a hand against her belly and said it again. But then he remembered the army camped out of his walls, and his face fell. Amara squeezed his hand.
What is it?
All of a sudden, he murmured, defeat is a more terrible idea than ever before. If they beat us here, if they break through the walls, Amara, you have to leave. I'll put you on a ship, send you to Mindon, or... Amara kissed him, then said,
I'm not going anywhere. You said that when our marriage is official, I am to be First Lady of the autarky. So, let's make it official, and I will be here, Marak, no matter what happens next, to do my part. I will not begin my tenure by your side by running away.
Marak nodded slowly. If that's what she was going to be, his First Lady, then of course she wouldn't run. If the autarky was led by people who fled instead of standing and fighting with people, then what sort of empire was he building? Not one that deserved to live. Still, it was impossible to stop the flood of images into his mind, images of what Iradan might do to Amara if he broke through the gates. Marak let go of her hand. He moved to the parapet and leaned against it. Amara drifted to his side.
What are you thinking?
I'm afraid, he said quietly.
Afraid that you'll lose?
He nodded. And that I'll lose you, and our child. Her hands caught his face and turned it toward her. Her expression was stern.
Don't be like that. I am excited to be a parent with you, Marak. But I'll not tolerate that way of thinking. It's supposed to change you, having a child, but it can't make you weaker, only stronger. Do you understand?
I do, he whispered.
These people have come to take everything away from us. She held his eye. Are you going to let them?
Marak clenched his jaw. There's not a single force in all of creation that could take you away from me. She let go of him.
Good. Now, will you come in and eat with me?
I will, he said. But you go in first. I'll be right behind. She gave him a skeptical look, but nodded, and on her own made the walk toward the stairs that would carry her into the courtyard below. A pair of sun knights followed her. Marak returned to the parapet. Once again he stared out at the enemy army. From here he couldn't make out individuals, only a teeming mass of people going back and forth, milling around their tents, carrying wood to and fro. There were so many banners it was impossible to count them all. On the eastern side of their camp a large number of Ascendancy knights, their iridescent armor gleaming in the sun, were hard at work building something. It was difficult to make out exactly what it was. It appeared to be made out of bone. A single tiny dot had separated itself from the enemy camp. An individual, closer to the walls than any of the others, within scorpion range. The individual was striding closer. Then he came to a stop. He was fully armored. He carried a glaive in one hand. A cloak of deep green fluttered around his shoulders. He was staring up at something. At Marak. Marak locked eyes with the saint of the green star. Iradan tilted his head. Somehow Marak knew that the man was smiling at him beneath his horned helmet. From behind Iradan unfurled a pair of vast black wings. And here, Marak knew, was his great rival. "Destroy him," Tomato's voice hissed into his head. Marak would destroy him, but not because a god had commanded it. He would do it for Amara, for his unborn child, for himself, and for the autarky. The end. Listen on for the first chapter of Book 4 in the Dark Ascension series, titled Path of the Ascendant. Path of the Ascendant 1. Iradan. It was the 100th day of the siege of Althera, and things were not going well. Iradan watched from across the field as yet another assault was repelled. He watched soldiers, his soldiers, desperately scrambling back down their ladders. He watched as one ladder was pushed away by the defenders, while half a dozen men were still clinging to it. They screamed as it fell, shrieked as they made impact with the ground. It was the 100th day, and Iradan suspected that he was losing. He'd known that the longer the siege went on, the more it would benefit Marak. Althera was a port city, which meant that even though Iradan was blocking the city from the land, it could still receive the supplies and troops they needed by sea. And owing to the distance by sea, it simply wasn't possible for the Ascendancy to get a fleet that far north, even if they had a navy that could contest the autarchies, which they didn't, and even if they could sail through the territories of so many of their enemies. Then there were the scorpions. Those fucking scorpions. More ladders were pushed as Iradan watched. Many were still trapped on the wall. How many of them would surrender? How many would fight to the death? And every soldier that died up on that wall was just donating his armor and weapon to the enemy. Iradan ground his teeth until it felt like they might crack inside his mouth. He'd fought sieges before. He'd taken a dozen different cities. Althera was different. Althera was one of the best fortified cities he'd ever seen. And here he couldn't rely on his divine gifts. He couldn't simply march up to the gates and use his blood to burn through them. The enemy had shapers. They had Marak. They had hundreds of scorpions. And Iradan was not unkillable. If he died or was taken captive, his army would be finished. Lakathir. Yes, my saint. Lakathir stood nearby, drinking from a chalice of wine. His new hand, his blessed hand, as he liked to call it, rested casually on the hilt of his sword, red and shiny, musculature exposed. Iradan crouched. He scooped up a palmful of dirt, sifted it between his fingers. If you were in my position, what would you do? About what? Lakathir finished his wine, threw the chalice over one shoulder and wiped his mouth. The siege, Lakathir. Lakathir blinked. I'd kill them all, of course. Iradan closed his eyes. He sighed, stood, and returned his gaze to the walls. A company of his soldiers were retreating from the walls, throwing their weapons aside, sprinting as fast as they could. And then the scorpions began to shoot at them. They were skewered like pieces of roasted meat. It didn't help that the assembly refused to send them the true numbers that they needed to break through the walls. It didn't help that the rising Dominion was pressing hard against the Ascendancy borders, distracting them from the true enemy. It didn't help that Marak had somehow found a collection of new swords, just like sunlight, and had armed his best sun knights with them. Nor did it help that they could cut through a company of beetle knights as though they were nothing but air in a matter of minutes. Didn't help either that Althera's walls were so tall and strong that Iradan's siege weapons simply couldn't do enough damage to them to make any sort of real difference, or that every attempt at undermining the walls had resulted in tunnel collapses that had killed dozens, and sometimes even hundreds of his people. Everything, it felt, was stacked against him. It was the 100th day of the siege, and how many lives had been lost? Something desperately needed to change. Either that or they had to fall back and try something different. This wasn't sustainable. Soon Marak might very well have the number advantage and decide to sally forth. Iradan was truthfully grateful that the Autarch hadn't already tried. Morale on his side was simply too low to withstand an offensive move from the defenders. Lakathir was peering at him closely now. The thing is, you know what to do. Iradan avoided eye contact with his first captain. Do I? Make an offering, Iradan. The biggest offering you can. Iradan was quiet, his eyes unfocused. Lakathir came closer. Brother, I'm worried about you. Don't be, he snapped. Yet I am. And I'm not the only one. The architect. I don't want to hear about that madman. Lakathir grimaced. He isn't mad, he is devout. And if his supporters heard you say that... Iradan turned to face him. What would they do, brother? Would they defy me? Lakathir shrugged, unassuming, as though he hadn't just implied treachery. The architect ought to watch himself, Iradan growled. He has been gifted, yes, but I am still a saint, not him, and my gifts are impressive. And we all revere you, brother. But some have started to wonder if, perhaps, you have begun to lack the... what's the word? Let us say the will to do what has to be done. Lakathir came even closer. Some are worrying that it is the woman, Carolina. They speculate that perhaps she has weakened you, weakened your heart, that she's a distraction. He held up his hands innocently. I'm not saying that I think this, but others do. And morale, it is low right now. You know this. You need to prove to them, Iradan, that you... I need not prove anything, he hissed. Don't forget that it was I who took Kallisberg. I who beat Marak on the field and nearly killed him. Nearly? Iradan narrowed his eyes. Watch your tone. You say nearly, and yet the man has been troubling us for this entire siege. He's a problem. Is he? Iradan sneered. Thank you, Lakathir, for your tactical genius. I put a knife in his throat. I don't know how he survived it. Iradan sighed. If only the Autarch had actually died, like he'd supposed to. The siege would have been over by now. We are losing this, Lakathir said bluntly. A few more weeks like this and we're done. That was true enough. And then what? Regardless of his sainthood, if he returned home a failure, responsible for thousands and thousands of losses, good troops that could have been used against the Dominion instead, no one would remember his victories, only his defeat. A commander was only as good as their last battle. They couldn't strip him of his sainthood, but they could anoint new saints. And the star could take back its gifts, could even punish him. There had been saints throughout history who had died in disgrace. Hard not to feel as though he was now on a fast track to joining them. But to that, Carolina would have said, So what? This way we can be together. At that, as much as he hated to admit it, was incredibly tempting. He could leave it all behind. War, sieges, the mud and blood and rationed food, the rats everywhere, the diseases that raged through encamped armies, the screaming, the suffering, everything. He could take Carolina, go someplace far away and do what? What would he be? He'd be happy for a while, yes, but at a certain point, wouldn't he wonder what could have been? I'll think on it, Iradan said stiffly. Don't think on it for too long. Later, when Iradan walked into his tent, he expected Carolina to be waiting for him. Only Carolina wasn't there. Instead, waiting for him, was a monster. It was tall, though awkwardly hunched over. His flesh was black and scaled. Horns protruded from his elongated skull, and folded up behind it was a pair of wings identical to Iradan's. Its arms were long, and each of its hands boasted 7 fingers that ended in knife-like talons. Its face lacked features. Instead, set into his chest, was a giant golden eye. The great glowing pupil at its center focused on Iradan. And the creature spoke. Iradan, my child. What are you? He asked warily, but there was no need. He knew exactly what this thing was and where it had come from. He glanced over his shoulder to make sure no one had followed him in. Then he took a few steps toward the thing, breathing in a sour, acidic smell. Come closer, my child. The thing beckoned. Iradan did so. The great eye blinked. I have been watching you, Iradan.
I have been watching you very closely indeed, and I find myself disappointed."
Iradan swallowed thickly, realizing that he now stood before an aspect of the green star, a fragment of divine power imbued with purpose. This was as close to the god he served as he'd ever been, and it was disappointed in him.
"In what way?"
he asked slowly.
"Have I disappointed you, my lord?"
The eye blinked again. Iradan avoided looking right at it. The size of it disturbed him, as did the sense that it could see straight into him, could even see his thoughts.
"The city,"
the thing croaked,
"still stands. Why is that?"
"The defenders."
"It has nothing to do with the defenders, my child."
Iradan was quiet.
"It has to do,"
the thing continued,
"with your inability to do what has to be done."
"I will do whatever must be done," he said. He resisted the urge to wipe away the sweat beading across his brow. The thing cocked its weirdly elongated head.
"There is something you must know."
Iradan waited.
"The autarch has made a deal with one of the great enemies,"
said the thing.
"The Devourer seeks to use him as a pawn. This, of course, has troubling implications for the future of the human race."
Iradan stiffened. Tomatil, the great devourer, had recruited Marak. And now, all of a sudden, a lot of things made sense. The autarch's survival, for one. The thing sighed. The sound was unusual coming from something so monstrous.
"I am a generous god,"
it said softly.
"And you have, in the past, served me well. And so, Iradan, I will grace you with a solution to your current problem, but it will require you to do exactly as I instruct."
He bowed his head.
"Command me."
What else could he say? What else could he do? He loved the star. He truly, truly did. Yet this thing, it was difficult to reconcile the monstrosity standing before him with the beloved and benevolent divinity he had been raised to worship and adore.
"Unleash me,"
it hissed at him. He stared up at the thing, at its horned head, and asked simply, "How?" It was then, looking at it properly, that he saw its outline blur and flicker, giving off a sense of intangibility, as he could simply reach out for it and his hand would pass straight through it.
"Sustenance,"
its voice rumbled.
"I require sustenance."
"Sustenance," he echoed.
"Life,"
it cooed.
"Give me life."
"Forgive me," Iradan thought.
"How many?"
he asked, throat drier than ever.
"Would you need?"
The great golden